So, good morning, good evening, good afternoon, based on whichever part of the world you are joining us from. Thank you so much for joining. First of all, it's a Saturday morning. Um, Hi, my name is Ritu, and I lead the Hyperledger India events and engagement. We will talk about this event in a while. Before that, I would like to, introduce Kamlesh very quickly. Kamlesh is a TEDx speaker, a co-founder at FSV Capitals. Some of you might already be knowing him. He is among the top 30 influencers of blockchain in India, and he's a founding member of the Indian Blockchain Forum. He is also the Hyperledger India co-chair and a member of the Hyperledger Technical Steering Committee. He is a blockchain mentor at APRE Blockchain COE, which is STPI and METI, that's a government of India, and he's an advisor to the Web3 tokenization and CBDC startups globally. So since this event is presented by Hyperledger India Chapter, I would like to ask Kamlesh to talk about this chapter once, and then we will start our session.
Okay. So yeah, thank you. And I think I will just take only 2 or 3 minutes to talk about Hyperledger India and especially the Hyperledger Women in Blockchain. This is the fifth season, and from last four season, our Hyperledger Indian women leaders like Deepika, Nidhi, Ritu, and also I is driving this initiative from last 3 4 years. And this is our continued fifth session, and it given the context of the Hyperledger India, the Hyperledger India chapter community is the regional community. There are other regional community by Hyperledger Foundation like Latin America, Brazil, and other more. And this is one of the first and the largest in Indian chapter in the Hyperledger community, where we are focusing more driving the Hyperledger adoption, bringing awareness, and get together all the people or companies who are building the Hyperledger tech or building on Hyperledger technologies. And this chapter is started in 2017-18, when I will always thankful to the Ajay and Amol Kulkarni, who started this chapter to give the more insight about the Hyperledger and enterprise blockchain. Because in early those days, crypto and Ethereum was talk in the town, but these two people started, and then Arun SM from Walmart and I jump in, and we take this forward, and now we involve more people. So now we have 7 to 8 different chapter leads who driving the different initiative in a Hyperledger India, and we do regular such events. So this Hyperledger India Women is one, and then we have our different one is hackathon, is a yearly hackathon we plan Tech Fest, we plan different events regularly, and there are a number of sessions we keep doing. So I invite all the people who would like to know about Hyperledger and Hyperledger India. Then we always meet on every Thursday 3 p.m. So join us and welcome to Hyperledger India Women's Season 5. Thank you, Ritu.
Just one thing I wanted to check, are the videos on for some reason? I don't see it. I don't know, maybe challenge with mine.
No, my video was on.
Yeah, it's visible, Vikram.
Okay.
Couple of videos I can see.
Okay.
Yeah, then it would be mine. Okay, thanks.
And interrupt me if you hear my voice and video are not in the sync. So first of all, thank you so much, Kamlesh. That was really very informative, especially for the people who don't know about our chapter. So I will quickly talk about what we are doing. So uh, if you hear a few motivational speakers, they always talk about understand the why you are doing something. So, and they say that if you know why you are doing something, you are a bit sorted. So let's get sorted and understand why we are here. So we are here to highlight the technical expertise and the innovation of women in this dynamic industry, the industry of blockchain and Web3. So I welcome you all on behalf of Hyperledger India Chapter to the fifth season of Women in Blockchain. So yes, we had been doing it for consecutively so many years, and we have an interesting lineup of panels, research presentations, networking sessions, fireside chats, and all. So let me quickly jump into the agenda. A few people were already asking what's there, right? So let's go to the agenda slide. And so first of all, we have a panel. That panel will talk about blockchain in supply chain management, where we talk about how blockchain enhances the transparency and efficiency. And as I said, we have research presentations as well. So one out here is about blockchain's impact on the educational domain. Next, we have the panel on the sustainability and the social impact. Later, we have, I mean, you can just hang around till you get all your questions answered, right? So we have a networking and a question answer session. So we would request all the panelists to be available at that time. And then if you have any questions, you are free to ask. Later, we have another panel on the tokenization, right? And as we know that it's already reshaping the digital economy. So we'll talk about that. The next one is on transparent and traceable. So that's again one of the presentations by a researcher about the vaccine supply chain using blockchain technology. Then we have another panel on CBDCs, transforming the future of money. Last but not the least, we have the fireside chat on hydrogen economy, and we'll have closing remarks and vote of thanks. So without much ado, I'll quickly jump into our panel discussion now. Unless Anusuya, you have something to share about.
Warm welcome, everyone. Thanks for joining on this Saturday morning. Once again, we welcome you all, and we hope you will be enjoying throughout the day. Stay with us, and we will be, we will not disappoint you throughout the day. All the best.
I think we'll have to wait for a minute or so before we start. Sorry about that.
Before we start, I wish to talk a few words about who we are, like Hyperledger Foundation. We are a duocracy, we grow together for a betterment of this open source development and for the next generation. Here, we accept everybody. All are welcome here. There is no differentiation between anyone. Different geographically or linguistically, we don't have any differentiation. We treat everybody equally and we welcome everyone for equal contribution. And today, especially in Hyperledger India Chapter, our organizing team, Deepika is there, she's one among the co-chair. Vikram and Kamlesh are the next other two co-chairs, and we have Nidhi Karthike as tech advocates, and Ritu is there. She is the event management one. Myself, Anasuya, and Dr. Ravi Pratap Singh, we are leading the student chapters, and we together bring you this fifth season of Women in Blockchain currently. So we are getting the first panel ready. You will be enjoying throughout the day. Once again, I assure that. I request the first panel speakers to raise your hands, please. So we can unmute you.
Hello. Sorry, Anasuya. So yes, we will start in another 5 minutes. Give me just 5 minutes.
I think we're just waiting for a couple of panelists to join us. It is a Saturday morning and they're all from different time zones. So I think that's the only issue. We'll see. Folks on the call, I request you to please stay put. We'll reach out to them and get them on the call immediately. Thank you.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Deepika.
Thank you, Deepika.
what-
I just
No, so Ritu, who else people join now? You can start the panel if 2, 3 people are there.
yeah. Before that, I would just like the people who are there, the attendees, all our attendees, if you can just type out your expectations. What do you think should be, what could be your takeaways, or what do you expect from the session? If you can quickly write it down, that will be a good thing for us to know.
And Deepika, we would like to hear a few words from you, if possible.
Oh, okay, this is putting me in the spotlight like I'm a deer caught in headlights. But I can talk about the India chapter, but I think Kamlesh, Anasuya, Ritu, everyone covered it wonderfully. So the thing is, as women in blockchain, right? I think Nidhi also can attest to it, and everyone else who participates in a lot of hackathons and all. Usually the number of women participating is quite less, and we're constantly looking to increase our developer community. And earlier, before this call started, we were, people may be aware of the Hyperledger Global Forum that happens every year. That's my dog saying hi. But yeah, so the event happens every year or every alternate year in Dublin, in Brazil for some bit, etc. But this time we're actually planning to host that in India in December in Delhi. So it would definitely be an amazing opportunity for all of us, not just women, but since that is the focus of this event, it would be amazing to see more and more women developers, business people, researchers, etc., coming forward to sign up and present their ideas. The last time I was in Dublin, I think from India chapter, I was the only woman who was there. And I think if we are, participating more in more such global events, it would definitely be great. So to get continuous updates about all of this, I would definitely request all of you to go ahead and follow the Hyperledger India LinkedIn page. So we are constantly in touch with the leadership at the Hyperledger Foundation, Daniela, David, Julian, and all of them. And because we're so updated about everything that's happening in the management side, we also continuously post updates about a lot of opportunities that all of you can probably hop onto. So one of the other opportunities that we are currently exploring is increasing our community outreach as a sort of pilot program. I worked with a student and we are posting, a series of 5-day posts about introducing open sourcing to students and understanding how you can make your first contribution. So if anyone on the call is interested to put content out there regarding what they want to, whatever topic it is that they want to related to blockchain or Hyperledger or open source, all you have to do is drop us an email or messages on LinkedIn, and we will be able to definitely pick up any initiative that you have in mind and make it happen. So I think I just wanted to highlight these 2 points, because the point of this call is to explain or help the community grow. And as women in blockchain, I think it's very important for all of us to support each other and make sure that opportunities are available for everyone. So that's my 2 cents. And thanks, Anasuya. And Ritu, I think we can definitely get started now with whoever is available. Like, let's.
Sure. Let's get started. Thank you so much, Deepika and Anasuya. Of course, this is women power out here. And I'm very happy to host the first panel now. Before I start, I would request every panelist to please come on camera so that people can see you while you talk. So, all right, so I will start introducing the speaker. Before that, everybody knows that the topic for this panel is blockchain in supply management, and this is especially with respect to enhancing the transparency and the efficiency. So with us, we have Dr. Meenakshi Rajput. She is currently serving as an assistant professor at the University Department of Information and Communication Technologies at MGM University, Aurangabad, Maharashtra. And she is her teaching experience is around 18 years. She holds a PhD degree in electronics engineering, awarded in 2020, year 2020. And she has been also granted a patent in her name for her research work on system for gender and age group identification from iris images this year in January. She has authored multiple international research papers, national papers, and book chapters. She is also set to publish her book, which is amazing to hear. That's The Future Pulse and How IoT is Transforming Every Industry. She is a senior member of IEEE, and I welcome you, Dr. Meenakshi. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you, Ritu Madam, for such a nice introduction.
All right, you're welcome. So we have Dr. Padmavati with us. She is also an assistant professor, and she works in the Department of Computer Science and Engineering at Shiv Nadar University, Chennai. She has completed her BE, which is in Computer Science and Engineering from Annamalai University, and also has done her ME from the same university. She has pursued her doctorate degree from National Institute of Technology, Puducherry, and her research area, of course, is blockchain, but especially in the healthcare sector. So she has published several research articles in international and national journals, and she has participated in several conferences and has presented her work in blockchain. Thank you so much. I welcome you, Dr. Padmavati.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for such a nice introduction, ma'am.
Welcome. You all deserve so much. We have the next one is Gauranshi Gupta. Gauranshi, she is a full stack blockchain developer, and she's currently working as a blockchain developer in Raindrops X. She has contributed to over 5 companies as a full stack developer, a blockchain developer, and she is also serving as a chair to GGSIPU USS ACM Women Chapter. She has written 4 research papers with a focus on blockchain and AI, and one of her papers has received the Best Paper Award in ICC 2024. Wow, congratulations. It's very, very, very recent. Welcome, Gauranshi. Thank you so much for coming here.
For inviting.
I hope Megha is there, right? Hi, Megha. So Megha is one of our panelists. She is very proficient in a wide range of QA tools and technologies, including test automation frameworks, continuous integration delivery pipelines, and performance testing tools. So she has a proven track record of leveraging automation to enhance testing coverage and accelerate the release cycles with maintaining high quality standards. She's working with Zeev for almost 2 years and getting one of the best experiences about blockchain technology. Thank you, Megha, for joining.
Hi, Ritu. Thank you for this awesome introduction. Thank you so much.
Next is Sheetal Gupta. Last but not the least, I would say she is a blockchain lead at HCL Technologies, and she has been working in the blockchain area for almost 10 years now. That's a huge one. As a part of her journey, she has worked, led, and delivered many blockchain projects for logistics, financials, retail, media, and entertainment. So she has led and crafted cutting edge blockchain projects and solutions for her clients. And she has conducted many design thinking theory workshops for clients to explore blockchain feasibility of their use case. Currently, she is working as a product manager and supporting initiatives for launching stablecoins and enhancing and enabling their customer transactions. So welcome, Sheetal. We look forward to all of you, beautiful and very talented, great experienced ladies out here. Um, so let's quickly jump into the panel questions now, right? So let's talk about, and we'll start from basics, right? So what do you think are some of the key features of the the blockchain technology which really help, or they're very suitable for the supply chain management? And if you can also highlight on how blockchain can help in streamlining these supply chain transactions. So, and it's open to all, right? So anybody wants to talk about it quickly or go first, most welcome.
Okay, so I would like to answer this question. So blockchain is this technology which is currently revolutionizing supply chain management system because of the unique features which it provides. So the unique features includes the transparency, traceability, and immutable record keeping system. So it ensures that every transaction which is getting stored in the blockchain is permanent, and it cannot be fostered or altered by any other third party. Also, the smart contract, which is the fundamental concept of blockchain technology, it automates the entire process, right from record keeping to entering the records, and everything is automated with the help of smart contracts, which enhances the entire blockchain supply chain management system and enhances the efficiency. So I think the collective features of blockchain, which include transparency, security, decentralization, and the smart contract, these are helping the supply chain management system to be safe and secure.
I just want to add one more point to this, madam. Along with it, for blockchain, there is no geographical boundaries at all. So if there is no geographical boundaries, then whatever the transaction that has to happen between different countries, it can happen within a fraction of a second. Even if we want to do some currency transactions, it can happen easily. So all these things helps blockchain to be integrated with the supply chain, and it could help us in doing the transactions in a faster manner.
I think I'll just add, because all of you have just called out all the great features of blockchain. But for me, why blockchain for supply chain? Because, supply chain domain is such a complex uh, domain. And back in times, it was just impossible to bring all the, customers with their own supply chain on one interface. Blockchain, I think, since the advent of blockchain arena, what happened is that it became an interfacing technology for all of their supply chain, ERP, inventory, financial system. So it has made life for their vendors, the manufacturers, supply chain, third party contractors so easy that it sort of helped somewhere, in decomplexifying the complexity of supply chain. I think that's a great value blockchain has done.
I want to add what Gauranshi has said, that blockchain It enables a transparent and auditable record of transactions that is visible to all participants. And this transparency allows the stakeholders to track the movement of goods, which is throughout the supply chain. And it will also help to verify the authenticity of the products and identify any discrepancies or any delays are there, which can be tracked in a real time, and it will help in product recall. So these features are there. So we can take the example of the chain transparency in vegetable or fruit market supply chain, where suppose the company is producing the organic fruits and vegetables and want to ensure the transparency in its supply chain to build a trust with consumers who are value knowing the origin of their food. So they can implement a blockchain, so they can create a transparent supply chain where each step of production process from farming to the distribution, means where the end user is there. It all this throughout the journey of this is it's recorded on the blockchain. Thank you.
Right, right. I completely agree to all whatever you guys have, said. So, can we also go deeper into how this is, helping in reducing the fraud detection and the counterfeit products? And I'm just picking on your thought, Minakshi, on this one. So, how does it actually do it? Maybe we can go a bit deeper. How is it enhancing the traceability? And giving more insights to the supply chain operations, especially in terms of how does it, help in the counterfeiting or, fraud detection?
For this, first of all, we should understand what are smart contracts. So smart contracts are nothing but we can call it as a simple code where we are going to have some agreements, and those code is going to be executed when some certain conditions are met. And also in this blockchain technology, whenever we are going to make some transactions, we have some validator nodes. So if, for example, let us take manufacturers buying some products from outside people's, and he is going to produce the products. So when he is going to purchase something, all these transactions are going to be entered onto the blockchain. So some validator nodes will be there, and we are going to validate whether he purchased the raw materials from the correct vendors. Are these products are safe? So each and every transaction that is going to happen in the supply chain from the manufacturer till it reaches the consumer, everything is going to be recorded with the help of smart contracts. And we can also say that these smart contracts are not at all vulnerable. No one is able to change any code inside these smart contracts. They are immutable. The immutability of nature of these smart contracts helps us to prevent all these counterfeits. And I just want to add one more thing to it. There is a study by Deloitte. They just made a study on who is most responsible for the supply chain frauds. They found that the persons who are inside the industries, like the project managers and the one who is going to produce the invoice, they are responsible for these kinds of frauds. So if every transactions are going to be recorded onto the blockchain, these kinds of frauds can be prevented. So main thing is the immutable nature of the smart contracts helps us to prevent these counterfeits.
Exactly. I think Goranchi, you want to say something, looks like. You can unmute. Goranchi, you want to take that up? We can't hear you. Can't hear you, Sheetal. You are also on mute.
We were all on mute
Okay.
by the moderator. So I think I cannot speak when I was just about to.
Okay, okay. Now you can please go ahead. I'm sorry about
I think
that.
it was you asked Goranshi. Goranshi, you want to add something?
Yeah, okay, fine. So, to answer this question, we must not forget about consensus algorithm. So, consensus algorithm is a concept which allow all the peers inside the blockchain network to agree on a common state of the blockchain network. So, whatever transaction which is getting stored on the blockchain, it's first verified by all the peers, and only if they agree, then it's getting stored on the blockchain. So, this again, enhances the fraud detection and all these things in the blockchain.
I think I just want to give my point of view on this question, sort of, bread and butter of supply chain, from blockchain. So when I'm thinking about best to apply blockchain technology in supply chain, and the main components are traceability and use cases of reducing fraud and counterfeit products. It is important to remember that supply chains are at their core a network of interlinked companies, and in that network, each business adds value to a product or service before it reaches the end consumer. And this exchange and accumulation of value is recorded through a series of transaction of flow of information, goods, finances. um, Nowadays, a permission blockchain offers the potential of recording these transactions on a shared ledger, which enables the capture, validation, and sharing of data across these interlinked companies. Ultimately, all parties have the access to a seamless exchange of value and a single source of truth that serves the purpose of enhancing visibility, traceability of critical product components, increasing data accuracy, immutability, and trust among the partners. Moreover, blockchain technology is, as I said, is mature enough to interface, take advantage of other emerging technologies such as Internet of Things, smart contracts, and now AI to offer more enhanced and secure supply chain. Um, it is an interface to legacy system among participating firms. So each firm would generate a blocks of transaction from their internal ERP system and add them to blockchain. So this would make them easy to integrate various flow of transaction across firms, and hence reducing frauds and counterfeit products, relaying all the information, which is not all the information, but an important piece of information which should go as a single source of truth on blockchain, um, by enhancing the traceability.
Very, very well put, I would say. Megha, you want to, you
Yeah,
can just
yeah,
unmute.
I would
I
like.
hope you can. Okay.
Yeah, can you hear me now? Am I audible?
Yeah, yeah, we can hear you
Okay.
clearly.
So in this
Okay.
point, I just would like to, and I would like to add that with the help of blockchain, now there are certain features like traceability, like transparency, authenticity. So these are very important features that blockchain help us. But most importantly, when we talk about the traceability, there are the tagging system, I guess, plays a vital role in that. And there are different types of tags, and different companies are working on tag systems like VChain. They are also working on implementations of tags in supply chain management. So there are depending on the values of the product, there are different tags. Like you can use QR code, and you can use RFID, that is radio frequency identification, and even we can go for NFC, that is near field communication. And NFC is nothing but it comes under the umbrella of radio frequency identification itself. But yeah, it's more secure. So I guess with the help of these tagging, I guess it makes more traceable, and it gives the more transparency when we talk about the blockchain and supply chain management.
Exactly. And thank you for bringing up some of the very practical examples where you talked about
Thank
the
you.
NFC tags
Yeah,
and the RFIDs as to
right,
how we can.
right.
So, just building on that idea, I just wanted to ask each one of you if you can give some examples from your experience as to where, if you had implemented this or guided the team, or any of your experiences where exactly blockchain has really helped in the supply chain management. And because we have such a mix of academics and the industry experience, so it would be really wonderful to hear what you guys have to say, especially in terms of the practicality of this point. Yeah, Padmavati,
So
you are you have to unmute yourself.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, you can hear.
Actually, I have developed a very simple application using this Hyperledger fabric, and that to drug supply chain management system. In that, we have several participants like manufacturer, wholesaler, retailer, and the pharmacist. What we have designed is from the manufacturer till it reaches the consumer, we just record all the transactions onto the blockchain. When the consumer wants to find out if he wants to trace back the drugs, and he can find from what point the drugs manufactured until it reaches the consumer, what is the pathway that has been taken by the drugs. This is the very small application that I have worked on. Now we are planning to extend that, and we are planning to scale that application. And other than that, few applications, I just go through different applications that are in real time. So for example, this Nestle company, we all know that this Nestle company is producing the baby formulas. Few years back, what happened was in China, about 3 lakhs babies were affected by a chemical called melanine. Some chemical, I don't remember that name. And that was present in that baby formulas. So people started not to use that baby formula. So what Nestle company did was, it started using this blockchain technology in order to bring back the trust among the consumers. So still now it is using this blockchain technology so that the people stick on to the Nestle products for buying their baby formulas. So they can trace back when it was manufactured, what are the ingredients of the project, and how it came to their hands, all those things. This is one very good example. And one more example I have gone through is Walmart. And what this Walmart is doing is, it is just a tracing from where the green leaf vegetables or the green leaves are produced, even from where they are getting these seeds and how it is produced. All those things they just record everything onto the blockchain till it reaches this Walmart. Along with that, they are also finding whether the product is maintained at the proper temperature. All those things are recorded onto the blockchain, and this is in use in real time.
Exactly. I think Megha also wants to say something regarding this.
Yeah. So before the in Z we have a project related that's name is O Legacy, and that was related to gold transfer basically. And in that we implemented blockchain, and the tracking was based on Hyperledger sawtooth, and the user can mint the token on the Ethereum chain. So it's a kind of a gold transfer, and to make that as we know, one of the major challenges blockchain is interoperability, and to make that two different blockchains talk and to exchange the transaction, we implemented bridge in that project itself. So it's a kind of a project that our company worked on, but there are several other practical examples as well. You all have heard about JD.com. It's the biggest e-commerce company in China. And in 2016, there was a survey conducted in US, and they in their report they mentioned that China is a country where 86% of the products are counterfeit. And following that, in 2017 in China itself, it's an institute called Pew Institute, where a kind of a report is generated that in China itself, out of every 10 persons, 4% are major concern about the provenance, food provenance, and they really wanted to know that what is labeling on the product are actually coming us, and we are consuming that only. So in that now the scenario is in the last in the report of 2023, they mentioned like around 14,000 products are there in JD.com from 500 different brands that are now the part of supply chain management, which integrated the blockchain as for traceability and all. And now even they are implementing the same thing for the livestock as well. They have a livestock of sea cucumber, so now they implemented in that as well. Like with the help of this, now they are the aquaculture even uploading videos of how they are cultivating them and all on the blockchain itself. So it's just giving us the way, it's a good transparency to all of us that what we are consuming is actually is an authentic one, and we are not consuming anything that is counterfeit. So I guess this is a very good example I have seen or I have read.
Okay. Yeah, Sheetal. You can't unmute. Wait a second.
Thanks so much. Okay. So for me, I think in my view, supply chain use case was one of the pioneering use case where industry started experimenting with blockchain, apart from, of course, the base industry financial services itself. And back in 2013, when I started on blockchain journey, I see most of the customer who came to us with the problem statement was on supply chain. And frankly speaking, the use case that were relevant that point of time are still very relevant in today's world as well. Let me talk about two clients here. One was the leading Danish-based global provider. It's very popular, but the problem statement that they have is that they often face delays and increased cost and inefficiency due to lack of transparency and visibility in the supply chain. And obviously they had no exception and realized that it needed to solve because they need to be competitive. So we built a blockchain based supply chain application for them and their partners, where they can track and trace goods in real time and reducing delays and errors. I think we did this experiment with them for a period of 3 months, where every shipment will be, instead of their ERP system or inventory system, it gets created on that common blockchain based application. So shipment will get registered on that application, and any anomaly or damage gets recorded on that application. So you can imagine that, a manufacturer is coming and creating shipment. Now the status of the shipment goes to a logistic provider. The logistic provider would add a data from their point of view, and then, a third party supplier or a third party vendor, even the last mile contractor could add data from their end, can obviously providing the status of the shipment. So that becomes a continuous single source of truth, uh, for all of them, and it was a very successful POC for that company. And after that, obviously, they had another lot of experiments in the same area. And another one of my experience was with the network and equipment manufacturer, a US based company, which has now really matured in this space. Now they have come out with their uh, you know white pa- white papers. I was just reading about that they have their white paper publishing about their interfaces and products on blockchain. But we did a project on invoicing solution with them and their partners, and so they had a problem of duplicate invoicing, which is very common problem, for any big large manufacturer, and where their partners and suppliers using the duplicate invoices, and auditor face many challenges in approving it, hence the double payment problem. So we did this invoicing solution based on blockchain, where the invoices are created on blockchain, and the auditor can in real time view the invoices and approve it. So one invoice is one invoice with an invoice ID becomes a single source of truth for all the participant in payments management system. So it was very interesting days, and we had a lot of fun with these customers.
Right, right. I think,
Here I want to
well,
add something related
yeah,
to pharmaceutical companies where the modern blockchain is employed with the IoT, means integration is there, blockchain and IoT. Because some in pharmaceutical, some medications required some specific temperature under which these medications are stored. So using the IoT along with the blockchain, you can track the temperature through sensors which are connected with IoT, which is integrated on that truck or that ships. Okay, So you can monitor throughout a journey, you can monitor the temperatures of that medications, and it will help us to monitor the temperature, and it can also avoid some spoilages there. Okay, so financial losses can also be avoided if you are integrating the blockchain along with the IoT in pharmaceuticals.
Exactly. Goranshi, can you just unmute yourself? I think you can unmute yourself. Anusuya, can you just check now? You are the host.
Am I
I'm
audible now?
asking, yeah, now you are audible. Actually, I was the one who was asking to unmute you. You were not accepting my invite.
No, actually, the other speaker was speaking, so that's why I didn't do it at that time. Right,
And a small request, please keep yourself unmuted when you are in the panel. Thank you.
right. So I was
Okay.
working with one of the organizations where we were building a supply chain management system, which was called as the Manage. So it was a supply chain management system for one of the client in agriculture sector where they want to automate the supply chain of the banana crop. So we built a system which was developed in Hyperledger Fabric itself, where there were many, clients like zone inspector, and then we have operation manager. So the chain code, which is the other name of smart contract in Hyperledger Fabric. So we were developing the chain code so that we provide read and write access to all these entities, which include zone inspector, operation manager, the cold storage area, and all these things. So this was a entire project where we were, tracking the journey of the banana crop right from the farms till the final consumer. And then there is this prominent company, IBM, which has its IBM Sterling Supply Chain Intelligence Suite, I think. So it's also a very interesting project where IBM is trying to track the entire journey of their product right from production till the final consumer. Right. Yeah.
All right. So I think very, very insightful. I was wonderful hearing all of you, especially on this area. And I was also thinking how from, if we can also talk about the specific angles of different stakeholders. How are in the entire supply chain, how are those that benefit comes from starting till the end consumer? If we can pick up some of the stakeholders and based on what kind of experiential you had, the experiences you had, and the kind of customers you had, not just the customers but in the entire the chain, where did you see the huge impact? And any one of you or everybody of you can share it, because I know that most of you have already been into that journey. Yeah, Sheetal.
Oh,
Okay.
I can talk about it, but yeah, I would give the chance to others.
All right. Maybe Meenakshi or Megha, any one of you, benefits which you see from your stakeholders.
Yes, if we consider from point of view of suppliers, okay, so faster payments will be there. The blockchain facilitate the faster settlement of transactions, and it enable the suppliers to receive the payments more quickly, and also it improves the cash flow in the supply chain, and it also enhances the trust between the consumers and other stakeholders. The supplier can build a trust with their customers by providing the transparent and verifiable products. And they can also ensure the quality of their products which they are supplying to the consumers. And it also reduces the disputes among the stakeholders, because smart contract is there, and smart contract, as the Padmavati said, it automates the contract execution, it enforces some terms and condition. Once the conditions are met, automatically the contracts are get executed, invoices are automatically generated. All the data points which are required to be included in the invoices, around 100 to 200 data points are there which are to be included. in the invoices, these are all automatically done in real time, and in real time it generates the invoice. So it reduces the disputes among the different stakeholders.
Okay. Very true, very true. Megha, you want to go next?
Yeah, I would like to add as now everything is so transparent, all these stakeholders can now see the information what they want to have from other stakeholders as well. And it's a platform where, see, as ma'am mentioned, that it's a trust building platform. Like nobody knows each other, but still they are contributing into something and building that trust among each other. And with this transparency, I guess now we will be able to take the quick and the optimal decisions very fast. And now all these stakeholders can can have the real time monitoring and track their products in terms of at the level of inventory or at the level of resource allocation. So I guess this benefits the stakeholders more than expected, I guess.
Um, just a small point from me. I think nowadays, because we are talking about stakeholders, and who will benefit most, it is more of a network effect, I would say, because it's an ecosystem application where you would design the network, such as your suppliers, partners would join that blockchain, not just like that. They would have a stake on it. You would have a consensus algorithm where you would design it accordingly, that whether we should keep it private or public. If it's public, whether we should go for proof of work, or it would be remain proof of stake, depend on what you want, scalability. So I think all of these things play an important role in blockchain, designing your blockchain application. And in reverse, it has an impact on who will benefit, because uh, a partner who has the most stake can benefit the most as well, like who's the anchor of that blockchain ecosystem. So I think all of these factors play an important role, apart from we the benefit that blockchain offers. It is for everyone, but then real benefits comes from when you start running the application. uh Real benefits for the business comes from that. Who's going to benefit from that? Yeah.
Exactly, exactly. I completely agree to all what all you have said. So uh, another angle, and what do you think are the real challenges of adopting this technology, or maybe not just from a domain perspective, and but also from a technological aspect? What barriers do you see? Um, uh, and again, this is open to everybody, whoever wants to go first, and then we will be. Yeah, Padmavat.
The first thing is, if we want to implement blockchain technology in real life, awareness should be there. Most people don't know what blockchain is and how we have to use the technology. So an awareness must be created among the people to make use of this technology. And by implementing, the second challenge is scalability. So whenever we take this blockchain trilemma, we have three things. One is decentralization, and the second thing is security, and the third thing is scalability. Out of these three, we are able to achieve any two at a time. We are not able to achieve all the three at a time. So whenever we are framing any application, we should try to achieve all the three. But no research has since been successful in achieving decentralization and security and scalability. Among this is the most important challenge is the scalability.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yes, the scalability is the more important issue, and it is a challenge. IBM's Food Trust blockchain also encountered this problem of scalability because there are growing number of participants, and more volume of transactions are there. So the business or the organization has to decide that whether they have to go for the private blockchain or public blockchain, because we know that the private blockchain, only the trusted parties are there, and only they can see what is happening on the blockchain. All the transactions they can verify, means your data is not visible to all the nodes or all the parties. And also according to GDPR, we can say that the data privacy should be there, means customer or any the people involved in the blockchain, they have the access that they can remove their whatever the information, private information is there about their financial credit information. At the one side, we are saying that the data privacy is there according to GDPR, and on the other hand, the transparent nature or the immutable nature of the blockchain means all the data is visible to everyone. Okay, so two contradictions are there which are coexisting together. Okay, so the organization can go for the private blockchain, where they can give the authority only to the certain parties. So they the business information, very sensitive information, that information will be visible to only the verified parties. Also the data, personal data, can be stored in the offside chain, and the link or hashes of the cryptographic hash, or we can say the pointers, these can be stored on the main chain, and all the data which is sensitive data can be stored on the side chain. So means how this is how the problem can be tackled, this challenge can be tackled.
Right, you can go next, Karan.
Right. So there is one more hurdle which blockchain is facing currently in supply chain system, is that the data which is getting stored on the blockchain is genuine or not. So we have allowed the read and write access on the blockchain to various stakeholders, but what if the stakeholder is entering the wrong data? So we need to handle this situation very carefully to validate first of all the data which is getting stored is correct or not, because once it is added, it's immutable, then it can't be changed. So there can be so to solve this problem, we can integrate various other technologies. For example, we have IoT sensors, and then we have RFID tags and these things. So we should basically automate this process of entering the data on the blockchain by not allowing the people to directly enter or type the records. We can perform computer vision technology, so that the data is getting captured with the camera, and then computer vision is getting reading the data from the picture and then storing it. So this is one of the hurdle which the blockchain is currently facing and needs to be automated.
Yeah, I'll touch upon a point which Dr. Minakshi spoke of, and maybe any of you can highlight in there. It's more on the supply chain data. What are the privacy or the compliance aspect of it? What are the implications of, for example, the GDPR, the kind of regulations? So maybe Dr. Minakshi want to go a bit deeper in that, or maybe Megha, Sheetal, Karanchi, any of you?
Okay, so I guess I will start in this. As you all know that for general in GDPR, General Data Protection Regulation, what we do is we store the data in a very in, data of a user, so that it cannot be, it cannot violate it cannot violate the it cannot circulate the information to other, or it should not pass on to other. It should be very intact, the information that is provided by the user. But what happens is in blockchain, that the blockchain is not GDPR compliant. So once the data, as it is, the ledger is immutable. So once the data is stored in blockchain, it cannot be altered, so or deleted. So I don't. So for me, it's not GDPR compliant, but there are certain ways in what we can implement in blockchain with supply chain management, and one of is zero knowledge proofs. in zero knowledge proof, a verifier don't verifier will ask some of the questions, some set of questions to a prover, and he will only answer if he has the knowledge of underlying process. So he don't need to provide any sort of information, or need to share the information, and he can only verify the questions asked by the verifier, and this will be done. So for me, I guess there are certain solutions which we can implement in blockchain if it's not GDPR compliant.
One more thing I want to add here is that through a smart contract, you can set predefined access controls to means the permission levels will be included in the smart contract. Okay, so that can enforce the privacy policies, and it will also restrict the visibility of sensitive information to the authorized parties only. Through smart contract also you can add the different levels of permissions, so that can also be done.
Right, absolutely. Sheetal, I hope you can unmute yourself. Okay.
Yeah, I am unmute. Yeah, because we particularly talking about the most conflicting thing, right to erasure under GDPR and immutability of blockchain, and it's been called out years back, but now we have as Megha talked about potential solutions. There is a data anchoring solution which has been involves using data anchoring to store a link to external data outside the blockchain, and instead of directly storing personal information on blockchain, a link to an external storage location can be maintained on blockchain. Then there are smart contracts and control rights, right? Leveraging smart contracts to manage control access to personal information, which will enable customer to control access and delete their information even when the formal data cannot be deleted. But yes, then there is a hybrid system approach which could be to use both system blockchain for immutability purpose and a traditional database for storing personal information. I think this combination may help reconcile the conflict between immutability and right to erasure. So what I'm saying is that there are solutions out there to manage particularly GDPR problem. And there are other lot of legal and regulatory implications, which is a lengthy discussion. We can talk about it later, but while now we are just talking about GDPR, so I think this is what my recommendations are. You're on mute, Ritu.
Mm, I I can see I am unmuted. Not sure if you guys can hear me. Or okay, all right. So we also talked about scalability challenges and Megha, you wanted, sorry, I think Goranshi, you also wanted to talk about how blockchain supply chain is applicable in your specific current running projects, right? Any other specific point you wanted to highlight in there? I saw your hand raised in that question earlier.
I think I answered that question then because like I talked about the project which I was working with, that the managed project. So it was specifically for the banana crop. We were tracking the
Yeah.
entire journey of banana right from farm till the zone inspector, operation manager, and till the final consumers. So over there we were implementing Hyperledger Fabric for it. Yeah.
All right. So I think I would ask everyone, all the participants out here, if you guys have any questions, or Anusuya, if you can see any questions on the chat window, we can take the questions, and the panelists would be happy to answer. Um,
we don't have any questions yet. I request all the attendee participants to post your questions, or you can raise your hand. We can unmute you. You can talk.
Exactly. Okay, I see Vikram has raised his hand. Anupriya, can you just unmute him?
Yeah, so I had one question that, of course, supply chain has been an area where too much work is being done. And of course, that was, in the initial area as well. But how do you guys, see, the changes it is bringing on, or the changes in approach where, with the advent of Web3, approach of the enterprises or the customers or the tech, even for the, those building product solutions with the advent of Web3, how do you see that landscape changing?
I think I
Yeah,
would just
Shilpa.
like to offer my point of view. I think what I've seen, and Vikram is well aware of, HCL journey. So it's been 10 years. So when we started, whosoever were our customers now become the pioneer of blockchain platforms. They were the customers, and now they have, they have their own full-fledged application interface, APIs. They have become whatnots of the world. So instead of buying blockchain products from the IT companies or IT giants or blockchain pioneers, I think they become the inventor themselves. They're trying to solve their problem in house. That's the that's one of the change, apart from others can call it out. I can see that they have themselves become a pioneers. Now they have uh, full-fledged blockchain box in-house. So yeah.
Anyone else wants to just add up to this? Maybe Dr. Meenakshi, you would.
See, because of Web 3.0, all transactions can be tracked on distributed ledger, which is open to everyone. The distributed ledger that uses a blockchain technology, so data transfer can be decentralized. We know that the smart contracts are also open to everyone, which relieve the people of the need of rely on the centralized organization to maintain the data integrity. So this is how the Web 3.0 is adding to the blockchain.
Exactly. I think I can ask Ghan. He is again from Zeev. Hi, you can ask your question now. I think you can unmute yourself.
Yeah, everyone, what a fantastic Saturday. I think you could not expect a better start than this. So my question is around, of course, we're seeing a lot of adoption happening, enterprise use cases, tokenization picking up and all. But there's an important aspect of, we've seen a very fast, rapid change into the technology itself. So how, any insights upon how Hyperledger ecosystem, specifically, Fabric or Besu, are going to keep up in terms of, what the expectations are here from the use cases, specifically transaction volumes, speed, and liquidity across different larger ecosystems, which rollups are bringing to the table.
um, I'll just answer. I, my. So apart from, you mentioned about Dan, about the transaction volume, which is an important aspect of change that everybody is running towards the scalability. Ethereum is now Ethereum 2.0 because of the same thing. um, but the most important aspect that I see in enterprise scenario is interoperability. As blockchain continues to mature, it networks will require universal interoperability standards, and currently bridges help achieve cross-chain interoperability. um, you know a combination of on-chain smart contracts and off-chain relayers that work in tandem to transmit information from one chain to another. Um, this context of interoperability and layer 1 and layer 2 chains is also helping big blockchain pioneers in scalability, resolving their scalability issue as well. So I see an on-chain smart contract is auto validating all the transferred information to eliminate the need of trust of any intermediaries. And then there are off-chain relayers which are decentralized. So yeah, that's a big change which I see, you know technically, apart from scalability, interoperability is the thing for enterprises.
I just want to add one more point to this. So how Hyperledger Fabric and Hyperledger Base or Hyperledger products differ from others? In case of transaction value, if we take this Hyperledger Fabric, it is able to give more transaction. That is why, because is the architecture of Hyperledger Fabric is designed in such a way that the scalability is improved. You have the plug and play components. And one more thing is we have the channel concept, which is the most important thing about this Hyperledger Fabric. So with this channels concept and plug and play components, we are able to achieve more transactions per second. That is, more number of transactions can be processed. As well as this Hyperledger Fabric is giving one more option for us. We can do the interoperability with other kinds of blockchain. So we can ask some transactions to be performed by other blockchain platforms, and whatever the main transactions that has to be performed by Fabric, it can also be done with the help of this interoperability and channels concept and plug and play components. Hyperledger Fabric is able to process more transactions.
Okay,
I would also like to add one more point, like as everybody mentioned here about the scalability. So yeah, scalability is one issue with the public chains. And when we talk about Ethereum and Bitcoin have an issue of block size as well. It's a limited block size, and even the transaction throughput is also reduced at an extent. So when we talk about the Hyperledger Fabric, Besu, or even R3 Corda, these are the private networks based on BFTs or consortium based. So in BFT, what we have a benefit of voting mechanism. So when we have 2-3 majority for any network, so the transaction process time will be reduced to an extent. So I guess this is one benefit for if we talk about the private networks or consortium based networks.
Ethan, you wanted to add something? I still
Yes,
see.
I want to add one more thing, how to handle the volume of transactions. See, sharding is one of the technique where the blockchain network is divided into a smaller group of participant nodes. That is, these are known as what shards, and each shard is responsible for processing a subset of transactions. Means they are responsible only for validating their transactions only. Okay, so the task or work is divided parallelly. Okay, so by distributing this workload across the different shards, which are group of the nodes. Okay, so sharding enables the blockchain network to process high volume of transactions in parallel. So this is one of the technique. See, this improves the scalability as well as the throughput.
Also,
Right.
more research is also being carried out nowadays. Layer 2 solutions like making use of off-chains, side chains, and then other solutions like optimizing the consensus mechanism so that the transactions can be processed very fast manner. All these things add up to the scalability factors.
All right, I have few questions on the chat window also. I'll quickly read them out. So this is Kannan. He's asking that I believe that using smart contracts in permissioned blockchain networks, such as own or private blockchain, is is the way to allow updating and preservation of details in the blockchain supply chain. Am I correct in this assumption? That's question number one. The second is, can we grant certain privileges to trustworthy people who can verify and amend supply chain data, improving transparency and traceability in the supply chain management procedure? So anybody would like to take that up? Is the question clear? Or maybe Kanan, you can ask us to unmute you if you want to ask your question. I'm not sure if the panelists are able to get the question correctly. So it would be better if you can come and talk about your question. Okay, there is one more question by the time you request for unmuting rights. Sashna S is asking that, can you please put some light on the consensus of Hyperledger Fabric? Consensus mechanism. So anybody, maybe Megha, Goranshi. Yeah, Dr. Meenakshi.
Different consensus mechanisms are there: the proof of work, proof of stake, and many other consensus mechanisms.
Your voice is a bit low. I don't know if it is only for me or for everybody.
Am I audible? Now is it clear?
Yeah, it's better now. Yeah.
Okay. So proof of work is there, proof of stake is there, the proof of work as it is the miners are there who solves the complex mathematical problems, and whoever solves it get the first, they will add the block to the chain. And the proof of stake, there are validators. Instead of miners, there are validators. These are invited to create a new block based on how many cryptocurrencies they are putting as a stake. And many other mechanisms are also there.
Am I audible?
Yes, Goranshi, you are.
Right. So there are various phases to consensus of Hyperledger Fabric. So we have this one entity which is known as orderer in Hyperledger Fabric. So orderer is responsible for managing the order of the transactions into the Hyperledger Fabric blockchain. So also we have this one concept of choosing the leader, which is mostly known as admin of the Hyperledger Fabric. So after choosing the admin, the admin is responsible for organizing all the transactions. So this is what the whole consensus algorithm can be related in Hyperledger Fabric, I believe. Yeah.
All right. So I'm not sure, Surya, if the panelists have experience on VChain or Morpheus network. If anybody is aware of, maybe if you can put up your question, what specifically you are asking in terms of VChain and Morpheus network, I think that would be a little better. We'll just take one last question, and then we'll wrap it up because we are just 2 minutes now. So the last question is, Anuria is asking, if the clients are now pioneer, would you see the future as the network of multiple private blockchains? Is if that's the case, how is user identity managed over the network of blockchain? I think it's a question not for 2 minutes, but anybody would like to just quickly say a few lines, I think that should be all. That should be the closing.
I
Yeah,
think
Shikha.
I would just like to add, and you said it right, that it's a lengthy discussion. But then, when I said that, most of the customers are blockchain pioneers, um, and it is not just related to, it would be their choice of solution that they want to go for public blockchains and private blockchain. But yes, a lot of customers I see going for private blockchain setup as well, where they want to decide the rules of the game, right? They want to decide on who will join the network. So there are a lot of consideration, where why people are deflecting towards private blockchain, and that's just because of the reason that where they would want to decide the rules of the game. And then user identity, because it would be a private blockchain, then you would know that who is going to join on that network. You would be well aware. And of course, in enterprise world, you cannot just have a number of people joining. You would always be aware that who is going to have a stake in the blockchain, and everything is designed accordingly. Unlike the cryptocurrency based public blockchains, where any anonymous users could join and transact. But private blockchain is another altogether a different world, where everything is shared between that ecosystem. And identities are encrypted, decrypted, based on the choice of design. That's my 2 cents.
Of course, and thank you. It was of course a question of not 2 minutes. Thank you so much for summarizing that very well. Megha, last
Yeah,
comments from you. You wanted to
yeah, somebody asked about the VeChain. So I would just like to give some of the insights about the VeChain. It's they're basically providing the infrastructure for tagging, like I already mentioned. Like they are working for in the tagging part. So in their recent developments, they are already working for RFIDs and NFCs, but now they are embedding RFCs and RFT in one chip so that they can be used for the warehouses, because their inspection is a huge, because in warehouses a lot of products are going, the packagings are going on, and you need inspection and all. So they are emitting both RFID and NFC for a proper inspections. And also, one of the practical example is there is one better barista startup that is they are working, they are selling their coffee beans, and they are collecting coffee beans from Myanmar. So VeChain is supporting them for traceability, so they are using VeChains as well, VeChain network for their startup as well. So yeah, this is the information from my end.
I think it was such delight speaking to all of you and getting a lot of information, insights, and generally a topic which is so had been talked so much. It's very, very difficult to take something new, give your insights. I think did a wonderful job. Thank you so much, everybody coming on a Saturday morning and helping the community grow with information. Thank you so much. And any last comments, if you want to give just one line, I would open it because we have another presentation. But one quick liners from all of you.
Right. So I would like to say that when it comes to blockchain, the applications of both private and public blockchain is immense. When it comes to more of decentralization, then people opt for public blockchain. And when it comes to more knowing each other stakeholders, then it's private blockchain. So we have immense opportunities in both the sectors. It just depends upon organizations' expectations. Right.
Very true, very true.
The internet is going to face the new paradigm shift of Web3. When you take this Web3, it is just going to be a decentralization concept, which is going to work on this blockchain technology. So in future, each and everyone is going to use this blockchain technology.
Right. Dr. Meenakshi, any last closing thoughts from you?
See, blockchain is the emerging technology. The skills are needed to develop the blockchain for small scale industries or organizations also. because there are some hesitations from the stakeholder. Means they're not encouraged so much. The financial issues are also there for small type of businesses. So the education must be provided so that they can implement the blockchain in the smaller organizations also.
All right. Chital?
Um, I just want to thank you all that, because supply chain was my first of the use case that I focused when I started with blockchain 10 years back, and it's so refreshing that I could talk about it years later. I was obviously nervous, but I think whenever you just talk about blockchain and someone trigger about it, we all know that the people who work on blockchain area, they get excited. We say why not. So it was so refreshing to talk to you all and hear your thoughts. I'm working in totally different world, CBDC's world, so things have changed a lot for me. But yes, a very informative sharing session it was. Thank you.
Megha?
Thank you, everyone, for sharing your insights, your knowledge with all of us. And the only thing I would like to add is everyone is now going in this direction, implementation of blockchain in supply chain management. But still, there are lack of awareness. People still don't know much about it, and also technical expertise are also not very much included in this. So I wish that we will be more aware about it, and surely we will have more technical people in this field as well for the implementation.
True, true. I agree. I agree. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you, and thank you to all the attendees. Great questions, and thank you, panelists. Bye bye.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ritu, and thank you all
Bye. Thank you,
participants.
Ritu. Bye. Thank you, everyone.
Thank
Bye.
you.
Thank you, everyone. And I wish to add one line. There are a lot of messages popping out in the message box, congratulating everyone. It's a great session. People are enjoying you. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Anusuya, for taking care of the back end entirely, and the entire team also. All right, so what do we have next? Are you guys ready for some more information and more details about a new research? So I would like to welcome Dr. Vinu. Dr. Vinu, if you can just open up your camera. I would like to just quickly talk about Dr. Vinu. So Dr. Vinu is a faculty member at the College of Computing and Information Sciences, University of Technology and Applied Science in Muscat, Oman. She obtained a master's degree in computer science, a master degree in information technology, and she's a PhD in computer science. She successfully completed over 15 funded research projects supported by the Ministry of Higher Education, Research and Innovation in Oman. She has authored 10 book chapters and 45 plus reviewed articles in major international journals. And she has presented her research papers at many international conferences and published around 24 plus articles in the conference proceedings. Her research interest lies in, of course, blockchain. That's why she's here, artificial intelligence and data mining. It's my pleasure to, ask Dr. Vinu to please come in. And the topic is quite interesting, and I love the magic of the words here. Learning meets ledger, blockchain's impact on the educational domain. So over to you, Dr. V.
Thank you, Ritu. And thank you, Hyperledger Foundation India Chapter, for giving me this opportunity. I'm happy to share the stage with you. And good morning to all. Hope the voice is clear, no?
Yeah, we can see you and we can hear you clearly. Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So without much delay, I will share my screen.
Sure.
Okay, fine. So welcome to my presentation. So I was listening to the panel discussion, a different use case from supply chain management. So my topic is in educational domain. So usually my talk is mainly the audience will be purely academia. So this is little different. All the techies are here, I feel. So thank you very much for joining, and thank you very much once again for giving me this opportunity. So this is my agenda today. I'll be talking about the challenges and then how blockchain can revolutionize these challenges in the educational domain, then some use cases, opportunities, and then research directions, then something about my research project, a completed one related to blockchain, and then the ongoing research projects and the challenges of implementing or adopting blockchain in education sector. Now, first of all, when we talk about the challenges in education, you know, education is expensive, so the expenses are growing. And major issue in education industry is the fake degrees or fake credentials and producing all the forged documents. So this is actually a major issue, and it is not only impacting the that particular victims. It's actually undermining the value of education for everyone. So employers doesn't know whom to trust, whether even if our degree certificates are genuine, the trust is lost sometimes. So it is really a struggle for the employers to find out what is genuine and what is fake. So this is really a problem in education industry. Some other issues are sometimes learners are not able to show their or demonstrate their complete range of skills, what they have. And another issue is for the increase, we need a personalized learning platform or personalized pathways. And so that means we have to increase the customization and we have to offer flexibility in the learning. So current traditional education, maybe these all the things are not completely addressed. So let us look at these headlines from the news media. I have taken from different news papers. In India, many were reported the fake degrees, and a few are from international, just some paper cuttings from Africa, from UK, etc. So when you see these headlines, we can more are reported from health sector. Okay, so that is actually playing with the human life. Maybe unfortunately at a later stage only these fake degrees are caught, and then maybe they are suspended or their license are cancelled. But by that time, maybe, you know, if it is from a health sector, this is really a problem. So this is a growing threat, degree mills. So they are like fake or fraudulent business and they sell fake degrees. And we have to understand $7 billion annually they generate. As per the research, they generate an estimated $7 billion annually from these fake diplomas and certificates. So as I mentioned before, employers struggle a lot to find out qualified candidates, those who are with required skills. Okay, maybe they'll take time to verify it with the universities or the institutions from where they have taken these certifications. Now, here comes the power of blockchain. Okay, so because now in this crisis, actually, we need a secure and a transparent and a reliable system to authenticate our certificates. So now we will see how blockchain can revolutionize the way we learn and the way we manage education. So I think no need to explain about the definition of blockchain, we know that it is tamper-proof, secure. It offers a transparent way, and everyone trusts it. When you store data and information in blockchain, it is nearly impossible to alter or change the records saved in them. So we'll see how blockchain transform the learning. So it's a secure, transparent, and tamper-proof record of transactions. And as far as learning is concerned, we can have personalized pathways blockchain can offer when we combine it with different technologies. And it is a global knowledge sharing platform. Now coming to the characteristics of blockchain. So as we all know that it is a distributed ledger that is shared across a network, and the data is kept in blocks, and these blocks are linked together in the order, and it is difficult to change the records. Now, when we see blockchain, we have many potential applications, but education is a key use case, I can say. A lot of options are available, or we can explore many applications we can implement using blockchain technology. And from the panel, we heard about smart contracts. So we can implement smart contracts, and it can be used to automate the agreements, whatever education workflows, policies, we can streamline all those things. And we have consensus mechanisms to check whether there is a proper common agreement among, and we can have it in validity and preventing the fraud things. Now coming to the different things, how education sector can be improved using blockchain. So I have just noted few use cases: a secure and trustworthy credentialing, IP protection and knowledge sharing, personalized learning pathways and adaptive assessments, decentralized learning, funding and resource management. There are a lot of use cases, but just I concentrated on main part. Now coming to secure and trustworthy credential. So first of all, permanent tamper-proof records. That means universities can store the credentials or the student transcripts, their achievements, everything in blockchain. And when the learner or when the student goes for an interview, or when he want to produce his certificates, the employer, it is easy for the employer for quickly verifying the credentials. So it can save the administrative overhead and time. Otherwise, usually when we want to, or the employer wants to verify, usually they a message or they call the particular institution. If it is a private, they call and they inquire about the person. Or if it is a university, suppose the employer is or the student is shifting to another university, the university has to authenticate that this is a valid certificate, and it takes time actually. So if we have a blockchain based system for this, this is very easy and quickly we can verify the credentials. And another important thing is the ownership. Like, the students gain control over their records, and they can decide with whom they want to share their data, like their certificates, everything. Usually we carry all these things. Sometimes we save it in cloud or anything. So blockchain based meaning, it's like really reliable and transparent, and the student or the person can decide with whom we can show the certificate, and we can support it. So this is first one. So secure and trustworthy credentialing. So we have these different options here for implementing blockchain. Then coming to the second use case, personalized learning paths and adaptive assessments. So here, blockchain, one option is skill-based tracking. So that means, learners, now we have lot of options. We don't need to go to the universities or the colleges for the real education. Many different courses, like micro courses are available on different topics. So whatever courses you complete, your skills can be added to these blockchain. So skill-based tracking is possible. So customized learning is another option, that is like using machine learning algorithms, and AI can help blockchain in this. So as per the learner's strengths and weakness, we can customize the learning pathways. So, or a tailor-made summary or the topics can be given to a learner and he can choose that path. So AI and deep learning, or AI and machine learning algorithms can play a big role here. Also regarding adaptive assessments, like for example, we completed some specific skill, and once you update that in your ledger, some assessments can be triggered. So these assessments can be adaptive as per the skills we add to the ledger. So, it's like usually we upload our resume, and sometimes we don't have an option there to update our resume unless they provide that option. So this is like we have the ledger and we update our skills there. So based on that, the assessments can be adaptive. Okay, so this is another use case of education. Now coming to IP protection and knowledge sharing platform. So here, protecting student and educator work. So, we are researchers. So we publish research papers. Also, maybe we have a channel, or we have some websites where we post educational materials. So how we will protect them? So this is really a concern in academia regarding the research papers publication. So research papers and any other content, whatever you publish, you can track it in the blockchain. So this is really a good one, protecting our work. Then micro payments for content. So like, based on the usage, the generator, whoever generated that content or whoever is the author of that content, they can be given some incentive. So they can be awarded micropayments for the content as per the usage. So this is another option from the this use case. Then peer review networks. Research paper publications, we have review systems. So each journal or conference, they follow different review systems. So if you have a blockchain-based network, it's like a really transparent one, and even reviewers can be rewarded. So this is another option here, peer review networks. Now coming to decentralized learning, direct connection. For example, I am maybe skilled in deep learning. So I want to give some tutoring on that particular topic. Other learners can directly connect with me. So there is a direct connection. We don't need another, a third party. Intermediate is not required. I can directly connect with my students. Whoever is interested, they can connect with me, and it can be global. Anybody who wish to learn about that topic, I can directly connect with them. And coming to the reputation systems, always whenever we want to subscribe for some courses, or if you want to purchase, we look reviews usually. So we don't know whether these reviews are really, can we believe that? So reputation systems. So related to the educators' reviews. So if you have it in a blockchain-based system, we can trust that. The reviews about that course, about that tutor, we can really believe those things. So this is like decentralized learning. So we don't need a platform there, a third party there. The students can directly connect with me or whoever wish to contribute. Now coming to funding and resource management, in educational domain, sometimes there are supporters or donations are coming. Now the donors will be able to keep track how their funds are utilized in their educational purpose. So this is one option there. Transparent donation. Okay, so once the donations are given, usually maybe donors are not aware. we put their names and then suppose they are supporting us in an event. So if we have a blockchain based system, then the donors will be able to understand where exactly that fund is utilized. Similarly, when grants are allocated, okay, so the disbursement of the grants can be based on some milestones of the particular group. So this grant will be allocated. So we can have smart contracts implemented in such a way that these grants will be dispersed to the particular group once they complete a milestone. Same for crowdfunding for the project. So maybe educational institutions, they want to invite these funding, they can give the crowd, they can implement a blockchain based platform, and they can really acquire the funds for projects or for some other events. So this is also another application we can implement. So adding all these are the opportunities we have. We can have micro credentialing. Like once you have small skills, you can add it to the ledger, and then the employers or whoever wish, they can track that skills. Scholarship, as I told before, scholarship or grant disbursement, secure student record management, decentralized learning, IP protection for the work, personalized learning path creation. Then another thing is attendance verification and incentivization. So it's like, maybe we can have like those who have a consistent record of attendance. We can offer some incentives, not in the case of not like money or any other courses, or we can give free courses for such students to promote them or to motivate them. Then peer-to-peer learning and reward systems. That is also here we have in the university a peer tutoring, like seniors, they teach junior students, so we give them small incentives. Then streamlined accreditation validation. So these are the opportunities offered by blockchain to the education landscape. Now, again, I want to talk about the research directions in educational domain. One is personalized and adaptive learning. So, now we have generative AI, explainable AI, all different sorts of AI are coming. Okay, so how we can utilize that, or how we can integrate that in blockchain. So personalized and adaptive learning, we can have machine learning algorithms which can analyze the styles of the learners, like what exactly they are using, if it is a video or they are using the chats, or it's like simulations, what is their learning pattern. So we can just understand that, and we can give personalized learning paths to them. And in my earlier slide, I already mentioned about adaptive learning. So each learner is different. Maybe they have strengths and weaknesses different. So as per, it's not like same content is delivered to all the learners. It's like, adaptive as per the learner. So deep learning algorithms or machine learning algorithms can identify the patterns, how the students learn, what are the learning strategies they follow. So deep learning or machine learning can really help them. Then content recommendation and creation. This is what I mentioned before. AI assistants can be provided here to recommend some content. Okay, we are all having that currently. Once we enroll in some courses, next day onwards, we'll be getting different messages saying that this is another course which other students also enrolled or purchased. So content can be recommended. Also, AI can assist you in creating these types of contents. So on blockchain, we can implement all these things. So you integrate machine learning or artificial intelligence with blockchain technology. So this is one research direction. Then coming to automated evaluation. So automated evaluation, like, you can have AI to evaluate the answer scripts. So if it is in a blockchain, that means it's secured. Okay, and AI is there to help you to secure, help you to generate or automate or evaluate your answer scripts. Then decentralized reputation systems. Earlier we saw that we can have blockchain-based reputation systems, and then such rating or such reputation systems, once the ratings are available, okay, we can believe, we can trust because it's from blockchain, it's stored in the blockchain. Then intelligent tutoring and feedback. This is another research direction, intelligent tutoring and feedback. So we can have AI, generative AI can be used here along with the blockchain, and you can have, virtual tutors. And also we can ask the feedback or store the feedback in a blockchain-based system. So this is another research direction in educational domain. Now, last research option or research opportunities in collaborative knowledge creation and sharing. So, we can have AI tools to, earlier, all these are like interconnected. Okay, we can have AI support in creating the knowledge and sharing the knowledge globally. So consider all these are options available. We can implement in a blockchain-based system with the support of artificial intelligence. Okay, so it's not only a blockchain we are considering. We are merging different technologies together. Now, these are few research projects I have completed. One was JobChain. It was a blockchain platform for job seekers and ministries in Oman. Actually, they don't have a proper system here. They usually put it in social media about the vacancies. So we were trying to provide a blockchain platform to enhance the trust, validity, and accountability between the job seekers and the ministry. So ministries like the government agents or government institutions, they post the vacancies. And then the job seekers will be able to understand about the vacancies, and they can upload their resume, all those things. So these are the two research papers published. It was already completed in 2019. And then afterwards, I was involved in another blockchain project. This is like, about the fund allocation. So in the country, a State General Reserve Fund, that is the body which manages external funds. So we were trying to implement a blockchain prototype. So in both cases, these are research projects. So main concentration will be in the prototyping. Coming to the implementation, we know the technical difficulty. So from a project point of view, a research project point of view, the requirement was publications and a prototype. So that was done. So these two were the projects, and two research papers were published each, and in journal and Springer publications. Now, this is one ongoing project. This is related to the education. Um, it was sometimes difficult to find out proper skills. If you want to conduct a workshop or a seminar, usually through known contacts, we search, and then we ask them, and then sometimes they agree. So we thought to have a blockchain network to share data about academicians and researchers. Usually we are looking for researchers who can join our project, like collaborating in the country. So we don't know about them, like what is their skill, which area they are efficient in. So this project proposes a permission blockchain, like somewhat of consortium chain, to improve the academic collaboration and exchange of expertise. And this platform, we plan to securely maintain and exchange the credentials, including their technical knowledge, research competence, and the consultation availability. So that, the advantage is that institutions can easily find qualified professionals. Suppose I'm looking for a keynote speakers, or I want to have a workshop and I want a skilled person, a technical expertise on that. So this type of networks will really help me to find. So this is my ongoing research project. This year, hopefully we are planning to complete it. Now coming to the challenges of blockchain. So we saw there are a lot of opportunities or use cases from the educational domain itself. Okay, but we have a lot of challenges when we go for a real implementation. Okay, a prototype is okay, but for a real implementation, what are the challenges? One is the technical complexity. Implementing and maintaining these structures, we require specialized because we are academia, so we want the expertise for the real implementation. And already we have systems here. So how we can integrate? Once a blockchain solution is provided, how you will integrate to the existing systems, how they can communicate, how it can be integrated. Scalability, educational domain. So we have large volumes of data. And so this is another question. Scalability solutions are very crucial here. Then clear guidelines. Clear guidelines. Still, when we talk about Bitcoin, still we have always, we have not completely convinced. Is it legal or not? So we are not now talking about Bitcoin, but technology we are talking. So we should have a clear legal guidelines so that we can adopt it in the education sector. Cost of implementation, the software, investing in software, hardware, and how the maintenance will be. So all these are another challenge. Another last thing is need for collaboration. So we are there, we have the ideas, how we can improve the educational practices. So there must be a strong cooperation and teamwork between educators, technical people, and policymakers. So these are a few challenges of implementing blockchain in education. Now, as a summary, blockchain can really revolutionize the education because it enables personalized learning, verification of credentials, and we can have an academic collaboration because the records, whatever we store in blockchain, they are tamper-proof and we can really trust. So what we need is a collaborative effort from all the academia, the technical people, and the policymakers. Then only this will come to a reality. Now, as a concluding note, I would like to say the future of education is not about textbook, it's about trust. So thank you very much. Hope I didn't exceed my time. So thank you very much for listening. And these are the references I have used to prepare the talk. So thank you once again.
Thank you so much, Dr. Vinu. It was really very, very insightful. I just loved hearing you.
Thank you.
Anybody has any questions, please feel free to ask. We can unmute you. Chaya Kashyap is asking a question. I'm asking you to unmute yourself.
Thank you.
Anasuya.
Hello, everyone. Hello, ma'am. Okay, first of all, I would like to share that I'm very, very new to blockchain. I've literally started researching on this a few days back, and I was not able to find any mentor. I hope that I am not like a wrong audience here, but I just wanted to, understand that how should a newbie get started? Because when I'm looking for courses, there are a few courses around, mostly certification courses and things like that. But if I want to pursue it while working, how can I do that? Or what is the better way of studying blockchain and the technology? Should I like go for a full-time course, or can I do it with my work as well?
Regarding the you are looking for the implementation, you want a hands-on, no?
Yes, yes. I'm
Yeah.
I'm very, very new to this.
Yeah, what I feel is like, how I started, we had a course here. We want to teach the students. There was a blockchain course. So that time, the resources were very, very less. Okay. So I only prepared the syllabus. I prepared with the Hyperledger. And then I just started by directly looking to the Hyperledger website. And then this is how I started. But now you have a lot of institutes that offer hands-on training. One is Kerala Blockchain Academy. I think they offer a good good workshops, and then offline and online. So that is one option you can do. Like you can, but when you enroll, make sure it will be like a practical sessions, because theory is easy, we can understand, but once you are inside, you have to practice. You have to practice, and then daily you have to complete that course. So that will be better for you if you want to learn. Earlier we had Composer long back, so it was very easy to start. Like any beginners were able to understand how blockchain works. But now it is direct link is not provided. Hyperledger Fabric is available, so you can but go for a practical course. Like they offer a practical sessions. So we have many institutions which offer offline and online courses. So that will be better for you. That's what I feel.
All right, thank you so much for the answer. Any further questions from anyone?
Yeah, Amrita has shared the Hyperledger training link website, so you can go through that.
Superb. And also, Chaya, you can offline message me on LinkedIn, and I'll connect you with, especially on the Hyperledger part of it. I'll let you know what all you need to be working on to start your journey here. All right. All right. We have Ghan also. Let me just. Okay, I think you can unmute. You are already all right. Okay,
Right.
please go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Venu, for those sensitive, I think, insights. This topic is very important. So I think you are into this domain for a very long time already. You have seen it firsthand. So considering the current state of affairs of the education system, what do you see? What are those low-hanging opportunities in terms of the use cases which are to be tapped upon right away, and maybe down the line in next 3 years you would want see happening. You want to see happening.
I feel the the authentication of the certificates. This is, but the implementation side, I have doubt regarding that, because not only the university should decide. There are other stakeholders should cooperate, but that is really a big thing, because we are getting lot of delay in authenticating our credentials. Even once we go outside, still sometimes it takes 1 or 2 years to get the authentication of our credentials. Suppose we completed PhD, so this is really a problem. So if we can, some universities already, I think abroad, they have implemented blockchain based verification. So we can reduce the time delays. Another option is the education online courses offering. So if I'm interested, I can have a blockchain based online, tutoring, so that learners can directly connect with me without a third party. hope I answered your question.
Thank you, Dr. Vinu. It was a really wonderful session. I really enjoyed all like whatever you have shared. So it is very
Thank you.
insightful and like people are like appreciating you. Thank you.
Thank
Thanks
you.
a
Thank
lot.
you so much.
Any other questions, please? Okay, I think there are no questions. Once again, thank you, Dr. Vinu. We'll
Thank
move
you.
on to the next session. Okay. Welcome back, everyone. So we had Dr. Vinu with us. So now we are getting into our second panel. Give us a minute's time. Let me pull on the speakers on stage.
Don't worry, I'm doing that for you.
Yeah, thank you. I think we need one more person, right? Magdalena is also on the call. Can you pin her? Hi, lovely ladies. Very good afternoon, and for some it is midnight. Thank you for being awake to honor us, and thanks for accepting our invite. Okay. We are now starting the panel 2 discussion, Sustainability and Social Impact, Harnessing Blockchain for Positive Change. I am Dr. Anusriya Thrace Innocent, your moderator for this panel. I'm the founder and director of Biniworld Innovations Private Limited. So I have around 20 years of teaching and research experience before starting jumping into my entrepreneurial journey. Like I have a PhD in computer science and engineering, and in my thesis, I developed secure computation protocols, optimization of the secure computation protocols, and I proposed a blockchain framework also, especially focusing on the public blockchain. And recently I heard that is actually implemented. I don't know whether they have referenced my work or not, but I'm happy for that. And to give to the society at least tenfold whatever I have received from the society, I have taken up the entrepreneurial journey. And Biniworld, like it is working on achieving green and clean environment by incorporating IoT with blockchain. And first, we are focusing on the solar energy. And I can tell, I can boast about me as an active member of Hyperledger Foundation. I can tell I am the lead of student chapter in Hyperledger India Chapter, and then I am the co-chair of Hyperledger Healthcare Special Interest Group. So like we are enjoying this journey. All are volunteers here, and we welcome you also to be a volunteer and grow together. So and from Biniworld, we have completed our design part as a collaborative learning program with Hyperledger Foundation. The name as Bini BFT, like a highly scalable, secure BFT for enterprise blockchain, especially focusing on Fabric that we have done. So it's like innovations for future world is our motto, and that is what we are working on currently. So I have talked about me, and now it is my duty to welcome all my beautiful and very eminent speakers. So I still like one is missing. Magdalena, are you there? Okay.
Yeah, for some reason I can't spotlight her. The option is not coming. So
okay. I made her co-host. Okay, I will introduce and then I will bring. Oh, she is not in the meeting currently. Okay, we will wait for her. Meanwhile, I will introduce others. We have Priyanka Tiwari, AVP of People and Culture Systems at Sea. She plays a pivotal role in enhancing company performance through strategic HR initiatives and fostering a workspace that champions blockchain infrastructure's potential. With an extensive background in the HR spanning over a decade, Priyanka has been instrumental for fostering workplaces that thrive on engagement, innovation, and growth. At SEEV, her efforts are focused on leveraging HR practices to not only drive the company's mission forward, but also to ensure that the team is deeply engaged in contributing to sustainable development initiatives. Holding an MBA from Amity University and a bachelor's in psychology from Delhi University, Priyanka approaches human resources with holistic perspective, seamlessly integrating employee well-being with strategic organizational goals. Her professional journey has been characterized by a series of strategic roles that have allowed her to contribute significantly to organizational development, employee engagement, and building sustainable HR practices. Today, she looks forward to sharing her valuable insights and discussing the transformative power of blockchain in realizing global sustainability and social impact goals. We have, welcome Priyanka.
Thank you so much.
We have Gia Mathu, based on Calgary, Alberta, has over 14 years of experience in the oil and gas industry and environmental sustainability. That's a wow. She has a diverse background in law, geology, and venture capital experiences. She's passionate about renewable energy development and sustainability practices and is currently launching a green fintech platform focused on propelling and financing clean energy development in the US. We welcome you, Gia.
Hey everyone, thank you for having me.
Thank you. And we have Nandita. She is currently serving as a senior blockchain consultant at Renault Nissan Mitsubishi and a Web3 advocate at Central DAO, engaging in collaborative community work to voice out the importance and value of Web3 adoption through various community engagement models. And she acted as a subject matter expert and an educator for various tech ed groups and so on. Nandita brings with her a wealth of experience and a passion for driving impactful change within the blockchain community. With a proven track record in engaging stakeholders, providing technical leadership to drive projects forward, to developing and implementing cutting-edge blockchain solutions. Nandita has demonstrated her proficiency in crafting interoperability frameworks, self-sovereign identity solutions, and central bank digital currency initiatives. Her journey in blockchain has been enriched by certifications from industry leaders such as IBM and Blockchain Council, as well as her academic pursuits at the Frankfurt School of Finance and Management. We welcome you, Nandita.
Thank you, Anusha.
And we have lovely Ankita Padidar from Ironworks with us. I request you to give a brief introduction about you, please.
Hello everyone. Thanks, Anasia. So, I am Ankita Patidar, engineer at heart and working as tech lead at Ironworks Technology Solutions. So I have 9+ years of experience, and I have been working in blockchain space from past 6+7 years, close to 7 years, from various EVM compatible blockchains to Hyperledger projects. like Fabric, Sawtooth, Indie, Aries, and Oncreds, and Besu. From past 6 years, I'm extensively working on building enterprise-grade decentralized identity solution. And I also actively participate in a wider global community that focuses on self-sovereign identity solution. That's about me, and thanks for having me here.
Thank you, Ankita. That's very nice to know about you. And we have Magdalena Kubica with us. Am I pronouncing your name correctly, Magdalena?
Yes, hi everyone. It's a
Yeah,
pleasure to
thank
be
you.
here.
Magdalena
for
is the
inviting me.
director of, sorry. Magdalena is the director of Poland Digital Business Services, IT leader with a dual master's degree in engineering and project management, supplemented by a range of certifications. Her 20-year career, which includes a decade in London, New York, and Kuala Lumpur, has spanned IT consulting via project, program, delivery management, operations, and new leading digital business services in Poland. Focused on modern technologies and people development in the dynamic tech industry, Magdalena has a special interest in blockchain. Earning a blockchain strategy certificate from Oxford and SAIT Business School 2018. Passionate about utilizing technology to solve complex problems and create valuable solutions, always with an eye on sustainability and social impact. Magdalena also drives digital business growth, brand building, and strong team development in Poland. A mentor dedicated to lifelong learning, Magdalena balances her professional life with personal passions, including training as a glider pilot and engaging in water sports, all while fostering self-growth and helping others achieve their potential. That's a wow, Magdalena. We welcome you once again.
It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And you are awake, I think it is 1 a.m. now for you.
It's 8 a.m., so it's early morning.
Oh, okay. So Gia is okay. No, that's
1
great.
a.m.
That's
for
great.
me.
Great.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, so we will get into our panel directly. The very first question, like it is a kind of complex and very easy question, I can tell. How do you envision this blockchain technology reshaping the landscape of sustainability and the social impact initiatives in the coming years? This question is open for all. Anyone can go ahead. Yes, please.
Should I go ahead to start
Yes,
with?
yes.
And I just can contribute. So absolutely, when we start talking about how blockchain can play a part in sustainability and social good, it really opens up an exciting blend of innovation and conscience. It's like suddenly technology isn't about gadgets and apps anymore. It's about tackling some of the major pressing issues that we today face as a global community. And it covers everything from climate change to making sure everyone gets a fair shake. So initially, when blockchain came into being, it was more seen as a Bitcoin or a cryptocurrency and something to do with financial markets. But now the role has changed to a much richer one. It has, if I'm right on saying, it has become a beacon of hope, especially for people who are working very closely in the sustainability and social impact sector. And why is that? It's because what blockchain stands for, the very principle on which it is built, which are the principles of immutability. You cannot tamper with the data. The transparency, you know from where it starts, the very source to the very end result. You can track it all. And then decentralization. There's no central authority sitting on top who can, if they want to, alter the course of the impact it is trying to drive. So these are like very, very the basic needs that we have for anything to run successfully in sustainability sector or social impact sector. And therefore, blockchain here is promising not just being a tool in the toolbox, rather a transformative force which can actually bring about the change that we are all waiting for. For an instance, if we take a use case of a social impact sector, which we talk about as aid distribution or donations, charities, philanthropy, something like blockchain can induce trust in humanity on the larger extent. Currently, there are a lot of people who run NGOs for different causes of social impact, be it childcare, orphanages, healthcare. They all exist today as well. There is a group of there is a section of society that also contributes there. But because the kind of things that have come up in the past, where there is a lot of mismanagement, where there is a lot of malpractices happening in this area, a lot of people curtail themselves that engaging in such initiatives or contributing towards them. And with blockchain technology putting its foot here in this sector would benefit the donor knows who they are donating to and what impact it got. Suppose I want to contribute to a cancer cause, and I can see which patient got benefited, what kind of treatment was done for that individual. So it gives a different kind of satisfaction, and I know that the cause is right, that the benefit is there, and I would love to do it again and again and again. So the holding factors can be removed or at least mitigated to an extent which really flourishes the sustainability and social impact sector. That's what I believe. And there are a lot of other use cases. I'll put it out to others to answer along.
That's wonderful, Priyanka. And Magdalena, you would like to go next?
Yes, sure. So I think I would like to bring one example of the decentralized autonomous organizations. I find it very interesting for the social impact because we all use social media like Facebook or Instagram. So what happens if, for example, in one day, Facebook or Instagram, they decide that they will shut down the platform or our account is not valid anymore? So then we lose the entire network, we lose our data, we lose our account. So there is pretty large social impact for people. So where the blockchain comes, and this is the solution, they create a platform which is decentralized. So there is no one central governance for the platform. People are empowered to use their own data, to own their account. And how is it facilitated? So basically with a smart contract, the rules are being induced and the platform is being created. So this is a huge impact for our day-to-day life where people can get more empowerment over their own data. I think this is one of the interesting examples that I would like to bring in. Of course, there's a lot of different ones with transparency and the security of the supply chain, which has the huge impact on everyone as well. I think one more is the green energy, because we all are now in a sphere where people are being incentivized to use the renewable energies because of the climate issues. So what happens is the green energy tokens can be issued through the blockchain. So people and the households who produce the green energy, for example, through the solar panels, they will get the tokens, and pretty much they can trade the tokens because the energy companies, they will act as market makers, and they will pass through these tokens, for example, to the organizations who are interested in being more green. So how will they be more green? Either they have to invest in the projects, or they can buy the tokens. So this is another positive way how blockchain can bring a sustainable impact. So I think maybe these three examples, it's something that is close to what I'm interested in.
Yeah, thank you. That's really insightful. And actually, like I myself personally, we are into that solar energy, like distribution, carbon credit. So those things, like it's happening actually. Not just in few years, it's already started happening and it will happen more. So few countries, few states have started it and it will happen widely. Everybody, they will be generating their own energy, the green energy and the green environment. We can expect it very shortly and blockchain will act as a backbone for that. Yes. And Nandita, Ankita, anyone?
I can make a
Sure.
comment.
Yeah.
So when it
Yes.
comes down to just climate initiatives, like in the US, for example, the Biden administration passed the Inflation Reduction Act, which is a historic bill, the largest in US history. So they're allocating $370 billion for clean tech development. And I think there's so many ways that blockchain technology can help because a lot of these developers, especially renewable energy developers, they want to protect their data privacy. Manufacturing project components that they get from, whether it be China or Vietnam or anywhere else in the world. So I think blockchain really helps them protect some of their data, right? But at the same time, enhance the transparency. So blockchain also allows for market access. So it doesn't matter where you are creating carbon credits, blockchain technology can facilitate access to global markets by overcoming barriers such as geographical distance, currency conversions, and regulatory compliance. And we also have to remember blockchain is also a new technology, so it's going to create jobs, right? So it's going to create more opportunity for people. So the adoption of this technology will create a demand for skilled professionals in areas like software development, cybersecurity, and also in clean tech, where you're seeing all these emerging ideas come. Carbon credits in the US is going to be tax credits. Right? In the UK as well, they're going to be looking at ways to, secure some tax credit deals. So I think blockchain has a lot of different opportunities, not only economic, but also job creation and also market access to, access to newer markets. Like we saw this in 2020, where in Vietnam, people were playing games and paying off their mortgages. So they were making more money playing a Web3 game versus, having a real job like somewhere else. So I really like the idea of the economic growth and the opportunities that Web3 is going to create in the future.
Yeah, Nandita?
Yeah. To add on to what others have said and to precisely answer your question, I think when we talk about the intersection of blockchain and social slash sustainable initiatives, we are addressing the intersection of innovation and purpose, right? And when we look at it, at the heart of this conversation, we have something called Sustainable Development Goals, which has been devised in order to overcome these challenges. And probably what I see most interesting with blockchain is that it has emerged as a powerful tool in advancing these goals, bettering these goals, just with its inherent nature, which we all know about, be it being immutable or data can be transparent, data can be put in a decentralized way. All these are precisely what we require at the moment in order to address these challenges, be it any discrepancy in handling the data in healthcare or making sure the transparency in financial transactions. Even a single representation of digital identity that is given to an individual would make more sense, because that makes fundamental services accessible to the less fortunate ones, and people become accountable of the work they do. And not just here, when we just look at the commercial sector as well, when you just look at social good and supply chain sector, we've not been talking about the operational inefficiency, but also addressing the social implications. Because of course there has been inefficiencies that hinder the what do I call it, the economic inclusion and perpetuate the inequalities. But this brings in a lot of transparency with the advent of this technology. People become accountable, and the transparency has been ensured in a way.
Thank you, Nandita. Ankita?
I think apart from the points, as Priyanka mentioned, that blockchain started with Bitcoin, but it is more than that. And so we are talking about transparency and traceability in supply chains, right? And which there are 17 goals by 17 Sustainable Development Goals by UN SDG. And I think blockchain can accelerate achieving many of them, like transparency and traceability by supply chain, which can reduce environment degradation and unfair labor in one of them. And about 1 billion people, as Nandita also mentioned, that about 1 billion people on this earth, they do not have official IDs, which means that they cannot access basic facilities like healthcare. And maybe they are likely to be vulnerable without ending up without any opportunities. So there is one more aspect, that a decentralized identity with privacy preserving credentials. That can be a game changer, and one of the goal that is identity for all, which will impact billions of lives, I would say. And like this digital initiative by the cryptography of blockchain is indeed has used potential to revolutionize sustainability and social impact initiatives that are going on.
Thank you, Ankita. And it is actually like there are a lot of things happening, and it will happen like sustainability. For that, we can tell blockchain, it will bring the transparency. And when transparency and trustworthy system is there, people involvement will be automatically there. We can easily achieve the sustainability goals. That's really wonderfully said. And like, what do you think? What are all the technological barriers in implementing like blockchain for sustainable solutions, and how they can be addressed? Like, can I ask you, Priyanka?
Sure. So although very less about tech that I know, however, there are certain very, very visible challenges, and they came up when the actual explosion of the dApps and the extensive use of people who were interacting with those dApps came into being. And as much as it exploded blockchain as a technology, it also kind of highlighted the limitations of the legacy blockchain architectures. So scalability was one of them, which was very important. That is transaction throughput. If we see how blockchain works, blockchain network grows with every transaction, and the data can become extensive over time if the legacy systems are not prepared to handle such an expansion. Like in education sector, just now Dr. Vinu was mentioning that scalability is a concern because the amount of data is huge. Then apart from transaction throughput, transaction cost is also an important factor, which becomes a barrier. So that is one. Then we were also talking about integration with the IoT devices. You know, the effort and the investment required in that is huge from the parties. And because it is decentralized, it is not just one party in question. It is the whole consortium of parties that we are talking about, which brings to another barrier, which is when we talk about sustainability or social impact initiatives, this consortium building for such a solution is also very difficult. It is more of an operational challenge, but has a technical backing. Then we talk about the wallet management. So it is basically user experience deterioration, because the users which exist today are coming from Web 2, which is a very, very matured place. It's in its best matured years, and Web 3 comparatively is much nascent. So things like wallet management, there are a lot of barriers, technological barriers there, because you need to have that private key if you have to do anything in Web3. For an example, if I want to book a cab, with Ola and Uber being there, it is just a click I'm talking about. And even when I have to make a payment, it is another click. But something like this on Web3 through blockchain would need a Web3 wallet, would need a private key, and then I have to pay. Suppose you are providing me the service, I'll have to pay to you. as well as I'll also be paying a transaction fees to the validator who is validating my transaction. And these two are separate to go along. So this becomes very cumbersome and huge and results in deterioration of the whole user experience. So this is another barrier which is there. And then again, regulatory and security concerns are definitely there. When we talk about combating these challenges or these barriers, so scalability, as we discussed in the previous panel, also has the concern has reduced to a very large extent with the onset of as the rollups came in. So the layer 2 of rollups that it removes the problem of scalability because it does it off chain, and then it also then we have alternative L1s as well, the next generation. So they are comparatively the alternate L1s have a much better throughput because you are creating them from the very scratch, and a lot of customizability is also there. They have a lot of new things coming up wherein they can be structured in a better way. And then also we have app chains. If I want to do something in specific like social media, then I can have a very specific application so a very specific blockchain created for that purpose. So these new tech, the strides that we have made in technology have lowered the problem of scalability and transaction cost because they're being built from scratch, so they don't have the same problem as the legacy chains like Ethereum, which had a very high transaction cost. And when we talk about user experience also, there have been a lot of abstract solutions for that, which is helping us move through. We don't need to have a private key along with it. We don't need to worry about the solutions of as in keeping these everything together to make a transaction. We can still survive it with different applications that exist, although not that adopted as of now. It's still in its nascent stage, but it is being worked on. And when we talk about security concerns or regulatory concerns, there are a lot of organizations which are helping in that. Zeev is one of them. So Zeev is basically into blockchain infrastructure. So the entire data security and keeping up with the regulatory frameworks, evolving regulatory frameworks, and securing the transactions, all this are taken care of alongside you. Like when Dr. Venu was mentioning about the project, something like Zeev would really help them cut this regulatory concern problem to a very large extent. So yeah, that's from me. I hope it was
Thank you,
relevant
Priyanka.
to the topic.
You have rightly pinned all the problems. See, like for real world applications, for most of the applications, we want the IoT devices. And IoT devices can be exploited very easily. Security threat is the major concern when we are using that. In a closed environment, we can use it. When we take it to the network, that is highly like don't have security at all. That is what you can tell. So that, and to like address that, we can go ahead with the roof computing level, the blockchain in the roof computing level, we can go ahead. So that will be a good like suggestion from my side, like I can tell. And not only that, when it comes to scalability, see, even Hyperledger, the Hyperledger 3.0, we are going with a smart BFT. And from Biniworld, in collaboration with Hyperledger, like we are developing the Bini BFT. So especially focusing on scalability and throughput. And there is nothing impossible. It can be, but it will take time. And we are all working on that. And we have got very good ideas from the academicians also. So we can collaboratively work together. Yeah. And I would like to hear a little more from Magdalena.
Sure. So I think there is multiple levels of the barriers into the blockchain. So one is, of course, the technology. But I think as the technology gets more mature with every year, these obstacles are getting less and less. So as, for example, the scalability, it was mentioned already. So the solution is to move from layer 1 to layer 2. Then the big concern, it was an energy consumption. So, for example, Ethereum moved from proof of work to proof of stake to resolve this issue. But also, I think interesting is that as we get more blockchains on the market because they solve different issues, there are also blockchains which, by default, or maybe by design, they are prepared to be less energy hungry. So, for example, it can be the Hyperledger Fabric, Indy, or R3 Corda, or maybe even the ADA Cardano. So these blockchains, by the architecture, they will use less energy. So I think the industry is evolving, and as they are already aware of the concerns and the barriers, they are solving it on the go. Another barrier, which is to enter from the technology stand, it is also interoperability. So there's multiple blockchains, they solve different issues, but how do we connect them together? So there's multiple projects at the moment as well that are addressing the interoperability, and they are acting as a hub. For example, the Polkadot is one of the examples, and I think Hyperledger do have a project like that as well. From another stand, the barriers can be not only from the technology stand, but also from the regulations. So among different countries, because we have to look in a wider range on a global scale, because the blockchain, it is cross borders. Every country applies their own rules. So this is not really sustainable. Hence, it can be a barrier as well to get on the same page with different jurisdictions. I think one important element is also data protection and data privacy. So as the blockchain is secure and the information is being added to the blockchain, because there is an element of immutability and transparency, all the data will be stored on the blockchain. But what about the GDPR policies and the right to be forgotten? So there are solutions which are addressing these barriers. So I think the same way as we have in the technology sphere, the issues are being addressed, the same level on outside of the technology, the lawyers or the regulators are already looking into addressing different side of the barriers. As it was mentioned previously, I think it applies here as well. There is a high cost of entering into the blockchain sphere because it's still expensive. You need the infrastructure, you need highly skilled people. So this is really labor intense and infrastructure intense, and also educational level needs to be very high. So I think one of these I wanted to mention still, because it's not only technology regulation, but it's also people who create this technology, and this incurs the cost. It will have the biggest impact for non-profit projects, for example, because they have limited funding, or for smaller organizations where the funding is limited as well. So thank you. This is my take on the barriers.
Thank you, Magdalena. You have not only highlighted the technological barriers, but also mentioned about the risks. So regarding with that, I would like to ask you, Gia, could you tell what are the potential risks, like what Magdalena has mentioned few other risks, possible risks, whatever can be there when we are implementing blockchain and sustainability?
Well, I think most of it's covered. Priyanka did a very good job at covering a lot of it, like security, interoperability, scalability. There's sharding solutions, but I really want to focus on cost, because a lot of people don't realize when we think of blockchain, the Googles and the Facebooks and the JP Morgans of the world can afford it. But can mid-sized companies and small companies really afford how expensive it is to store data on the blockchain, right? So I think there has to be a reduction of cost. And there's another really big one that we don't really talk about, it's education. there's gaps of knowledge. I still have people that ask me if crypto and blockchain are the same thing. So there's a lot of negative media attention that crypto gets, but because there's like gaps of knowledge, a lot of people affiliate that with blockchain technology versus, and NFTs even. So I think there's a lack of understanding, there's a lack of education in this market that can actually propel and lead to mass adoption. So I would say cost is another one, but the really big one right now has to be education. A lot of founders at like our VC firm, they come and speak about blockchain technology a lot, assuming that everyone understands it. So I think the industry itself needs to really focus on educating the general public, and not only about just data ownership, but on how it's going to benefit and propel to society forward. I think that's a really big one. User experience is huge, right? What's going to lead to mass adoption? Is it the gaming industry? Is it DeFi? Is it going to be stable coins, or is it going to be environmental sustainability? What is it that people really care about, right? So to understand the human psychology and to really understand what people value, I think that's something that the industry really needs to understand to be able to lead to that mass adoption. And again, I'm going to say, I think education is a big component of that hindrance.
Yes, please, Ankita.
Yeah. I think as Gia mentioned that the lack of education, and I think we need some frugal innovation so that a small organization can also adopt blockchain. And there is one such example that I can put, which is just like Bhutan did. So there is an initiative that Bhutan government did with DHI to develop a nationwide, like first of its kind, nationwide implementation of national IDs. So that kind of, I mean, it stemmed from the necessity to empower citizens with access to essential financial and government services. So I think these type of innovations and adoption and scalability of blockchain technology, it will help in the growth as well. And like organizations also need to collaborate with each other so that they can come together, just like Hyperledger can help in coming up. And there are need to using different blockchains to solve these all purposes of privacy preserving as well as transparency. And that can there.
Thank you, Ankita. You have rightly pointed it out. Collaboration is the key. And as it is a new technology, comparatively new technology, so we need collaboration, awareness, the educating people, like educating like everyone. This is like much needed. Yeah. And like I will ask about like how does the blockchain enhances transparency in sustainability? We tell that blockchain is providing transparency, but how does it enhances transparency when it comes to sustainability for the social impact projects? Can I ask you, Priyanka? Or anyone can answer. That's open to you.
Yeah. Okay, I'll start and then others can maybe. So yeah, as we know, transparency is one of the fundamental principles of blockchain technology. And when we say that, probably knowing this, I'll straight away jump to the use cases because they'll make more sense, I think. When we talk about supply chain transparency, like we were doing in the previous session, one of the examples is IBM Food Trust. So what exactly is it doing? Not that I have exact idea of using that trust, but I saw their demo. And what it is trying to do is exactly from which farm a produce is coming, which farmer, and then what is the course that it is following, which storehouse, warehouse it is going to, and then it is reaching the consumer. So every possible thing that comes in between, where the produce is coming from, how it is processed, how it is delivered to the end user, everything is visible in front of our eyes. So how does it impact how does it impact sustainability efforts or social projects? The consumers can verify the sustainability claims that the product is doing while they are purchasing or while they are using that product, and this encourages responsible consumption. They know what is at stake when they're using a product, and what aligns with their set of sustainability idea or concept, and they will make those kind of choices. So that is one example. Secondly, when we talk about something like aid distribution or philanthropy, how does transparency help there? So again, there's a use case of GiveTrack by BitGive. So it's a platform, it's a blockchain platform that clearly showcases to whom are you donating to, what cause do you want to donate for, and how your donation is being used and is having an impact. So that transparency, which is visible to a donor, encourages more such actions. And transparency in things like financial transparency, when we talk about the section which is unbanked or underbanked. So like we were talking about, a lot of a considerable section of society is unbanked or underbanked. I remember from my initial years in HR, we used to ask even for a basic employment, we used to ask for a bank account to get a salary. And a lot of people that time did not use, I'm talking about 10 years earlier, although. So the person who didn't used to, it was a case which happened with me, so I remember it very clearly. We couldn't give him the salary unless we give cash, and that was like not okay in the organization. So we had to get his PAN card made, Aadhaar card made through substantial proofs, and then get a bank account. So although those kind of concerns don't exist today, but there are people who, despite of having a bank account, are not eligible to use these kind of services like insurance. They're not given insurance. Loans, they're not sanctioned for them. And they exactly don't know how. It just becomes status in society, and we want to avoid that. We want more inclusive place to live. So their blockchain coming in, DeFi systems coming in, they are making it very transparent and clear, and something which is available to everyone alike. So yeah, that is how it is having an impact, and that is how transparency is being encouraged in systems using blockchain.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think those are all great points. Transparency, especially in the supply chain sector, it's very valuable. But for everyday citizen, I would say, are there privacy concerns? While blockchain offers transparency, it also raises concerns about data privacy. So there's a lot of people that don't want to share that data, right? They don't want it to be on a ledger where you can actually see every single transaction. So I think the blockchain industry still struggles to find product market fit, right? So I see a lot of founders that come and say, hey, you have full control over your data. We're going to give everyone full control over your data. But do people care? Because Web2, Facebook, and all of these companies have already proven that people can give away their data easily, right? So is that really something that is valuable to people? Because everyone knows that Facebook steals your data. They sell it, but 2 billion people still use Facebook. So I think Web3 still struggles to find that product market fit. What is it that people really care about? Is it really, control over their data? Is it really traceability, transparency? So we really have to really dig into society and see what types of users we're getting and where it benefits. From a supply chain sector, yes, I think that's great. So you can see where everything's going, all your products. But from an individual level, from your everyday user, how much do they really care about just transparency and immutability Web2 has proven that they don't. And I question the founders all the time when they make this point. And I was like, do I still want the middle person? I like the service I get from my bank sometimes, right? People like being serviced. So do you really want to control your own wallet? So I think that's another really big thing that people in the Web3 space really need to think about. What is it that people care about, and how do we find that balance? I don't know if all of that makes sense, but that's my take on just transparency in general.
Thank
It's
you, Kia.
market fit, yeah.
Valuable points, but let's think about just one use case, that energy management system. See, I'm not talking about only peer-to-peer. Involve the government organizations also, the government bodies also. We can use the enterprise blockchain. And when there is the solar rooftop, it's coming up, right? When we have a enterprise grade of energy management system, distributed energy management system, the transparency, there won't be it will create trustworthiness. And when transparency and trustworthiness is there, people involvement, citizen involvement will be there. So it depends on application to application. Like we have to think about which decentralized distributed application requires transparency, immutability. There we can apply blockchain. We shouldn't put it as a beautiful outer cover. There are much need in our day-to-day life. A number of applications available. We have to identify and apply it. That's all. You have rightly pointed out that. Thank you. And Nandita, you want to go ahead?
Both of them have actually put it very rightly. And just to add on to that, blockchain has been clearly a game changer. And it's almost like a superhero of transparency in such social and sustainable endeavors. And when I just look at it, I look at it like it's almost like having a digital guardian angel that is just taking care of all the transactions, ensuring integrity and transparency. So from every aspect you see, like every entry that is made, even if you take, for an example, a donation that's made to a charity or sourcing of materials for supply chain, everything is put on the ledger, and once it's there for good. It's like carving your name on the stone tablet. And it gets even more cooler when you get to know that it's not owned by a single entity, but a group of people will have have access, will have a view of and keep track of all the data, the provenance is achieved, of course. And again, it's almost like a communal book here. So on top of which, of course, we have smart contracts to enhance this. So I think my point is, from every donation that's made, for every step that's taken towards a greener, fairer environment, it's all out there for everyone to see, and it's really not about transparency. It's about using it to drive real and impactful change.
Thank you, Nandita. And we are actually discussing about, we are telling that scalability is an issue, right? So I would like to ask Magdalena, what is your take on it? Can you discuss more on that?
Yeah, I think we mentioned a few points previously already with the limited throughput of the transactions. But this is already being kind of addressed by different blockchains like the Hyperledger Fabric, for example, and moving from layer 1 to layer 2. Scalability, also, there is a limited, I think Priyanka mentioned this already, because blockchain is very data intense. So everything is stored on the blockchain. How do we overcome the overload of the information? So for example, one of the mitigation elements, it can be to go off chain, or some of the data being stored before it's being put on the blockchain. Another one with scalability, it is this data protection. So we don't want everything to be stored on the blockchain. So it's the same kind of way where some of the informations will be off the chain before some key elements will be put on the blockchain. energy consumption, this is another element. So I think some of the items we already covered within the technology itself, and within the regulatory, and also with the labor and the workforce. I think one of the elements that is also important is exactly sharing the awareness about the blockchain and educating people that it is for the good cause, and what are the actual benefits, and how we can bring value to the people, to businesses, the transparency with the scalability, security, and so on. So I think this could be some of the elements of the scalability that we should be still addressing. And as the technology is getting more mature, this will be more easy to solve. And by architecture of the blockchains is being looked at already.
Thank you, Magdalena. It's valuable points. And like when we talk about blockchain, like smart contracts, these are inherent part of it. So like how the smart contracts improve this accountability and automate the process? What is your take on it, Nandita?
Yeah, I think keeping up with the data and keeping a track of it, maintaining the data in the centralized system as it has been so far has been pretty challenging. And just if I want to support a cause, if I want to be a donor and for a movement which ensures they provide clean water to the underserved communities. With the traditional system, I can only just cross my fingers and hope for the best that it reaches the intended participants. But with the difference with blockchain is that it's actually making sure that it reaches the real people who wants this. So the thing is, it is not about like the fund will get issued or released when you see a photographic evidence of the water tank that's being built for this cause, but it's about making sure that how many people now have access to that clean water. So that makes a lot of difference. And it's almost like a crystal ball in measuring all these metrics and X-ray vision in determining all these parameters. And so probably whether you're a donor, a project manager, or a beneficiary, blockchain-based smart contracts are here to save the day and bringing all the transparency and accountability.
Thank you, Nandita. Priyanka, you want to add some more points to it?
I think it is more or less all covered.
Okay, okay. And anybody want to give any take on the smart contracts, how it automates?
Maybe just one point. I really like the idea of the smart contracts because pretty much they're automated and self-executing contracts where the terms of the agreement are I put on the blockchain. So if a condition is being met, I think this is a great tool to automate multiple actions so we can see the benefits, for example, in the insurance claims. So if a certain condition is being met, there is no need to do additional validation. There is no need for the intermediary to act upon if the claim will be paid out. Another example that I can think of is if the government will set up a scheme, there is no need for this extra validation as well. If some condition is being met, for example, the fund can be distributed to a certain people. And something which is very real and is happening at the moment is the fund that is being distributed, for example, to refugees. Or if the refugee is coming into a certain country, they can be granted, let's say, ID or a healthcare access, or maybe some aid for the food or some basic stuff. So I think the smart contract, it is a very powerful tool, and it can help us in the real time, because if some KPIs, for example, are met, then out of the box, the terms of the agreement are met and the action will be taken. Another example that I can think of is within the education. So there are grants or there are some scholarship pool or pots of money. So if there are a certain, let's say, grades that are met by the students, they can receive this funding. So I think like really one of the elements of the blockchain that I like is the smart contract, because I think it's very powerful and it can help to automate and make the actions more transparent as well.
Thank you, Magdalena. That's really like very good points. Like now this blockchain, it is comparatively new technology, we all know, and regulatory frameworks are needed. And how do you anticipate this regulatory frameworks that are evolving will support this integration of blockchain for sustainability, especially focusing on the cross-border context? So anyone want to go ahead?
Maybe I will start because it's something that I noticed already, and it was quite interesting because when I attended different like blockchain conferences, there was always not just a range of people from the technology or the business background, but there was a lot of regulators or lawyers. So that was in the first place, it was quite surprising for me why there is so many lawyers. But in fact, later on, I realized that this adoption of the technology needs to happen on the wider level and more on a like a bird-eye view, because the global setup is being impacted. So I think how will the regulations change? They have to be more global. At the moment, is really segregated and based on the jurisdiction, because everyone has a different approach. They have some policies which are bespoke for the countries as well. Also, I think this regulations and policies will have to be more flexible, because as the technology evolves, they have to act fast. At the moment, there is a huge delay within the regulations. So, for example, just this year in 2024, in Europe, there is a new regulation around the cryptocurrencies. So all the organizations which use and allow cryptocurrencies, they will have to be regulated and authorized through the national financial regulator, pretty much. So this is a big change, because before it was a bit like a Wild West, where a lot of organizations use the cryptocurrencies, but there were sometimes a lot of issues, let's say, related to the funding, because there was not enough regulations. Also, within that MiCA regulation in Europe, the organizations will have to publish the white papers to state clearly what is the project about, what are the risks, and just to be more transparent. So I think as we go further, there will be more regulations. It's gonna be very helpful for the sustainability overall of the ecosystem. I think there may be some regulations dedicated for the social impact, or let's say for the environment impact as well, or maybe another regulations which are focusing on the energy consumption, for example. So thanks, this is my take on it.
Thank you, thank you. And Ankita, you want to add some points? Ankita?
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, yes, you are.
So I think regulatory frameworks that we are talking about, they foster innovation while ensuring compliances. I can give you an example in my personal experience when we were working with NDI. So how NDI should work, what data to store, what not to store, the security that we are talking of about data, right? Data privacy and data security. So data security at rest and in transit. All these, the usage of national digital identity, its interoperability with global systems, and all these are regulated through NDI Act that was passed in 2023, last year. So I think these regulatory frameworks helps to make the systems interoperable. And there are many government governance frameworks, and these frameworks helps protecting consumers and stakeholders both. And for example, being compliant with, we were talking about data privacy, right? So being compliant with GDPR in European Union, DPDPA in India, and CPRA, CPPA, CDPA. There are so many compliances. And so these regulatories help us to interoperable in cross borders, I would say, and smooth functioning of and usage of the technology. And just to add one more point, like when we when we talk about like the context, right? So how when we were working with NDI, right? So there is a challenge of where you have to go to remote areas. It should be functioning with where we have poor or no internet connection. So due to the diverse geographies that we deal with, these frameworks helps us a lot. So then we have to think of some different ways, like user consented wallets or user consented credentials, and then paper-based credentials, and all these things comes with the regulation, with the frameworks that we have in place.
Thank you, Ankita. Yeah. Yeah, you want to add some points?
Sure. One thing that I wanted to mention is that a common theme that I'm seeing just happen around the world when it comes down to regulatory bodies, just encouraging blockchain adoption is that you see regulatory sandboxes. So a lot of these organizations are allowing blockchain startups to test their projects, to test their ideas in a controlled environment. And I think that's very important because they're allocating funds, but they're also, like just really measuring and doing the research part alongside startups and innovators. So I think just having these regulatory sandboxes throughout different jurisdictions is going to be very beneficial.
Thank you, Gia. Yeah, like that are like wonderful points. So like how you can think that how this blockchain technology supports for this auditable carbon footprint tracking in supply chains. Like any take on this? Nandita, you want to go ahead?
Sure. I'll just give an example for this question because if I just go and buy a product and I sometimes wonder that if I make some greener choices, whether I'm buying a animal-free, cruel-free product, but on a one-step level ahead, if I just think consciously that how much amount of carbon has been emitted in making that product, that would just lead to plenty of questions more, right? I think with blockchain, it's like having a transparency band. So each step in making that product, say for example, a pair of shoes, right from the raw material phase to that of the distribution till it reaches the retail shop, there must have been some amount of carbon footprint that it must have left, right? And it's inevitable. And if it is inevitable, it's necessary for us to just store the right kind of data on the ledger. And and why not bringing in a lot of stakeholders, entities that are associated with the whole process and make them store the data on this digital shared ledger? And that makes a lot of difference. And also, like, it feels cooler when you just scan that barcode on the particular product you want to buy, and it says the amount of the carbon that went into making this product. So I can also recollect one such case which we have addressed in our organization, a similar one about for computing and storing the carbon emission values throughout the life cycle of a vehicle. And it is like giving a carbon passport to document the journey right from of a car from the assembly line to highway, and that made a lot of difference because and also not just that, we are tokenizing carbon credits and ensuring that companies get incentivized for it and contribute to the offset program, and or making sure that the customer gets rewarded to make a greener choice. It's my point of view.
Thank you, Nandita. Anybody want to add more points to it?
So yeah, I can add just one point, although Nandita answered it all. So like use of smart contracts can be very helpful here, where we can automate, what kind of products are within the limits of having which have acceptable carbon footprints, and what are the products which should be questioned or probably limited because of the extensive use of carbon footprint. So that is also how blockchain can come into the picture and solve the issue or of tracking and then highlighting what is going wrong.
Thank you, Priyanka. Now that I'm going to ask this question, it's an open question for everybody. What are the implications of blockchain's decentralized nature for promoting inclusivity and democratizing across the resources for the social impact? So, yes, go ahead.
Okay, I'll just refer to one of the examples that I took earlier, and that is financial inclusivity, which is something very significant and which is very impactful in society at large, and has its limitation in the current system of banking and finances that we have. So wherein there's a considerable amount of people who are unbanked or underbanked, and with a DeFi system coming into place, blockchain coming into the picture, those people can get the resources. Suppose if I have to give somebody money, or if I believe in somebody's concept of the startup that they want to make, or what they want to move forward with, and there's a way I can do it without a central authority telling me whether this is doable or not doable. I'm not talking about small scale. It's on a larger scale. That is something which will bring economic prosperity to a very large audience, which is currently, controlled and not given enough right opportunities for something like this. And then again, if we talk about marginalized communities, where I'll just take an example, although it is not in functioning right now, it's just more of a concept. So land registry is a factor which gets a lot of manipulation, lot of not right practices. It's susceptible. It's a place which can have such things. So blockchain there can turn around things to a very big level, and especially protecting the rights of these marginal communities, which put out a lot of their hard-earned money on in getting a land registered probably, but nobody knows, and nobody is willing to prove that it was theirs, and it just gets consumed by somebody else, a bigger force, a more impactful force in the society. So things like that really need decentralization. So of course, it doesn't apply. Decentralization also becomes a questioned thing in a lot of things, like Gia mentioned earlier, for transparency. But these are something which actually need, decentralization to come up and bring that inclusivity, helping humanity to become one in the, global forum. So yeah, these are 2 points if the people want to pick up more.
I can bring one example that is happening at the moment with something. It's an initiative from the United Nations. They use circular tokens to distribute aid for the war in the Ukraine. So they receive the tokens and they are distributed for the food and the medication, for example. I think this is the direct impact of the inclusivity, because people will not have the means because of the war. So that's how we can help out with the blockchain.
I think these secure and tamper-proof digital records that Priyanka mentioned, right? that the ownership of assets, they leads to more sustainable and impactful outcomes. So we don't have to rely on papers, only on papers, I would say. And it eventually reduce the use of natural resources as well. And blockchain also offers, as I said, secure and verifiable identities. So they are very particularly relevant to migrants, refugees, and stateless individuals who lacks official documents. So with this cryptographic credentials, they can get their IDs, which are easy to manage by nation as well. And it impactfully reduce the cost of managing those identities that currently they are doing. And they provide them access which they need, and the essential services as well, and very effectively.
Yeah, nicely pointed out, Ankita. This paperless travel, like that is a wonderful concept, right? So even we, like Digiyatra is there, like it is happening. And Aruba, they have implemented the seamless, like paperless travel is there, like complete before the travel itself, they can check in, like or whatever that they no need to wait. So it is happening now. So that's a wonderful thing. Nandita, you want to add some more points to it?
Sure, sure. I think in blockchain, in blockchain decentralization is what I think of is almost like a glue that's holding the inclusive and democratic financial inclusion. Because just by removing the intermediaries and the middlemen, you can just open a world of possibilities. And say, for example, a couple of use cases has been very life changing. One of them is tokenization, because all the high valued assets has now been converted into smaller sizes like byte pieces, which leads to fractional ownership. And it this inclusivity means persons who have been neglected from the investment opportunities now get an opportunity in own that piece of land and become a owner. And also when it comes to access to the credit, um, DeFi, which is decentralized finance, are almost like a lifeline to those people who doesn't have access to the traditional banking system. So with help of crypto assert as a collateral, they can now secure a loan, and then they can unlock plenty of financial opportunities. So this obviously brings in a lot of transparency and accountability, and we can witness a paradigm shift which gives financial power and decision making power to all to the hands of people.
Yeah, you have rightly nailed it. Actually, like the fractional ownership, the bonds. So, like that is a beautiful application. It is happening. And recently in Feb, Hong Kong has launched a very huge project, and in Singapore-based company, like for the bonds for $1,000 instead of 200,000, from that to $1,000 fractional ownership that is available. So, like we are doing a lot, like we are developing. And regarding this, for the economic implications, do you want more points on to that, Gia?
For the economic implications, I can only talk about one of the points that I want to make with just blockchain in general. When we look at in-game economies, right? Like gaming economies. So people have this opportunity now, just to play games, create NFTs, have this concept of interoperability between the different games. And I think it's creating a lot of opportunities to generate financial benefits, for people all across the world while they are playing games. And even this concept of tokenization of, like carbon credits, or, like in the US, they use it for right now the government's testing it for car insurance titles and things like that. I think it's just creating a wealth of opportunities. But when I do look at blockchain, economic opportunities, the big winner right now we really see is the gaming industry, because it's the lowest barrier of entry, And you can see this happening all across the world, especially in Southeast Asia, where, you know, anyone from 17-year-olds all the way up to, you know, 30s to 40-year-olds are playing games, but also generating some level of wealth. So I think there's that huge opportunity in the blockchain space for economic growth and a very low barrier of entry as well.
Thank you. Thank you for pointing it out. And like, actually, I am enjoying this panel very well. And we have overshooted the time a lot. But I think like we are taking up the networking time. That's fine, I suppose. Okay. So like, any concluding remarks that you wish to, like, I wish to hear from you people. Blockchain on sustainability and social impact. Please go ahead.
I think coming from venture capital, sorry if you're, I just think just in the Web3 space, if I was to make a concluding remark, I think more people need to learn about it. I think people need to educate themselves because there's a wealth of opportunities right now. So if you want to start a company, you have a chance. If you want to start an educational platform, there's so many opportunities, and it's Web3 is really global. So it's really easy to connect with people, build your community, and create opportunities not for yourself, but also solve some of the greatest challenges in the world, especially when it comes down to sustainability challenges. So for me, you know, working with founders around the world, I think it'd be nice for people to just kind of, you know, test their ideas and solve problems with Web3 and with blockchain, because there's a wealth of opportunities just waiting. So that's my concluding remarks, is to just, you know, go for it. Build something, yeah.
I think
Go for it, build something. That's really motivational. Thank you.
I
Yes,
think
please.
blockchain has huge potential to change the way things work. I mean, we talked about inclusion, scalability, and adoption and whatnot. So like working for projects like Bhutan and DI, like our partnered at DHI and implementing the solution, and it feels good. And we can see that it is an example of inclusion of everybody, like giving their rights, and it feels good while implementing those solutions, and people are getting benefited out of that. So indeed, this technology has a lot to offer. And if we'll come together, we'll join our hand so we can solve the challenges that we just talked about. And we can just implement solutions and deliver solutions as well.
Thank you, Ankita.
Yeah, so concluding it from my end, I would say like education in the general public is definitely that is something that can be worked on, and blockchain is very promising, especially in the area of sustainability and social impact that we are trying to create. At the same time, I would say with all its limitation, the kind of people, you know, when we hire here in Z, when I was hiring, the generation is just, you know, the other end. They just want to do it all, and that kind of engineers, when you know, you work with them. I'm not an engineer, but the energy that these people have, they are the ones, I'm 100% sure they'll create it. You know, all these problems, scalability was a problem. Now there are 3 different alternatives, you know, you can choose to combat that. These people have that energy, and this blockchain has what it needs to correct this social impact work that we are doing, or sustainability efforts that we are doing. So I think it has the baseline, and the rest, everything will be worked on, and we'll be in a very much better place for our kids to see, or their kids to see in the future.
Thank you.
I think I'm going to join Priyanka in this last statement about how vibrant and very energy intense is this environment around the blockchain. I think this is actually one of the ecosystems where I found really interesting people who like to be challenged, who like to solve problems, who simply don't like to be bored. So there's a lot of energy around the blockchain and around the solutions. So of course, on top of all these solutions, technology-wise and features itself from the blockchain, I think the business, it's always good if it focuses not only on making money, but also on the social impact. And that's what blockchain gives us. And it can be powered even more now with the AI. And I think the blockchain and AI, they go together to power each other and for the social good.
Thank you. Thank you. It is like wonderful to listen to you all. We learned a lot. Like now we will open it for the participants to ask their questions. And already there are some long questions in the chat box. So like, can you people unmute and ask your questions? That will be better. Deepika? So actually this question is for Priyanka. IBM Food Trust requests all the supply chain stakeholders to provide their data to them. Or the outside users are aware about how this data is being stored, used internally. That is, how transparent is this?
Okay, so IBM Food Trust ensures transparency and control over data through its blockchain platform. It allows the stakeholders to set permissions on who can view and access their data. While the platform emphasizes data security and user control sharing, the specifics of the internal storage are governed by the basic IBM privacy policy in terms of use. So it's not that it is visible to all, but we can also understand that IBM Food Trust was built and launched in 2017. That's like almost 5-6 years back. And when we say it as an example in food supply chain, we can have more transparency included in the upcoming versions, or maybe other people coming up and setting up a system like this. So it can resolve the problem of transparency in supply chain. However, IBM's Food Trust is one of the initial things which came up and showed that, yes, blockchain can be used. They had their own controls because they cannot defy GDPR at that point in time. And they do comply to the GDPR policy of the privacy of data and controlling wherever required. So again, as much as the transparency exists, but like someone mentioned in the comments, transparency by design and transparency is a choice. Both exist here. I hope that answers the question, Deepika.
Yes, Deepika, you can unmute. Check it out.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Hey, Priyanka. Hi, everyone. Great panel. Thanks a lot for all of your insights. And yes, Priyanka, that kind of answers my question. Yeah.
Thank you. Like there are more. There is separate discussion going on the side. That's good. Gan and Ajay, you want to talk? Yes, we can unmute you. Please come join us. So it will be good to hear from your own voice, like instead of me reading it out.
Yeah, no, I think fantastic discussion. It was very insightful. I mean, all the kinds of thoughts we heard. We've been working with a lot of companies out of Europe, like Siemens Energy, Vodafone, some of the utility companies, very large size, and including Hyperledger Foundation. So there's a very clear visibility that how this sector is picking up, and this is going to impact sustainability in one way or other. They're building many use cases. Even Suit out of Germany building certification, clean energy certification use cases on top of it, and they're going live. It's not in conversations, not on papers anymore. Like the panel also talked about many things. This is actually going mainstream. The challenge though is, which I think it's not a question, it's just my own view of out of the observation and being into this industry for a while and trying to work with enterprises and trying to get those use cases rolling, is that there's a global imbalance. One geography is leading, other geographies is struggling with regulations. Like look at US. I mean, they're still talking about SECs and all. And I've met so many founders out of US who want to do something, but they just do not want to do it in US because of these SEC kind of dark boxes offered thrown at them. So they're spinning up their companies out of Europe or Singapore or maybe in Australia and New Zealand, but they don't want to do it in US. You see, this is overall good if you see from blockchain's adoption point of view that a lot of use cases are coming up, but it's not globally healthy if it's about because it's going to create so many indifferences in terms of economic growth, overall adoption, overall model design and all. We have seen it in the past many times, how when cloud came in, the kind of global differences were made. And same way, several times technology made its made its way into people. These global differences are not having a simple or single unified framework kind of destroyed geographies and demographics in various ways. So yeah, it's just an observation. I mean, it's not a question at all, but it's a very interesting aspect of looking at it as well.
Thank you, God. Actually, how to pronounce your name? Sorry for that. Okay.
That's right.
Make a comment. I think it's great that everyone talks about the regulatory aspect. Like, the previous speaker just mentioned, look at the SEC in the US, right? Like a lot of founders are just leaving that market alone. But one thing we have to realize when we're looking at innovation and technology, especially in the Web3 space, even AI, innovation moves faster than the laws, right? Changing a law is not that easy, right? Especially in the US, India, or anywhere in the world. So, like I find that, while I've been in the Web3 space for a while now, and I can't even keep up some days. Like a new protocol will come, a new solution, ZK rollups. There's so much happening. So I think it's almost like you need that balance between regulatory, frameworks, which are very old, with new innovation and technology. Do we adapt existing regulations or do we create new regulations? And it's so easy for people to say, well, it's not fair because the regulatory framework's not there. But you also have to remember we're dealing with very old laws, and it's very complex to change the regulatory framework in a very small time. And innovation tends to move way too fast, in my opinion.
Thank you, Gia. Deepika, you have a question for Gia. I think she has almost touched it. You want to ask it again?
No, I think she covered it. It's true that, innovation moves faster than regulations. And she was stressing quite a bit. Gia, you were stressing quite a bit on how we need to educate the masses. And it's oftentimes that the regulators are the ones who are holding back the mass adoption, right? So I was just wondering how enterprises or, nonprofits who work for innovation, et cetera, are able, how can they sort of influence the government or the regulators?
I think the government is aware of blockchain technology, and I think they are aware of, just the innovation in itself. So it's not about educating the government. It's really about, can you amend these laws? There's privacy laws, right? There's technology laws. You're looking at security. There's so many different barriers where, like a government can say, yeah, well, I can approve the use of NFTs. I can approve the use of smart contracts to even for compliance reasons, but it overlaps so many other laws that they would have to make a complete change. I think it's a lot more difficult to do at a regulatory level. I don't know if that answers your question or if anyone else wants to make that comment, but I think that regulations will get there, because not even the US, you can see in Europe, in UK, Australia, India, regulators are working. They're saying, hey, we need to give us some time, maybe in the next 3 to 5 years, we will catch on. So I think we just kind of have to wait and see, in my opinion. But regulations will definitely catch on, because people are talking about cryptocurrencies. Even in the US, the SEC is looking at it. They're like, well, it's a security now. 5 years ago, no one even cared about it. right? So I think regulations are going to move forward. And in my opinion, I think we're going to adapt to existing regulations. So we're going to take blockchain technology or innovation and just apply it to something that already exists. So it's going to be very similar to what we already have, right? And that's one of the reasons why when you look at the SEC, they're saying, well, it's just a security. They're kind of treating it like any other, trading instrument, right? So I think we're just going to, it's just a matter of time, but it will definitely happen, in my opinion.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you once again. And any more questions there, like from participants?
Don't see any, Anusuya.
Okay. So I think, thank you once again. It was a wonderful panel, and especially thank you for Gia. Like, go get some good sleep. It is 2:30 now for you. Yeah.
It's almost 3 a.m.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah, everybody, thank you. Thank you once again. Yeah, let's move on to the next one. Okay.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, everyone. It was a pleasure.
Thanks, Anushya. It was a great session. Thanks, Magda and others.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vikram. Thank you.
We are yet not done. I would request Nidhi to just come in.
Yeah, Nidhi, you can take over. Thank you. Thank you for waiting.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Anupriya. The session was really insightful, and I could easily see how much you enjoyed it by the depth, the discussion that we had. So it was amazing to listen to all the amazing women. Yeah.
Thank you.
Awesome. So I'll request all the panelists to turn their videos on.
Nidhi, is my screen visible?
No, Deepika, I see a black screen.
Okay, I'm not able to resume my sharing. Is there some settings that has been applied? It says screen sharing is paused.
Can you try it once more?
Okay. No, I'm not able to share. Okay.
One second.
It says you have started sharing.
Yeah, but then like here it says sharing has paused. So
And Deepika, and you are a host even, so you should able to share actually.
okay, let me just share my entire desktop and okay, is this visible?
Yep, perfect. Yeah, awesome. We can say it.
Cool.
Okay. Yeah. So good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for joining us. Is somebody saying anything?
No,
somebody unmuted me. That's what I spoke. Get it. Please continue.
Request everybody to please be on mute.
Yeah. Okay. Awesome. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for joining us today for this discussion on tokenization, reshaping digital economies. Deepika, can you go one slide back? Okay, in the meantime, I'll set some context about tokenization. So tokenization in real world means taking a real world asset and then turning it into a digital representation on blockchain. And the digital representation is called a token. So I'll quickly explain how this works. So let's say you have a fancy car and then you have a ownership of the car in physical form. Like that's a digital, like a physical document that you have. Yeah, okay. Then there's some issue. Yeah. So, okay. So with tokenization, the ownership gets converted into a digital token and that is stored on blockchain. So real world asset is one of the examples of tokenization. We have a lot of use cases that could be tokenized and we'll talk about all of them in the discussion forward. I just wanted to call out the potential impact of tokenization.
So the World Economic Forum estimates that by 2027, 10% of global GDP will be stored on blockchain technology. So that's the kind of impact that tokenization will have, and hence we are having such a discussion. So now I'll move forward and introduce the remarkable group of women who will be leading this discussion. So first we have Anuja, who is a success manager at Rhizomex, which is located in Pune. With a decade experience in the IT industry, she has a diverse skill set, and she has done a lot of freelancing projects as well. These projects are primarily from the data management systems for blood banks to crafting training modules for BCA students. So Anuja holds a master's in personal management from Savitri Phule Pune University with her education background in HR automation. So she has supported and managed candidates towards success in the evolving IT landscape. So thank you, Anuja, for joining the panel. Then next up, we have Garima. Garima, are you there? I somehow don't see her pinned. Can somebody ping her?
Yeah, I have already added now.
Awesome. Yeah. So Garima Singh is currently working as a VP of Engineering with 7bits Technology. She comes with a rich experience of 17 years in the IT industry, including 11 plus years in blockchain space. She has a proven track record of leading and executing complex and innovative projects such as Layer 1 and Layer 2 blockchain development, NFT marketplaces, DAOs, DApp, DeFi protocols, centralized exchange development, and neobank-based application development as well. And she has been associated with many L1 blockchains and neobanks as a solution architect. And she is very keen about exploring the latest trends and technologies in the IT landscape. So welcome, Garima, to the discussion. Then next we have Poonam Kumari. She's a product director at Zeev. She has a decade of experience in the IT industry with 5+ years in the blockchain space. And she has gained expertise in various protocols like Bitcoin, Ethereum, sidechains, and Rollup. She has actively participated in end-to-end development and delivery of altcoin solutions as per customer requirements. Playing the role of a product director at Zeev, her key responsibilities are to provide visionary ideas and strategic mindset to take optimistic roll-ups and OP stack-based products to new levels of excellence. So welcome, Poonam, to the panel. Next up, we have Anuhuya Ji, who is a blockchain developer at Param Networks, which is an innovative startup which is based in Bangalore. She is holding a master's degree in cybersecurity. She specializes in cryptography and blockchain technology. Anuhuya's current focus lies in exploring the emerging concept of tokenization with keen interest. So you will hear more about her thoughts in today's discussion. So now we are done with the introduction. So I'll just deep dive into the discussion part of it. So let's imagine a future where everything from a cup of coffee to a Picasso could be secured into the form of tokens into the blockchain. And that's what tokenization is promising us. So the first question is for all the panelists. So how do you envision tokenization transforming the landscape of digital economies on a global scale? Over to you guys. This is open. This is for all the panelists, so feel free to unmute yourself. Oh, you're not able to unmute.
And all the unmuting rights to everyone. I hope you can now.
Are you guys able to?
Yes.
Yeah, please go on.
Okay, so let me start with that. So if you think about tokenization, so it can be any kind of token, either utility token, either it can be security token. And what is a token? Basically, if we consider any kind of asset, digital asset, if we talk about, any piece of art, you talk about any kind of painting, any kind of asset, and you want to back it by certain kind of token. It's a digital token, is just piece of code that is backed by certain assets. So that we tokenize a particular asset in form of digital codes so that it can be listed and it can be have ownership. So digital tokenization has transformed the entire, like you can say, landscape of the artist. And it has a more use case in terms of artists. For example, previously, if you have to go for any piece of art, you have to just buy the copy of that particular art piece, and there can be limited number of copies available for the particular art piece. Right now, due to digital era, you can make many number of collections based on your, and you can have global outreach also. For example, a artist is sitting in India, he want to sell his art pieces to a global audience, then he can make in term convert in NFTs and list on certain platform called OpenSea, Rarible. There are a lot of platforms are available for the NFT listing. You can create your NFT and you can list it there, and you have a global outreach. Any person globally can buy it, can invest in your asset. That is a one use case you can say. And if you talk about the real world asset, then again there are a lot of use cases. Right now industry is booming due to digital transformation, and real estate market also have a lot of good use cases in terms of tokenization. For example, you are sitting in India, you want to invest in a token based platform, you can invest into US real estate market. There are a lot of open platform are available. For example, you cannot buy the whole property in USA, and a certain part you don't have a reach there, but you can invest through the platform in a fractional part of it. So that is a fractionalization use case of like NFT. And you can say it's again in digital era. So for example, even I have invested in few NFTs in US real estate market myself. So even if you can buy entire property, you can invest a certain portion as a fractional NFT. You are owner of the property. When the NFT will be resale or the property will be resale, your value is backed by that. So you are gaining the profit of real estate market. That is again one use case of a real world asset. Even in India also, there is a Bangalore based startup called Propex. They have recently started. So what they're doing, they're doing the same way. You can invest in their recent project, any kind of project that they are launching. In terms of real estate market, you can buy a fractional ownership of any flat. That is a very good use case. Now come to another use case. If you go to the music industry, then again certainly lot of use case for the tokenization. Initially, it has helped a lot of artists. I'm talking about the small artists. There are a lot of artists in YouTube era. They post their digital videos also. They get viral also. But to publish their videos also, to create their videos also, they should be backed by certain agencies to promote them. So initially, what was happening? Agencies are taking the credit of their art piece. So there are a lot of platform where you can tokenize your piece of music also. Even you can create your own web series, a producer for small producers, and you can list it on certain platform. There is a very good project called Create Protocol. They are operating, that's Indian based, you can say India based agency. They have operating from UAE market. UAE market, there they have listed a lot of artists, Indian artists also. And one more platform is there, that is MMG platform. What they're providing, they are taking the masterpiece from regional artists. So if you go to any region in India, India has a diverse culture. So if you go to any region, North India, South India, there are language difference, their music choices difference. So regional artists are there, and they hardly get a producer or hardly get agency. So for those pieces, you can list your art piece and convert it to a digital asset and fractionalize it and list on their platform. You can raise the fund to develop your art piece, and then you can list there and you will get the royalty for the lifelong. So you are just removing the middleman, who are the like producer. They invest one time in an artist and then they get the royalty for the entire life. And artist is getting only small pennies. So right now artists are also getting the royalty. So those called royalty based digital, you can say tokenization. So those kind of tokenization has helped a lot of scenarios. There are a few examples only which I gave, but the digital tokenization market has changed the scenarios for the artists and any kind of creators. So right now it's a digital era, you can say, any other person want to be a creator in terms of any kind of creativity. So you can list your creativity into different platforms and tokenize it, and you can take the advantage of the market. That is the one point I can say. And as I think anybody can also explain.
Others want to add?
Um, sure, I can. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it also has important role to play in liquidity, like for traditionally illiquid assets, for example, real estate or for artwork, as Garima said, like these earlier it those were not that liquid. Now with this particular tokenization and NFTs, it is liquid because it can be cut down in fractions and it can be fractionally owned. So I think that is one of the major advantage of having this.
Sneha, you want to go next?
Yeah, sure. So I was going to talk about the legal aspect of tokenization, how it would benefit all of us. Access to justice can also be more affordable and easier because now if you have tokenized assets which have the validity of law, then let's say enforcement of certain rights. So you go to a court of law and there are certain decisions that must be enforced. It's a whole process. The court process itself is long, tedious, sometimes expensive. Now, even once you have an order or a judgment, enforcing that itself could be difficult. But with tokenization, you can actually take processes like dispute resolution outside of court, using alternate means of dispute resolution, and enforcement of that final decision could be automated using code itself, because these ownership rights over the respective assets are now represented in code, which can then just be transferred. So access to justice becomes a lot more simpler. And as Garima was saying, with respect to payment of royalties for artists, right? So I work in an organization organization called Resolution, where we work towards creator rights. So here we're trying to represent creator rights on using NFTs and on blockchain. So if you were to like license work and then you were to use smart contracts to represent such licenses, enforcing those rights within that contract has become easy as it is. Yeah.
Awesome. Anuya, you want to go next?
Yes, I would like to add a point about financial inclusivity. While a person couldn't invest a huge amount on an entire token, by tokenization, we would be able to own a part of it. So it opens up the market for a lot of people who didn't have an entry earlier before tokenization.
Yeah, I think all of you summed up pretty well. Like we talked about the use cases ranging from real world assets to how access to justice could be done. And then we also talked about financial inclusivity. Okay, I see. Okay, I think Poonam has joined. Can somebody pin Poonam? Yeah. So yeah, hi Poonam. In case you missed, this was the first question. So we were discussing about how tokenization can transform the landscape of digital economies. So what are your thoughts regarding that?
So, like in previous panel discussions too, that we talk about scalability. Scalability is like the bigger challenge that we see in terms of blockchain as a technology. But when it comes to tokenization, then it has given the power to the investors, and you can say to the users of blockchain ecosystem, that they can do a cross globe transactions and all. So this is a kind of feature that can like improvise a lot and provide better control to the ecosystem. So as per me, like tokenization has the ability to provide cross-chain transactions to the users, as well as a better level of security, because kind of technologies that is being used by blockchain to provide security, like cryptography and zero knowledge proof, and so many type of hardware wallets, like it helps a lot to make tokenization a globally available ecosystem for trading and all. So it has included or added a lot of trust to the users. Yeah.
Yeah, very well put together, Poonam. So now we have heard about some of the exciting aspects of tokenization. I'm sure there are a lot of other use cases as well that we can talk about. But one thing that we need to understand is that no technology comes without hurdles. So every technology has some sort of barriers, and same goes for tokenization as well. So Poonam, I would like to hear from you. What do you think are some of the key technological barriers for implementing tokenization across various sectors? And how can we address those barriers and ensure that we're able to successfully adopt tokenization in real world?
Yeah. So to add on this barrier issue with respect to tokenization, you can think of interoperability. Like we talk about Bitcoin, the like start or big giant system available in cryptocurrency. We can't do interoperability between Bitcoin or Ethereum. So this is the biggest challenge that we see. But nowadays, with the layer 2 solutions or with the bridging or you can say the protocols which do support this type of interoperability is a kind of like good enhancement, or you can say improvement in the blockchain ecosystem. So somehow this interoperability challenge is being reduced with the help of like protocols like Cosmos or you can say smart contracts, ERC20 smart contract or ERC721 smart contract, which has helped to reduce this barrier, interoperability barrier. Another major barrier which I see in terms of tokenization is security. Like though we say blockchain is secure and trust, but again, it is not immune to vulnerabilities, right? So the things that we see like hackers attack, and you can say 51% attack, which we see in Ethereum and Bitcoin, it is always there, even though the system or the blockchain ecosystem is so secure with the help of cryptography and so. But this is also one barrier with respect to tokenization. So if you talk about the solution which can reduce this barrier is like create a smart contract, do security audits, and add a multi-signature wallet and HSM to reduce all of these impacts on the tokenization which it is having right now. So this is also one thing. Another thing that I can add on to this is that that tokenization is kind of limited just because of this scalability challenge that we see in case of blockchain ecosystem. But yes, you can understand this. Like now we have some technologies available like sharding. The previous channel has already discussed about it. And in case of Ethereum too, we have rollups available, which is reducing this scalability issues, because we already know like scalability is like when you have a high input of transaction, you increases the transaction cost increases, and somehow it loads the network. So these solutions, if you talk about sharding and side chains and rollups, so these solutions they do help to reduce this scalability issue or barrier with respect to tokenization. As well as I also feel the user experience with respect to tokenization and the user knowledge with respect to tokenization is kind of very limited. So that too is a barrier for a tokenization. So in that case too, what would be the better case or better scenario is to provide education, provide better support to the user so that they'll understand the whole process and the whole token system, and to move and to understand and to improve it in a much faster way. Yep.
I think very well articulated. You covered a lot of aspects here related to smart contracts being audited, to the knowledge, to the user knowledge base, and then it's also about the user experience. So how typical, like Web 2 apps are known for user experiences, we all know that. So many times what happens is if we want to build an app which all the Web 2 users can use, then user experience really plays a very important role. So I think you pretty much summed it up. Just 1 second. Okay. Anuja, you're not able to unmute. 1 second. Okay, I think there's some issue. Okay. Okay, now you're able to.
Yes.
Perfect. Awesome. So is anybody having any other views regarding the barriers that they think and how those could be overcome? Anybody wants to pitch in? Garima, you're on mute. Okay, now are you able to speak? I think I'm still on mute.
Okay. I think I'm audible now. I'm audible?
Yes, you are. Yes, perfect. Yeah.
So I'm saying that apart from that security issues are always there in terms of we talk about smart contracts. Then we have to try to for new ERC standard. Then definitely go for the manual audit. We can go for like tool based audit. But security aspects is a one aspect, and apart from that, that L2 has reduced the complexity, complex part of the blockchain. They have made it easy. So like after ZK rollups, I think a lot of things are easy because that is a blockchain layered architecture. They are the data layer and your execution layer both are segregated, so we can make the transaction very speedy. We can say transaction speed up, and even the L2 has reduced the cost of transaction cost is also less nowadays due to L2. Even we have the gaslight solutions also for a lot of use cases. Apart from that, there are a lot of legal issues are also there. For example, earlier I was working on a product that was IP rights. So there we have like tokenized IP rights. In that case, a lot of legal aspects are also involved in that, because for example, you have some certain kind of patents over the that was a medical project. So it was 5 years back. That time people are not thinking about those things. So that project was like that. If any medical like practitioner has to do some research about certain kind of latest disease, so they are like making a patent, and then patents was as they're selling as an NFT, and they're trying to raise a fund through the patents, and that fund will be pour into the research about the medical research. So that kind of rights are there. Then there are a lot of that people are copying that thing. So then a lot of issues are coming in terms of legality also. So there are things that we have to consider. Even people can copy, because if you are making any document as NFT, so there are two ways. Either you can just put the entire copy of your research, either you can just put the IP rights ID. So that time, if anybody want to invest, then you have to share that copy with the person who is investing in NFT. That kind of that time a lot of legal issues are involved, and that certainly that comes under security guidelines. And that was a USA project. So that was like we can say US government has denied that project, but we worked for 4 years for that project. But if that kind of use cases we can build up right now scenario has changed, because it was 5 years back. And if someone want to research, a lot of scientists are there, they are lacking of fund. So they can do this kind of practice. They can have the patent for their like a masterpiece of their research. They can have a patent, and they can put the IP rights over the blockchain, and they can tokenize that to raise the fund through the crowdfunding, and they can complete the research. And once the research is completed, at that time definitely the value of the IP rights or the NFT will increase. In that case, they can provide the royalties, or they can provide the you can say benefit to the users who has invested in that case. That is the one use case. Again, apart from this, from Canada based startup, I was working there as advisor. So what they did, they have created the rights for particular sport persons. For example, there are a lot of sports players, and few sports are like that, they are very costly. If a person want to play certain kind of sports, I'm not talking about cricket or any other. If there's certain kind of different kind of sports are available, but few persons, they are not able to like invest in themselves in terms of equipment, in terms of proper training. So those kind of players at the very early stage, they can put their career for the next 10 years, or like as a rights, they can convert into the NFT, and they can put for the crowd sale. For example, if you are investing in a sport player person career at a very initial stage, when he's just starting around like 10 to 12 years, he's just under training, and he's raising fund for his career. And once he's got selected for the next 10 years, he's providing the whatever he's earning will be there, that 15%, 20% based on the discussion of the agreement. And that agreement is digital copy, you can list. So those kind of use cases are already there available in the market right now. So those are very beautiful use cases of tokenization, you can see. It's a real world use case. So any kind of person who want to raise fund for themselves for their career, and they're putting career as a stake for the next particular time, you can see as a royalty you can get for 10 years. So those are very beautiful use cases I've seen in my career, and I've participated in those use cases. So I can say the real world uses are more. The same way I have worked on the project that was for vintage collections. So vintage collection prices nobody can say. So you need particular kind of price oracle. Again, that is a very good concern. Price oracle, from where you get the price oracle for the vintage collection, and you want to put and you want to list, tokenize it, and to get the advantage of it. But certainly you have to set the price. You can have to create your own oracle based on certain kind of research. So those kind of roadblockers are there still. In terms of technology also, there are certain roadblockers. Like we have only two three price oracle providers. Chainlink is the latest one, and they are leading in this segment. But still, for the vintage collection, they don't have any kind of price oracle still available. And same for the real estate market. If you want to go for, then you have to take the price oracle from local, you can say local offices, from government office, for the price area, for the land, what is the current land price. Based on that, you can tokenize that. So those kind of roadblocks are still available, but you can see that tokenization has made the real world assets very easily accessible to everyone. You can invest, you can, and you can get some kind of profit out of it, and your reach will be global. And for like crowdfunding campaigns also, if you want to tokenize something, you can reach anybody in across the globe. You are not limited to the Indian users, or maybe the initially what happened, if you talk about 10 years back, if you have to raise fund, you definitely go to some investors, your friends and family members. Now you can go globally and ask for the funds. If your idea has certain kind of worth, definitely people will buy your tokens. So those kind of things have changed the entire scenarios. Still limitations are there in terms of regulation. As I told you, security aspects are also there, but the market is booming. That I can say.
Awesome.
That's all.
It's so good to hear that in spite of these barriers, we are trying to find our ways to ensure that the adoption is going on. So thanks for sharing that, Garima. Moving forward, I'll touch upon the decentralized finance. So we all know it's like a very emerging thing that is happening in the industry, and DeFi is backed by tokenization. So Anuja, over to you. Could you elaborate the role of tokenizations in facilitating the whole DeFi ecosystem? And if you could briefly touch upon like what is DeFi is, so that the audience is aware. And in your view, like what are some of the groundbreaking applications that we can see in the DeFi space?
Yeah, so just to quickly explain what decentralized finance is. So DeFi is general term for that. So it's like a digital bank on the internet that doesn't have any bosses or central control. It uses the technology to let people handle their money directly with each other. And in DeFi, tokens are the magic keys and the coins, or maybe the currency that we use, that makes everything work. So this is in general brief idea on how DeFi works. So I think it has basic key features, like first and foremost is it's a basically it is decentralized. So like in traditional setup, you need to have banks or exchanges or brokers as a mediator for managing your finance. Here it is open to all, like you just need to have an internet connection and that's it. So it's digital, so it's all online. You just need a computer, as I said. Then the tokens plays the primary role, like you that is actually considered as a currency for selling, buying, or having tokens. Sometimes it can give you additional access of like voting, or you can have the reserve tokens, or also you can have the tokens which you can stake with your friends or colleagues, or you can in turn receive certain tokens as a reward for doing something special in under particular category, or maybe for a particular sort of work that is identified by some I mean that is identified as a special work. Apart from that, everyone can join, so there is no restriction, you don't need any permission to use DeFi. You can just start on your own. Then you can make your own bank rules, like you have to decide like which token coins you need to hold. You can vote on how DeFi system should work and things like that. So I think in my opinion, these are general terms. And in short, like DeFi uses blockchain to let anyone do bank like stuff directly with each other over the internet. And tokens are the currencies and tools that makes it possible. So like I can give you the example of my company, that Resumex. What we do is we make the NFT of the resumes. So that's a digital asset of the person. And when we convert your resume as your NFT, each resume has certain caliber tokens. So these caliber tokens are based on your experience and the skill set. So the system identifies the projects you have worked upon, and skill set you have with current trending technologies. It compares and give you the certain caliber points. With those caliber points, higher caliber points you have, higher are the chances that the employer will contact you for the job opportunities or even the freelancing work. And you can stake your tokens on your friends or colleagues, and in turn, if they do well, you receive the part of their income. So I mean, those are based on smart contracts and other things. But in general, just to explain, like you can stake the caliber points on your friends, and if your friends stake their caliber points on you, it becomes your cloud. So even Resumex is working to, kind of help to set up a separate DeFi for itself. So it basically works by cutting down the middleman in the financial dealings and letting people handle money matters directly with each other. That definitely gives a complete transparency and security, because when you trust someone, you are ready to make those transactions, and smart contracts, those are automated. So I think in general, in my opinion, this is how tokens play a very important, crucial role in facilitating DeFi ecosystem and its protocols.
Thank you, Anuja. Anybody wants to share the highlights in the DeFi space? Okay, I got it, Garima. Okay, so we'll move on. So now we have talked about a lot of opportunities related to the tokenization, but everything is having, like, there's some potential risk to it. Like we talked about the barriers, so the other aspect is there could be some potential risk, and I think we touched upon security and scalability being some of them. But Poonam, I would like to hear from you. What are the potential risks that you see associated with tokenization? Like, I wanted to deep dive into it. Yeah, over to you.
Yeah,
Poonam.
yeah, thank you. The potential risk that I see is the regularity and uncertainty within the globe itself. When you talk about the regularity uncertainty, it is like the jurisdiction which are participating into different country zone or time zones. They have different regulations with respect to blockchains and cryptocurrencies and the tokenization system. So if these regularities are not maintained by the investors somehow, so they have chances. There are chances that they have to go for fines, and even they have to shut down their network as well if they have not followed the regularities and the laws as mentioned by the system itself. So this is the biggest issue which I see with respect to the tokenization, or the risk you can say. Another thing is the biggest issue with respect to tokenization is the security risk. We do have multiple ways to provide a great level of security to tokenization, but still, as per I have seen one article that in from 2017 onwards, there is like almost 2 billion of attacks which are being done on cryptocurrencies. So this is a huge number at all. So although there are some ways that we can secure the system and reduce this risk, but still it is a big challenge to the system, to the tokenization system. There is one more thing which I feel is a bigger risk is the market inflation. See, we all do know about cryptocurrency, like how it fluctuates the system and how it changes the whole system from plus 20 to minus 20. We all do know about it. If the investor or the person who is investing into this market or has built the tokenization, if the investor is not prepared well for this kind of fluctuations, and so like it has to bear a lot, I guess. So the investor has to be very well prepared for such kind of scenarios and situations. If you talk about the risk included with the tokenization itself. And there is one more thing is this scalability. We were talking about this risk from since the start of panel discussion itself, as we do know about depending upon the use case. If you talk about gaming or if you talk about banking, these transactions are huge. These transactions somehow increases the network congestion and transaction cost too. And scalability is one of the challenge which is still being like overcome. Still people who are involved in blockchain ecosystem are trying to overcome this by providing multiple solutions. This is also one of the major risks which I see in terms of tokenization. Plus liquidity is also one thing which I see is that somehow we say tokenization increases the liquidity, but but there are potential risks related to liquidity as well, because if somehow there are any type of hack or attack, then there is the trust which is being lost by the customer or the investor, and the people or the user of the platform, they lose trust, and somehow it reduces the liquidity, the market demand, and it impacts the whole tokenomics of the system. Yep, over to you.
Thank you so much, Poonam. So you
Thank
brought
you.
in a couple of interesting points related to security, and then you touched upon the liquidity part, volatility part. So I think we are like we have things in place for everything. So let's say if we talk about the market is being very volatile, right? So for that we have CBDCs to ensure that the volatility is not there, like they are less volatile. So I think we have acknowledged the barriers and the risks that are there, and we are already working towards that direction, which is really good thing to see in the Web3 space. So yeah, thanks for sharing your insights. You also touched upon the regulatory aspect. So like we all know, regulations play a very important role in any country or in any place when it comes to fostering innovation. And the regulatory also plays a role, like they ensure innovation while protecting consumer rights, right? So Sneha, you being a lawyer in the industry, I would like to understand from you, how do you anticipate these regulatory frameworks evolving to ensure the integration of tokenization, and how do you see a balance between ensuring innovation and then protecting the consumer rights?
Thank you, Nadi, for the question. So earlier, somebody was talking about, one of the speakers was talking about how innovation is faster than legislation or lawmaking, and that has been a great hindrance for protection of people in the society, right? So this is a great question. So I'd like to start with the word support. How can law or regulations evolve to support integration of tokens or tokenization, right? I feel like if we were to look at history of lawmaking in our country, prior iterations of cryptocurrency bills have indicated that our lawmaking bodies have a tendency to ban cryptocurrency or prohibit the use of cryptocurrency or crypto assets. So I wouldn't say that regulations need necessarily evolve to support integration of tokenization. It could either support or weaken. But I do hope that we are moving towards a place of support. And one indication of that is the innovation or the developments happening in Gift City towards regulation or towards lawmaking towards development of law to recognize tokens. And this was something that was announced during the G20 meeting in Delhi last year. Now, when we look at legislation, the first aspect we have to look at, or like step one, is providing legitimacy to the tokens which represent a specific asset. So unless the law recognizes a particular asset, and by recognition, I mean recognizing that a person holding or owning a particular token has or exercises certain rights over it. So unless there is legitimacy or legal validity to it, there's no point in engaging with these tokens or transacting with these tokens. There's definitely fear and there's a lot of confusion. So step one is definitely legal validity. And with that legal validity also comes clarity. So clarity as to what form these tokens must be in. So if we were to look at property rights, right, you're not required to be physically present in your house that you may own to be able to exercise rights over it. There is paper that proves that you have certain rights over it, but it's not a simple piece of paper. There's a certain form that it has to adhere to. It might be a certain stamp regulation. So this is legitimacy, which also comes with us adhering to a certain form. So with respect to tokens as well, there would have to be clarity on what form this particular token must be, or who issues the particular token. Maybe not every other private body in our country would be able to assign these tokens and then have that kind of legitimacy. So step 1 is definitely legitimacy. Step 2 is specific laws on how you can interact with these tokens. So this could be laws which were framed for this purpose, such as, let's say, the cryptocurrency bill, or several other bills such as the DLT bill, or bills across the world that you can see which deal with cryptocurrency alone, or crypto assets, which or MICA from Europe, which has gained a lot of popularity over the last few months. So this specific laws for tokens or crypto assets would have to provide clarity on what exactly it is, how should it be defined, how you'd interact with it. The second is amending existing laws to accommodate the application of those tokens. For example, if you're using certain tokens for investment purposes, then security legislations could be amended to accommodate this. So this could mean amendment of the definition of security, and automatically protections which investors would have would extend to those interactions with security tokens itself. To give you an existing example would be amendments to the Evidence Act to recognize electronic documents. So the Evidence Act was initially framed around over 100 years back, right? And that was not when we'd envisaged the use of electronic documents. With time, I think post 2000 is when such amendment came. So as we innovate, instead of creating a document from scratch, we could actually amend existing legislations, which is a much faster and easier process. And a good example of that is the amendment to the PMLA Act, which deals with money laundering. So yeah, just to sum up, the hope is, of course, is for regulations to evolve to support tokens. Activities in Gift City indicate that. So let's hope that is where we're headed. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sneha. It's such a delight to have your thoughts on this question, you being a lawyer yourself. So it was really wonderful. Now, moving on, we all know there are popular fundraising mechanisms like initial coin offerings and security token offerings. So, Anuya, I would like to hear from you. How can tokenization improve the efficiency and transparency of these fundraising methods? And would you be able to share some real-world examples of successful tokenized fundraising?
Thank you, Nidhi. So to start with, just like how we wanted to eliminate banks, the central system, we came up with blockchain. To eliminate the drawbacks of IPO, that's when ICO came up, initial ITO came up, initial token offerings. So the advantage of this is that the coin offerings act as an entry into the. We had to build a startup, and then when we want to expand it and go public, that's when IPO was helpful. But to overcome that and to raise funds to build a startup, that's when ICO came up, and it's definitely much faster because it's backed by blockchain. Blockchain has a lot of advantages like traceability, interoperability, and definitely the transparency. Now I know that who holds what part of the fundraising, and we definitely have different types of coins here, as in how we can fix the amount of coins against the liquidity, and as well the number of coins that I want to let go or the amount that I'm trying to raise. So this comes up with different regulations that we require, and that's when the security offerings come. So with security offerings, we still lack we are still looking at regulations.
Anuya, are you there? I'm unable to hear you. I think there's some internet issue.
Am I audible now?
Yeah, I think, but your voice broken in between. Yeah. Let's do one thing. Maybe you can turn your video off and then speak. Yeah, let's try that.
So getting back, we have different types of
your voice is still breaking. Maybe you can check your internet connection. I'll come back to it in some time in that case. Yeah, it's that case.
Sure.
Yeah, it's really breaking. Yeah, you can check your internet. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so moving on. Yeah, you can check and come back. I'll move on with the agenda. Yeah. So yeah, we'll come back to an area in some time. So we have already touched upon we have already touched upon the scalability. Just one second. I hear some background noise. Okay. We have touched upon the scalability issues already. So Sneha, I would like to know your views about like we already know scalability issues are there, but what do you think are some of the promising solutions that are being explored? Like we heard about roll-ups, L2s, right? Like processing the data off-chain and other things. So what are some of the promising solutions that you see which are already addressing these challenges in the industry?
Yes. I'm going to stick to speaking mostly on the legal aspects, but definitely from the technical side, use of roll-ups and L2 has also different types of consensus mechanisms as opposed to proof of work has actually resulted in reduction of energy, reduction of cost, reduction of time. So these are definitely positives towards, I mean, these are definitely addressing the challenges against scalability. Another aspect is the interface. So the easier it is for people to interact with the technology, the faster the adoption. So if the interface mimics web 2 interfaces, and if it's not absolutely necessary for people to know that it is blockchain under the hood, because not a lot of people are really concerned. One good example of this is when we started off with Resolutio. To access dispute resolution, you needed to sign up with a wallet. And this made it very difficult for artists who are not really NFT artists to interact. NFT artists knew how to interact with it because to a large degree, that's where their revenue also comes from. But creators who had nothing to do with NFTs didn't really know what a wallet was. So making sure that the interface itself is something that is easy to interact with is definitely another aspect, another way to fight the challenge against scalability. From the legal perspective, I would say clarity. A lot of people are scared of interacting with blockchain technology because people equate blockchain with cryptocurrency and cryptocurrency with scams, right? So if there was regulatory or legal clarity on what this is, giving it legitimacy is definitely a great step, because then people realize it's okay to interact, and not from a consumer perspective, even from a developer perspective. There are a lot of people who refrain from building or innovating because they think they might end up in jail. There was a time when one of the negative iterations of the cryptocurrency bill came and a lot of companies just fled to Dubai. We're not just using talent, we're also losing a lot of money, right? So this clarity can definitely help consumers and also innovators and builders. And also, not just giving that legitimacy, but also telling people how you can use it and providing specific protections. So earlier you asked me about what investor and consumer protections are. So if you were to just accept, let's say, crypto asset or cryptocurrency, that's not necessarily enough for a user to go to court, or go to an enforcing body and say these protections also apply. You have to explicitly say that, okay, if this is a we're not just acknowledging crypto asset, we're acknowledging crypto asset as a security under this particular act, thereby giving you all the protections under these, particular legislation. So definitely regulatory clarity is something that can give consumers and innovators the confidence to build. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Anuya, is your internet connection stable? Okay, not sure. Okay, I'll move on. Okay, so I remember we were discussing about cross-border transactions as one of the use cases for tokenization that could be done. So, Poonam, what do you think? How can tokenization enhance the liquidity and reduce friction in these transactions? And can you share some concrete examples of how this might benefit businesses and we as individuals?
Thank you, Nidhi. Some of my point is with respect to uh, the cross-border transaction and liquidity parameter that tokenization provides is that 24/7 market accessibility to the investors. This is one of the best example that you can take on, because blockchain is a system which is available irrespective of the time zone, and even the criteria with respect to time too. Any investor or the people related to blockchain ecosystem, they can access the blockchain and they can do trading and transaction irrespective of the time zone. So this is one aspect, like the market is accessible 24/7 to the users or the investors who are associated with the system if the tokenization is available. The another thing which I see is reduce intermediaries in case of tokenization, because what happens is the way the last panelist who has talked about the laws and the regularities that we see in terms of globe with respect to cryptocurrencies and the blockchain ecosystem, it quite varies a lot. But when you pick tokenization, it removes the barriers or the intermediaries while doing a transaction and all. So somehow it reduces the risk and it increases the cross-border trading system and helps in improving this trading system too. The one more point that I wanted to add into this, that how tokenization helps in cross-border transaction is like it has divided the tokens, or you can say asset, into fractional ownerships. So a large token or large asset like real world or physical asset are divided into smaller tokens, and these smaller tokens are owned by multiple owners or multiple investors. So they have a wide range of opportunity to do a transaction, and like it is, they do not have to buy a whole big real asset. They can buy a fraction of an asset and then they can do a transaction too. So somehow it has increased this cross-border transactions. There is one more thing that I had talked about in my past discussion too, like smart contracts. Like they have added this feature that you can automate the whole process of this transaction, these compliance regulations and all, and without any manual intervention. So this reduces the risk. This increases the trust of the investors, so that they'll just go, they run the smart contract, and just boom, the transaction had happened, and without any error and without any implication which is going to impact to the whole organization. And so this is also like a good add-on for you can say for cross-border transactions. Yep. Over to you, Nidhi.
Awesome, Poonam. Thanks for bringing that up. I mean, it's very essential. Like earlier, also we were discussing about the concept of fractional ownership. So it's really being made easier. So thank you for that. And Anuya, are you back? Could you?
Right.
Yeah. Could you turn your video on, if possible? Perfect. Perfect. Okay. now sorry about, I think there was some internet issue at your end.
Yes.
So we can continue with the discussion that we were having regarding the initial coin offerings and security token offerings. Yeah.
So just to repeat, in my opinion, initial token offerings is a replacement of IPO. IPO is a physical paper, whereas ITO would be a digital form of it. In case of an IPO, it takes a lot of time to liquidate our assets. And it's more like an exit point from the market. As in, I build a startup. When I want to expand it, that's when I go public and sell off shares. But whereas when it comes to ITO, it's more advantageous for startups. For example, let's take a video game. When I want to design a video game, I can definitely sell off few coins to the initial investors, which they can use later on as coins in-game purchases. So the price of these coins would definitely go up as the price of the game goes up. So it's an advantage for them to invest early. And another advantage is that it definitely allows a wider range of market to invest. As in, I'm not looking for a huge investment. It's definitely a fractional part of it. So that's more advantageous when it comes to ITO. The very first example of ITO is a hotel selling off 20% of its share for 18 million. And definitely people would like to own a part of a hotel which is very prestigious. So that is also another advantage of ITOs. But ITOs come with their own drawbacks. First one is regulations. We do not know what regulations each coin has. As in, do I really own the property just by having a token? No, definitely not. And there are technical challenges as well. As in, the people do not know, the regular crowd will definitely have to understand the logic behind. One day I cannot just come up into the market and say, I'm trying to start a startup and this is the coin amount. And then I just swindle off the money and run away. So this is the technical challenges involved. So that is why we come up with security tokens, which impose certain regulations, as in, if I really own the property, or am I eligible for the shares or the profits for the tokens that I own? So these are certain points that through security tokens, we are trying to come up with and regulate the process of tokenization in fundraising. So over to you.
Awesome. Yeah, thank you so much for sharing that. I think we have been talking about financial inclusivity, fractional ownership. It really sums up all of that. So I think that's what we had. So thank you, all of you, for this insightful conversation on tokenization. I really enjoyed it. And before we wrap up, I just have a final question for you. So considering the potential and challenges that we discussed today, what is the one key action that you think that the government and the financial institutions should take to prepare for a tokenized future? Over to you. Yeah, feel free to chime in. It's open for all.
Okay, I'll start with that. The first step is educate. When it comes to educational institutions, we should definitely educate people on how tokenization works or the technology underlying it. And when it's finances, on the technical challenges again, know what we're investing in. Maybe it's not necessary for us to know what blockchain is, but it's definitely necessary for us to know what the industry is about to invest in the right platform. So it's all about knowing, and that's when we are ready to trade anywhere, anytime.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me conclude there. If we have to provide proper education about the blockchain ecosystem. For example, it's not about if we talk about Indian scenario, so a lot of fake tokens are there in the market from past few years. That's why people are scared to invest. But if you go through the process of if you're reading white paper properly and you are able to find out that particular token has certain use case in real world, and that token price will be related to certain kind of assets, that is a real world asset. So in that case, you are secure. And let me talk about ICO. ICO's initial coin offering that they are based on utility token. And if your token utility is perfectly fine, so there are a lot of tokens, like you can say Ethereum was an ICO in 2015. So they conducted ICO that time. It was very successful. Even I participated in that. I invested in their ICO around I'm talking about, that nobody knows, but they have the use cases. Even that Litecoin ICO was there. A lot of ICOs was there that time. That was the era. But those are good ICOs. If you talk about the around 2019 to 2022, so a lot of fake ICOs are also involved. Their MLM schemes are going on. So if people have taken the money and they run away, that is why the government is very strict about the tokenization in Indian scenario. If you are trying to raise some fund, so there are a lot of legal issues. So yeah, you have to face. You cannot raise funds for tokens in India. If I'm talking about Indian market, but if you go properly, international ICOs or IDOs, even IDOs are very good. IDOs are initial decentralized offering. You can invest on directly on like any exchange. For example, I want to build my token, I want to raise fund, then I can create a token, create a landing page, and list my token over any kind of DEXs like Binance. We can say Swap, Uniswap, SushiSwap. I can list my token and raise fund for the project, and I have to do certain kind of marketing. But the people who are investing, they have to educate themselves about the technical part of it. For example, token should be backed by certain kind of proper use case, either utility, either security. If it is security, then certainly the government regulations are there, so your money is safe. If it's only utility token, then there are will be chances of 50-50%. If the company is proposing we will develop a so and so MVP, if MVP is developed and it is successful, your money will be doubled. And if it is failed, then again the risk is there. So that's why behind the tokenization, risk is always there. If it is there like just the utility token, and if for security token, the government is very strict. A lot of tokens are available in terms of financial market also. Recently Ethereum launched a standard called ESC 7099, that is a bond token, institutional bonds that can be also tokenized through the smart contract. Even a lot of different standards are there from the Ethereum side. You can tokenize any kind of financial instrument, but those are security tokens because those are backed by a lot of regulations. So you have to find out which token you have to invest based on your you can say your intelligence. So we have to educate the proper like we if we are able to educate any kind of persons in terms of like investors, in terms of university students. Because if you talk about crypto, mostly the generation from you can say the people from aging from 20 years to 40 years, they are investing more. If you talk about any persons above 60, they will not invest in any ICU. But if you talk about the people who are from 20 to 40 years, they are more keen to know about the financial products to get the like they just want to double their money, and without thinking anything, they're investing in random tokens also. They're investing in a lot of altcoins. Then certainly they crashes and they are losing their money. So better to educate them, those youngsters who are investing in the projects. That is only one way we can save our youngsters to get they are trapped in terms of MLM schemes also. So certainly what happen, you are investing in one day or for 6 months, the token price is increasing, then after that it suddenly collapse and vanish from on the exchange. And if token is crashed on exchange, that time nobody can do. So there are a lot of things are happening in the market. So better to educate the youngsters who are investing in the security part also we have to consider. Even from legal point of view, Sneha can guide better because a lot of legal regulations are available in Asian market in terms of tokenization, in terms of investment, especially for the companies also. That is why like a lot of companies are moving outside India to launch their tokens. There's the main reason. Government is very strict about tokenization right now in Indian market.
Definitely, definitely. Thanks for adding it, Garima. Sneha, Anuja, Poonam, anybody of you would like to share your final thoughts?
Yeah, I would like to just agree with Garima and say like we just need to, I mean, the government will need to share the awareness about this, because like if it is shared by government, then people will tend to believe it if it is shared in a proper way.
Yeah, that's very much true. Sneha, you would like to add on?
Yeah, to add with government initiatives, I think the government should engage more professionals with experience in this space. So if engaging economists, great economists aren't enough if they don't really gauge what blockchain is, or they might understand what it is technically, but they wouldn't have had the experience to know what its impact could be firsthand. So ideally, the government should engage people with real world experience in this space who would be able to provide that input. And based on that, I think if more legislations were to come, more awareness drives were to come, and also if quasi-judicial bodies like RBI and SEBI, etc., were to participate as well, it would be a much nicer environment.
Yeah, totally agree. Poonam, would you like to add?
Yeah, completely agree with all of our lovely panelists. Like, we do know, like, education is the only way that we can improve in this ecosystem, because we know people are very aggressive with respect to learning, with respect to gaining knowledge, whatever we are doing in case of blockchain ecosystem. But the only reason we are lacking behind is just because of this education, which is not available as per which I see as per our current scenarios. So I'm very much agree with the Sneha and all of our panelists that this is the only way we can improve, and this is the only way we can see doing blockchain a very good improvement in next 10 decades or so. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Sneha, Garima, Anuhiya, Anuja, and Poonam. It was lovely interacting with you. It was such a diverse panel. Like, we had women from product side, developer side, lawyer, VP of engineering, and like customer success. So it was like a panel where it has diverse skill set. I truly enjoyed the conversation and listening your viewpoint on tokenization, because each of you had a unique viewpoint. So thank you again for joining us, and thank you so much. I hope it was insightful for the audience. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
I think next time we'll try to do some of the educational stuff on the trading and investment part of it. That would be real fun.
Agreed.
Yeah.
We should do that.
Yeah. Yeah. Awesome. Thank you, guys.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So next we move on. So now we have discussed about tokenization. So the next session that we have is a presentation which is based on a transparent and traceable coverage analysis model for vaccine supply chain using blockchain technology. So this presentation will focus on the healthcare sector, while we all know the blockchain principle of transparency and security. It is also like it could be applied to other aspects, other sectors also. So like this topic is like, I'll say, is close to my heart. Reason being, I've built a similar sort of solution for one of the hackathons. I remember myself preparing a COVID-19 vaccine management system on blockchain way back. So I think this is like a no-brainer solution on the supply chain side, that too for the vaccine management, which is super critical. So I'll introduce the presenter for this, which is Lakshmi. Lakshmi, could you turn your video on? Okay, I'll briefly.
The video is on.
Oh, okay, we didn't pin. Okay, awesome. I can see Lakshmi. Yeah. So Lakshmi is a research scientist at Kerala Blockchain Academy. She started her career as a software developer, and she has experience of more than 5 years in blockchain technology. So she is a researcher as well as a trainer, and she is currently leading the Hyperledger team at Kerala Blockchain Academy. So she's focusing on creating high quality content and blockchain solutions and courses in the Hyperledger technology. And so far, under her leadership, the KBA team has trained more than 600 Hyperledger Fabric aspirants, which is like a really, really great number. Thank you for what you have done. And it's really amazing to have you here. So over to you, Lakshmi, for the presentation.
Yeah, thank you, Nidhi. Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Yeah, thank you. So, hello everyone. A very good afternoon to all. So, before moving on to my presentation, first let me share a few words about this woman in blockchain. Actually, I have been watching the session from morning onwards, and just wanted to say that all the sessions, that is the various panel discussions and the presentations, have provided valuable insights and very much beneficial for everyone's understanding. I just wanted to say thanks to Hyperledger India Chapter and all other organizers for organizing this truly beneficial sessions. And also thanks for inviting me for this event.
Thank you so much, Lakshmi, for joining. Yeah, over to you.
Let me start my presentation. Yeah, Nidhi, could you please confirm? Yeah. Okay,
yes,
thank you.
we can see your screen. Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm here to present about ImmunoChain, which is a transparent and traceable coverage analysis model for vaccine supply chain using blockchain technology. And it is one of the significant supply chain application developed by Kerala Blockchain Academy for public good. And with the support of BIRAG, Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, Indian Council for Medical Research, ICMR, and Kerala State Health Department. Here is the agenda. First, I will be giving a brief introduction about blockchain technology and ImmunoChain. Then I will share the background, solution, implementation, and architecture details of ImmunoChain. And at the end, I will show a short demo of our ImmunoChain application. Since we are dealing with a supply chain solution with blockchain, let me first give a brief about the importance of blockchain technology in supply chain management. As you all know, blockchain is a decentralized distributed ledger technology. And also it ensures various guaranteed features like transparency, traceability, and all. So transparency means like we can like all authorized users are allowed to view the data that is stored in the blockchain. And coming to the word traceability means like in blockchain, all the transactions means any process that is happening in the blockchain network, we can call it as a transaction. So all the transactions are properly recorded in a blockchain network. And also it is possible to view the previous transaction details related to a particular data, which ensures traceability in a supply chain solution. And these two features, that is transparency and traceability, is very much essential for a supply chain application. Then coming to the next feature, that is immutability. So as you all know, the blockchain, one of the main promising feature of blockchain is immutability. Immutability means once a data is recorded in a blockchain, it is not possible to alter or manipulate data. And hence, it ensures improved accountability in the case of supply chain. And if you are building a blockchain, if you are building a supply chain application using blockchain, then an end user or a customer can view or trace the origin of the product because blockchain allows real-time tracking of data from the point of origin to the final destination. Say, for example, by making use of QR scanning or by utilizing IoT methods, it is possible to track the various levels of supply chain, such as manufacturing, distributing, delivery, etc. So it is possible for the end customer to know the which all that is when it is receiving one product, at what temperature this product is transmitted, and in which form this product is manufactured. Everything can be tracked from if we are implementing a supply chain solution using blockchain. Then coming to smart contracts. So smart contract is actually a set of rules or business logics. That is, business logic means like how to what all process that has to be done in this blockchain network, or we can say that how to execute a transaction. All these rules we are defining in the smart contract. And these smart contracts are self-executable code. So it ensures automation. So we can automate all the major processes such as payment system. In a supply chain system, we can automate the processes such as payment system, inventory management, etc. can be automated by making use of this smart contract. So due to these wide variety of features, we have developed or implemented this ImmunoChain, that is a supply chain management system for vaccine using blockchain technology. So let me next discuss about the background that led to this particular solution, that is ImmunoChain. So as you all know, immunization is one of the most efficient method or process which protects human from various diseases. Say, And our India government is actually spending so much fund or so much effort is given to make sure that all the children are receiving proper vaccines. And even the government is providing so many vaccines like BCG, DPT, MMR, etc. All these vaccines are provided free of cost. And even though the government is spending too much effort and money, but still the report says that, say for example, in 2015, based on the universal immunization system, the University of Michigan study has produced a report that only about 57% of the children received the proper vaccine. And also based on a study conducted by IMI, that is Intensified Mission Indradhanush, it reports that only about 38% of children didn't receive proper vaccine in their first year of age. There may be many reasons behind this. Maybe because of like us, based on our analysis, we have found that the main reason beyond this is due to the lack of proper supervision or monitoring system. So because like we have found that we have conducted study in various public health centers there in Kerala, and we have found that they were keeping different ledgers. Different ledgers means different records were maintained for recording the details of vaccines. Say for example, like a separate record book was maintained for writing the vaccine details, like when this vaccine has been arrived, how many dosage of vaccines were there, and also a separate ledger book is maintained for recording the details like which all vaccines are given, or which all vaccines are given to the children, and a separate book is maintained for managing the details of beneficiaries, like the mother and child health conditions, etc. Where all these details were recorded in separate books. So analyzing the data from these multiple reports were actually very much difficult. So it is due to this reason that the proper we were not able to give the proper count to the authority. So sometimes some more children may have vaccinated properly, but since it is not able to analyze from the data that whether the vaccination is received for the children, it was not able to show these reports, and hence we analyzed that a proper tracking mechanism is needed in this vaccine management system. So from the vaccine supply chain, it actually starts from vaccine manufacturing to till the administration process. It has to be properly tracked. Then only we will be able to produce the report, and also we will able to identify that in which all areas this proper vaccination is not given properly, and we will be the government is able to take measures for improving the immunization in those areas. So we have proposed this solution, that is immunochain, which is actually a traceability solution for vaccine administration process. And we, Kerala Blockchain Academy, has proposed this proposal to the Grand Challenges India Immunization Data, that is GCIDA program, which was funded by BIRAC and Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. And and we have selected, and our project was selected from about 260 applicants, and we also received approval from Indian Council of Medical Research for implementing this project in about 15 locations in India. So let us discuss about the solution that we have developed, that is immunochain. So we have proposed, or we have developed a big data and blockchain based solution for tracking the vaccine details, like like vaccine details from that is starting from the distribution area, that is the government, that like which all vaccines that the government is given for free. So all those details we have collected, and if the details have been recorded from the transmitting from the centers where it is transmitted to till it reaches the hospitals, and also till how these medicines are administered to the children. So all these data we have collected in our immunochain application. Then coming to, let me check the chat. Yeah. Okay, so and we have developed like as part of this application, we have developed a mobile-based application and also a web-based application. And this mobile-based application is actually used for entering the vaccine-related details, and this web-based application is developed mainly for generating all the reports and all mainly for the central authority. And then coming to the ledger system. So here we are keeping two types of data in the ledger, in our distributed ledger, that is vaccine details and also beneficiary details. So vaccine details means the details about the vaccine, such as the date of the current location of the vaccine, that is whether it is from the distributors or whether it is on the transporting stage or whether it is received in the hospital. All those data we will be able to collect in this immunochain, and also the beneficiary details. Beneficiary here in the immunization system, the beneficiaries are the mother and child. So whether the vaccines are properly administered to the child, and also that the age of that is in which all age groups, which all ages these vaccines has to be administered. All these details are properly monitored in this immunochain application. So coming to our implementation level. So in our immunochain, like we are having mainly three parts: an immunochain mobile application, a web application, and also a RCH book application. So in the immunochain mobile application, which actually collects the process, which is mainly meant for the functionalities like vaccine registration, stock management, and vaccine administration. So vaccine registration means whenever a vaccine is given for distribution, this vaccine details has to be registered in our application. So vaccine registration means we have to record the details about the type of vaccine, the composition of that particular vaccine, then purpose of the vaccine, then the date of manufacturing, the date of expiry. All those details we'll be collecting in this vaccine registration. And also a separate QR code will also be issued for each batch of the vaccine for uniquely identifying that particular batch of vaccine. And also we will also collecting, like in each batch, how many dosage of vaccines are there. And then coming to the next process, that is stock management. Stock management actually involves two main processes, that is stock in and stock out. Stock out means like when a vaccine is distributed from one center to another center, that is sometimes vaccine will be distributed from the central authority to from the central office to the hospitals. Then that has to be recorded. That is how much amount of vaccine is transferred, and how many dosage are there, and which type of vaccines are there, and in which temperature this vaccine is transmitted. All these details we will be collecting there in stock out process. And in the stock in process, we will be collecting details like at which time these vaccines are received at the hospital, and how many dosage of vaccines were there. And sometimes during transmit and all, some vaccine bottles may get damaged and all. So all those details also we can enter in this vaccine stock in process, so that the authority, the central authority can ensure that how much quantity of vaccine has successfully received there in the hospital. And then coming to the next process, that is vaccine administration. This vaccine administration is actually to record mainly the administration process, that is which all vaccines, that is when a child is given a vaccine, those details will be recorded there in this vaccine administration process. Then coming to the next application, that is ImmunoChain web application, which is mainly for registering the beneficiary details. That is in our application, we have to enter the details of mother and the child. So the child, mother health conditions, the child health conditions, their age, etc. All these details has to be properly recorded. And also, we have to, like, it is possible to generate reports. Generate reports means since we have implemented big data analytics in our application, it is possible to generate reports like how much vaccines are there in each of the hospitals and what is the usage, how much usage vaccines are used in each of the hospital, and in which all areas proper vaccinations are going on. All these reports can be easily generated using our web application. Then coming to the next application, that is the RCH Book mobile application. So RCH Book mobile application is actually a duplicate of immunization card. So normally every children will be having an immunization card where we'll be noting down that which all vaccines have been taken for the child and in which all date and which is the next date to give the next dose of the next dose of vaccine and all. So in order to simulate or replicate that immunization card, we have developed this RCH Book mobile application, and this mobile application is given to the mother so that the mother can easily log into this application and see the details that when is the next due date for the particular application. And also it is by through sending SMS, it is possible to notify the mother about the next vaccine date, etc. is also implemented in this RCH Book mobile application. Then coming to the backend, in the backend side, we have built or stored the data using blockchain system. Here we have used a permissioned blockchain platform named as Hyperledger Sawtooth, and also we have incorporated the big data analytics by making use of Cassandra and all. Then coming to the architecture. So this is the main architecture that we have followed for building our ImmunoChain application. So when coming to the vaccine supply chain, it actually starts from a district store. Like in every state, there will be a district store where the government will supply or the manufacturer will supply the vaccines which has to be given for free of cost. So these vaccines will be available there in the district stores. And once the vaccine is received there in the district store, first it will be entered into our mobile application, and a unique batch number will be provided for the vaccine, and also a QR code will be generated. And by scanning this, by scanning this QR code, we will be easily able to identify the details of vaccines, like what is the composition of the vaccine, its expiry date, then the dosage, etc. Everything will be available, will be uniquely identified from scanning the QR code. And once the like from the district store, these vaccines will be transmitted or transferred to the health centers, like public health center or community health center or to other hospitals. It is distributed from the district store. So once we are distributing, then also all these details, like how much package of vaccines or how much dosage of vaccines are sent to each hospitals, and what is the temperature kept, all these details will also be recorded there in our blockchain. So here actually we are storing two types of data. One is the vaccine related data, and also another one named as beneficiary related data. So vaccine related data is related to all the details related to particular vaccine, and beneficiary is actually the details about the end user, like the mother and child details will be there in the beneficiary chain. So coming to the transportation level. So at each level, the data is like whenever that vaccine is transported and all these data will be recorded there in our vaccine chain. Then once the PHC or PHC means the public health center or the hospital receives the package of vaccine, those data will also be easily recorded by QR code, by scanning the QR code that is available on the on the package. It is able to collect all the details of the vaccine that are transmitted to that particular hospital, and then they can by entering 1 or 2 clicks, they will be able to ensure that they will be able to record that whether the vaccine is received there or not. And also if some vaccines were damaged during the transmit, that can also be recorded there. And also from hospitals also for some immunization programs like for polio vaccination program and all, sometimes from the hospitals these vaccines may be distributed to some schools or public health, public centers, etc. for distribution. So those details are also will be recorded there in our vaccine chain. And then we are having one login. One login is provided, one web application is provided mainly for the health officials to monitor all this data. That is how much vaccine is transported, how much vaccines is used in each of these health centers, and how much students are properly, how much children are properly vaccinated. For all these reports can be easily generated using our web application. And then coming to the beneficiary side, so whenever the mother comes, first the mother and the child details will be registered to our application, and then a unique RCH QR code will be provided. RCH means it is actually reproductive and child health book, which is currently used in hospitals. So there's a digital book similar to this RCH book will be provided. Application will be provided, and it will be made available in the mother's mobile phone, and they will be, by logging into their digital RCH book, they will be able to identify see that what all vaccines have been given to the child and what all vaccines are pending for the child. By automatically calculating the age and all, it is able to, it will notify the mother about the next date for vaccination. And also there are awareness videos, etc. are also included in this app to share the knowledge about what all benefits are there for what are the benefits are there for this immunization program. And whenever the child is brought to the hospital for vaccination, the mother has to just show this QR code to the doctor, so that the doctor or the nurse or the health official can just scan the QR code, and he or she will get the details of the vaccine that are already provided, and can easily like after taking the vaccine, it can easily select the vaccines that are listed there in the application to notify that to record that these many vaccines are recorded, these many vaccines are given for the child. So all these details are recorded there in our blockchain, and also it is a user-friendly applications are developed for the health officials, because mostly the doctors, nurses will be busy, so very like by doing 1 or 2 click, they will be able to record these data into our application. Then coming to the highlights or features of our immunochain solution. So in the current scenario, it took about 5 to 6 minutes for doing this, for recording this immunization process. But after implementing our immunochain solution, it has been reduced to about 4 to 5 seconds were needed for recording this data to our immunochain app. Because in the previous scenario, they were writing, like initially the mother or the parent has to take the OP ticket, and then they have to consult a doctor to identify to get prescription of which all vaccine has to be taken, and then doctor or the nurse has to record this in particular book. So all these details, actually the process has taken too much time, but after using this immunochain application, within 1 minute, they were able to record all these details. And then And then since all the data that is from the vaccine transport, from the vaccine supply chain and also vaccine administration, all these data are safely recorded there in the blockchain. It is not needed for a further data consolidation is not needed. And also duplicate ledger, like duplicate ledger mechanism was also eliminated by making use of our immunochain application. Then the date this age since then the date of birth of the child is, since the date of birth of the child is properly tracked in our immunochain application, it is also possible to notify the mother that in which all age, like when a particular vaccine is due, it can be notified to the mother about the vaccination date and all. And also we were able to generate various reports about the usage of vaccine in various areas, and also the reports like the correct and accurate reports can be given to the central authority. And we were also the digitized RCH book provided for the parents were also beneficial for the parents to identify that like which all vaccines are taken for the child. And we have piloted this project. We have piloted this project in about 26 public health centers here in Kerala, and we were getting positive. We received positive response from the parents and also from the doctors, health officials, and all. And they were they conveyed that it is very easy to use this particular application, and also very easy for generating the reports, because when the higher authority are asking for the reports of vaccination in each of the hospitals, they were able to produce the report very easily. And these are the various hospitals or public health centers where we have conducted all these data collection and case studies and implementations were conducted in these health centers there in Kerala. And here are the partners, with the help of these partners, we were able to successfully implement this immunochain application. The main partners are Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, then Grand Challenges India program, and the BIRAC, and then KDISC, then ICMR, that is Indian Council of Medical Research, then the Kerala State Health Department, and also the central government Department of Biotechnology. With their support, we were able to implement this project. And this project is currently in the piloting stage. And as a future enhancement, we are planning to integrate this immunochain application with a Mighty application, which is currently used therein, and India used as part of ICMR, that is Indian Council of Medical Research. And also we are currently this application is run is available only in English. So we are because typing the data or reading the data, reading everything in English may be difficult for the mothers from rural areas. So we are planning to develop this application in all the languages there, all the regional languages there in India. And also we are planning as a future enhancement, we are also planning to develop an application for issuing a verified credential for each beneficiary to ensure that the vaccines are to ensure that that individual is properly vaccinated. So these are our future plans. Then coming to our publication, so we have published our research paper in IEEE journal, that is a transparent and traceable coverage analysis model for vaccine supply chain. And also we for this particular immunochain application, we have received our director, Dr. Ashraf has received the IET India Future Tech Award, and also this project has received the Kerala Chief Minister's Award for Innovations in Public Policy. And here is the small demo of our application. Let me play it. a very good user-friendly application is developed here. Yes, that's all about the video. Yeah. Yeah, it's about it have come into my presentation.
Thank you, Lakshmi. The presentation was really insightful. It's really amazing to see blockchain solving critical challenges, that too in the public health domain. And I was just watching the application as well. So I feel the audience would be having a lot of questions. So folks, please feel free to drop your questions in the chat box. Lakshmi will be available to answer them. And yeah, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Lakshmi, you can stop presenting your screen.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Thank you so much. And folks, please ask your questions in the chat if you have any. Okay, now moving on. So I hope my screen is visible.
Yes, Shruti. And I wish
Okay.
to thank Rashmi. It was a wonderful presentation, and Immunochain, like it is like we can proudly tell it is a home built. Like it's a very good application. It's piloted also. So thank you very much, and thank you for KBA for the wonderful job done. Thank you.
Thank you, Ansi.
Okay, so we'll move on now. So next we have a panel discussion. And first of all, I would like to thank Srishti for being so kind to be a moderator plus a speaker for this panel. And she was super flexible to do this thing. So thank you so much, Shrishti. I'll quickly introduce yourself, then I'll hand it over to you for the introduction of the panelists. So
Sure.
Shrishti is a tech leader and entrepreneur. She has experience of over 17 years in the industry, and she has been in the blockchain space from 2020. She is passionate about making Web3 accessible. She is currently leading the global operations at Zappa Cybertech, which is providing payment processing service offerings for both financial and non-financial institutions. And previously, she has built high-performing teams at P2E Pro and Settlement. And Shrishti has been recognized expert in the blockchain technology, and she actively contributes to various industry associations. So yeah, as you are seeing, she's part of Hyperledger India also, along with other communities out there. So over to you, Shrishti.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much, Nidhi. It's always a pleasure to be a part of Hyperledger India Chapter, Women in Blockchain. And I'm really glad to moderate this session, Season 5, Women in Blockchain. And I would love to start with introducing our fellow colleagues and panelists. Dr. K.S. Umadevi. Her focus is in research in the field of wireless network and security distributed system, including next generation networks, cybersecurity, blockchain, and authentication mechanisms. In the recent past, she has been actively interacting with the blockchain community and worked on a couple of projects in association with Samsung Research Institute, and is an active member of several professional associations and editorial boards, including national and international conferences, where she has co-authored over 40 plus publications in peer-reviewed journals and delivered professional presentations and workshops in these conferences. We are very glad to have you as a part of this panel. Welcome aboard, Dr. Uma Devi. Are you there?
Yeah, I can see Uma Devi, yes.
Okay. And our next panelist is...
Thanks, Shrishti. Am I audible?
Yes,
Yeah,
you are.
thank you.
I actually don't see you, so that's why. Okay, no problem. Okay, great. Glad to see you. And our next panelist is Dr. Sonali Patil. She's an IEEE senior member and ACM senior member, distinguished educator, serving as professor and head of information technology department at Pimpri Chinchwad College of Engineering, affiliated with SPPU Maharashtra, has over 2 decades of academic involvement, holds a BE Computer Engineering, and is a part of is a chair of IEEE Pune Blockchain Group, also general chair of IEEE Blockchain Forum 2024. Happy to be a part of the same panel, Dr. Sonali. I've also been working very closely with IEEE. Glad to have you here. Welcome aboard.
Yeah, thank you, Srishti.
And yes, Dr. Sonali.
Yes. It's a pleasure
Okay.
to be a part of this event. Yeah, over to you.
Yes, thank you so much. And then we have Tanvi. I'm very fond of her. She is an exceptional entrepreneur, founder of Policy 4.0. She has deep and global experience in policy making and emerging technology. And prior to Policy 4.0, she was working as one of the leading decision makers with the Indian Prime Minister, Foreign Affairs Committee on Capitol Hill, and multiple central and state government agencies in India. And as the founder, she's responsible for the overall strategy and vision for leading her company. So great. Happy to have all of you on board, and we would love to... hi, Tanvi, welcome aboard.
Hi, Shrishti. Pleasure to be here.
Great. Okay, so I think we would definitely want to start the panel discussion with enlightening the users. Of course, CBDC has been more than a buzzword now, with the RBI actively getting involved in multiple pilots on wholesale as well as retail CBDCs, but it would be lovely to start with explaining what exactly CBDC is, what form of asset is it, how it can be useful, and what is the purpose that essentially a CBDC solves. So any one of you maybe.
Yeah, so just to start, because few of our participants may not be aware in detail what is CBDC. So as you rightly said, it is not a only buzzword, but in practical implementation also. And whether, like, we will be discussing interesting facts about CBDC, but whether CBDC should be there or not, this is not the case. Question is like how CBDC can be implemented in a better way. So CBDC is we say central bank digital currency. So it is a fiat digital form of a country's fiat money or fiat currency. So when we talk about the CBDC, and as you said, like why there was a need of the CBDC, because when in fiat currency also there are two types. Traditionally, we are using physical notes or coins. So physical notes and coins, and when digital form is also there, many people it is demystify. We should demystify that digital like UPI money is not a digital money. It is a digital platform, which gives us the use of our fiat currency in the form of digital way. But it is a digital platform. But when we talk about the CBDC, it is a digital money. So and there is cryptocurrency also. So people are mixing cryptocurrency and CBDC. So the main difference with cryptocurrency and CBDC is cryptocurrency is not controlled by any authority, but CBDC is a legal tender, and it is controlled by the central bank of that particular country. And certainly when the central authority is there, but then also it uses the blockchain technology, especially the smart contracts. It is kind of programmable money. So that technology will certainly provide some features which are very much needed to have the efficiency and other features which we will be discussing, of course. But the basic need was even to have the speed up as well as efficiency. And there are some other issues, like sometimes we say how to control the monetary policies and all. So for the government as well as to public and means layman also, the day will come soon when everyone will realize the importance of digital money. And cross-border transactions will also get easy with the CBDC.
Yes, I think that's great. That puts a foundation for our users, and this is actually a very important use case now. But while we do understand that why a CBDC is required, what is the need of it, but it would be very helpful to understand specifically in the Indian context. There has been in the last year rollouts for wholesale CBDC. There have been this year rollouts for retail CBDCs. So what, how does the two different aspects, wholesale and retail CBDCs, affect, if they do affect the common man in some way, and what can we anticipate a potential utilization of this? Maybe Tanvi, if you can take that question.
Yeah, sure, Shashi. So I think in terms of how it'll impact the common man, I think right now there are 3 pilots which have been experimented with, and as you rightly said, most of them are in the wholesale. So the first phase of CBDC is very much a sort of back-end transformation, which common people may not really see the value in that right now, because they are already getting their instant payments and things like that. So I think right now a lot of focus is on that wholesale side, where they are right now looking at money markets and those kind of instruments and what a CBDC can do. So that will, eventually create a lot of changes in terms of tokenized assets and things like that, which Pan spoke about. But at the moment, because the whole regulatory apparatus works on the back-end system, right? The B2B system. So there are a lot of changes coming there for market participants. If this becomes a sort of, whole, if this becomes really rolled out at a large scale, right? So at the moment, I mean, RBI is going about it in a very cautious way with a lot of step-by-step experimentation, which is important because it's a very big systemic shift. But I think eventually it just enables, it could, I mean, it depends on to what extent it's allowed to bring in those features, but pretty much a lot of features that DeFi and all that enable, right? Whether it's programmability, whether it's composability, like a good CBDC could in theory. But I think we are some ways away from, all those features getting realized. But I think there is a lot to come maybe from after the elections, in the next 2 years. I think there'll be a lot of experimentation.
Yes, that's right. That's right. So, do you think that the retail CBDC, when we talk about the person to person and the person to merchant, that is going to be something that would challenge maybe the UPI landscape in some way? I know that, that's something really huge now to anticipate, considering the volume of transactions that is happening per second. I would not even say per minute for UPI, but that is largely what is being anticipated as one of the biggest use cases in CBDC in the retail landscape. Uma Devi, if you could share your insights into this.
Yes, Srishti. Basically, we have a lot of services being provided through UPIs, but still this sector, I joined with Tanvi and Sonali. It's under development. That's why we go for a two-tiered architecture where the core functionality is handling. I mean, when it comes to crypto, it is minting the tokens. It is all associated with the central bank authorities. So RBI is supposed to address that particular one, and handling the retail's day-to-day activities of the customers are taken care of through the UPIs. And several other, functionalities are also included as a part of this. And it is not only about that. It includes various other features, for example, scalability, security, and the other factors. When it comes to the implementation, when it is a UPI, so we have signature-based algorithms which is used for security, and the crypto-based backups also in order to ensure the security features. And in addition, we do provide, it seeks for certain things like horizontal scaling when it comes to capacity of processing, and vertical scaling when it comes to other features. So considering all these facts, maybe we can expect a fruitful solution in order to address the retail, preferably the retail CBDC.
Yes, I think that really explains that very well. But I think the next question which comes after what you have put light to is definitely what could be the risk that we see or foresee associated with this, while the opportunity is very clear to us that it's an asset, digital asset, which is programmable, and then yes, it's being compliant by the central monetary authority of the jurisdiction wherever the currency is going to be implied for. But what do we see as the potential risk associated?
So hope I can address this as well. So when it comes to market, it is not about retail, it is about the wholesale also. So as pointed out by Dr. Sonali, the cross border payments are having much more impact onto this when it comes to the risk. The major impacting factor is at this point of time, we could say it is not only about handling the currency, it is also about handling the currency across in between the multiple countries and its adaptability as well. You need the supporting factors which needs to be. Whereas it is very obvious that we have few factors about the value of the money, the value that it's stored, and as well as the other factors like the deposits that the banks do have in the name of this. When we oversee how it's going to be handled, the prime factor is
the first thing that comes to the point is the intermediary services. When we see either wholesale or retail or any little bit. So the point behind it is the intermediaries. We may not be depending on the intermediaries. The core part of the core ecosystem is going to be ruled by the central bank, and hence there is a opinion among the people that the revenue that is generated because of the intermediaries may get reduced or it may be diluted. So there would be a change in the the funds, the overall funds that the banks do have, or the velocity of the money that the banks do handle with respect to the digital payments. So it probably disturbs the kind of macroeconomy sector in this particular phase when we consider this as a point. Maybe we can expect some changes where the banking sector would come out with in order to manage this, in order to retain their holdings, as well as to support the cross-border payments and the other things as far as the upcoming changes, what we expect through CBDC.
Great. So I think what you feel is that the macroeconomic perspective is one of the largest risk that we have.
Yes.
But I think another follow-up would definitely be here, and this would be open to either Sonali or Tanvi, that while we are talking about wholesale CBDC here, and this is something that would be definitely a synonym or synonymous thing to SWIFT, where we have governance and structures in place, which is compliant as per, say, ISO 20022. How do we see wholesale CBDC being implemented? So what do we see from a governance perspective and also from an acceptance perspective? Because this is a intra-jurisdiction transaction that we're talking about.
So as far as the Indian CBDC goes, it's not really an intra-jurisdictional thing, right? It's not something accepted yet in other countries, and nor are we running those experiments that like China and other places, like MCBDC and all that. So that's the cross-border piece is actually less of a place where CBDCs are being looked at and more of a place where right now it's still more of stable coins and things like that, which matter in cross-border, right? CBDC is very much right now domestic. And I think if you think about the risk around it, or I think on cross-border, that's a whole other bucket. Like we can go down, it's a whole other rabbit hole of just how you make a CBDC scale in that kind of environment, because cross-border and FX markets, are extremely fragmented. And SWIFT is, the SWIFT, and they have the clearing system underlying it, right? That's one kind of behemoth that exists, but otherwise FX is very fragmented, right? And there's a lot of these bilateral experiments which other countries are targeting, like the Saudis, the Chinese, like they're all experimenting with this. Russia is now putting forward this BRICS payment system and BRICS coin, right, which also India is a part of. So there's a lot of things going on at a geopolitical level, which we can talk about. But I think coming to your original question, I think by far the biggest risk with CBDC is privacy. And I think it has everybody very concerned. Even the central bank knows that it can't push it unless they figure that out. And there are some discussions going on anonymization and things like that. But I think that will be the sort of, clincher debate that the government will face on this issue, because there's already enough people very concerned about, how a CBDC will impact their financial privacy. And, even if promises are made, like how much transparency will be kept across that, right? So, and I think the government's quite aware that this is going to be the biggest hurdle that has to be crossed. And as far as UPI, since you asked about that, I don't think the CBDC is really a substitute there. I think if you ask in terms of policy strategy, I think the approach being considered is more of, maybe linking up the two. So like just like you have bank accounts settling through the UPI, you could just have CBDC accounts and then it's a instant settlement, right? So the UPI just becomes another rail for it because the wallet adoption is already there, right? But that will all depend on like privacy and how much are you able to convince your citizens that this is better necessary.
Yeah, that's right. I think what you are sharing, and that puts a lot of insight into at a strategic level, what are the considerations that are happening. But with regard to, the implementation regarding privacy, so how are we at a government level at this stage? Is this an infrastructure question or this is more at an individual level? And definitely what I feel that this is definitely going to be a parallel economy where we have fiat and we have digital assets which comprises of the major cryptos and stable coins, and CBDC when implemented in production rollouts would be an alternate economy. So yes, Sonali, if you could share your inputs on that.
Yeah, because when we talk about the privacy, privacy is more with physical money, we'll say, because when the physical notes are in your hand, how you are spending it, to trace it is not that easy. In a digital form, or when we are saying CBDC, because when we compare with the cryptocurrencies, privacy is there, anonymity is there. But when it is CBDC, so how to like achieve the required privacy? There the government has to come up with the policies, and because this will be again because it is easy to trace for the government, and they have started with the wholesale and then later the plan is for the retail, but the policy implementation and also the technology support as well as means to because giving required privacy along with when we say about traceability, right, it is a challenge, and also when we talk about the I just want to add because while implementing all this as we were discussing about the challenges also, so even security or cyber security threats are also challenged there while implementing those. So programmable money, how we are technically we are implementing it, and that's why I think that RBI is not going with that pace, but they are taking slowly the steps so that they will understand all the pros and cons, and they will move ahead with this, because with the limited cities and with only the wholesale that part they have started, and I'm sure along with this privacy issues, they must be working on the security issues also, so especially cyber security threats.
Yes. I think that's a very important parameter, the IT security, the cyber security, because we are already aware that the number of hacks that have happened, especially in the crypto space, where there have been incidents of whole stable coins and not small but big ones being wiped out in a day. So such a thing, of course, would not be applicable to CBDC, since this would be definitely permissioned and not going the public way. But this is, of course, a very important thing. And while we're trying to achieve this, is this would be the right ground or a base to say that largely CBDC would essentially be making the transaction processing much more faster. That would be one part, because of this clearing settlement systems not being there while being governed by the central bank. So of course the reconciliation is happening by them, but CSMs are not involved, and there are no payment rails or schemes involved, whether it is within the country or cross-border. While this is one of the largest opportunity that we see,
Yes, yes, it is.
Then do we foresee this as one as a future
Yes.
economy, CBDC being a future economy? What are the thoughts? And this definitely I would love to hear from all three of you.
So it's much more faster and avoiding the intermediaries here. It seems to be cheaper. And as per eCash 2.4, there was another provision saying that since the core ecosystem is handled by the central bank directly, it fixes a lot of issues. The only factor which we need to bother about here is the exchange rate. So all the other cases seems to be quite under, control only. And we have a lot of other avenues as well when it comes to the security issues, like either KYC policies or AML policies and all those things, which is supposed to be taken care. Apart from that, the transaction delays that we had in the earlier system and the conventional system is getting diluted now. And we are able to achieve much faster and transparent transactions considering CBDC.
Great, lovely. Dr. Sonali, what are your thoughts on that, on CBDC being one of the a potential future economy going ahead?
Yeah, especially the features which CBDC provides. Certainly, like I would like to mention about those features so that like we can see the future money, how it will help. So when we say it is a digital money, so and when we talk about the infrastructure, especially when with respect to the central government or central bank, so the infrastructure they require to generate the traditional kind of money, compared to that CBDC is easy for them. The control they can, as we were discussing about the monetary policies also, so it is easy for them to govern the policies, monetary policies, as well as when it is again when there are opportunities, there are of course challenges also. So when we are saying that the policies, while this deciding, they will have some certain authorities who will handle the things. So this is again like challenge also for the CBDC. And but in spite of all this, when we say that we have to move ahead with the CBDC, means how we see the future money. So when there is a when we say that some particular currency, let's take example of US dollar, lot of dependencies are there on such currencies, powerful currencies, I will say fiat currencies. So later on someday maybe China currency will take over or something. So to control our nation should have our own some policies and all these things. So I think Uma Devi can also add to this point. But I think CBDC, the way our government is trying to implement and the policies are getting implemented, it's very much, I can see a future money as CBDC, means very prominently.
Great, lovely. Tanvi, what are your thoughts?
On CBDC as future money, you're saying?
Yes.
Yeah, I think both Dr. Uma Devi and Dr. Sonali were quite accurate, and there's lots of these new generation features which are there. And, I think it's just it's there's sort of like all these seismic shifts going on in the financial sector right now anyway, right? So at a global level, you have these shifts in the monetary system altogether, where lots of countries are trying to de-dollarize, and that's
Yes,
there's a
I
big,
think that's a major thing.
that's
Yes.
a multi-layered game, right? So at an international system level, how CBDC plays into that is going to be very interesting. It'll be interesting to see how FX markets evolve. Like I think Uma ma'am was saying this. So yes, exchange rates right now are set in this dollar-based way. Like FX markets are very fragmented. So like, will that change when we move into CBDC world? I think at the domestic level, you have you have also a lot of fintech, and you have the UPI, and you have all this other technology stuff going on, right? So I mean, the CBDC, when you think about it technologically, like it almost could be like what OpenAI is doing to a lot of AI applications. Like they build something and it becomes obsolete because OpenAI made a model which kind of, it takes away that inefficiency, and then you don't need any more of those applications. And like CBDC could very well do that to a lot of fintech, right? It could make them obsolete because it's from the inception point, it's making money natively digital, right? So a lot of these, so many of our lending, fintechs and things are solving for inefficiencies in the data between this database and that, and like it could just eliminate those things, right? So at a local system level, yeah, there could be a lot of disruption, depending on how they plan to design it and like how they evolve it. But I think also it could create like just a lot of efficiencies. I think like right now at a market side or in the SEBI side, if you see they're moving to T+0 markets, right? We are already very advanced with like T+1 markets, and now we're looking at T+0 markets. And so, that those kind of things will make our financial system a very different animal altogether, right? Like if you have banking, markets, other financial products kind of working at this instant speed, like it's going to change a lot of things. And then I think for citizens, I think like it could create a very, very positive thing, because we know like capital has always been a constraint in India. Everyone has stories of like, that queuing up for bank loans, or, somebody dealing with money lenders, and like just how much of a bottleneck capital has been for so many generations. I mean, that whole story could change if, a lot of efficiency is brought in finance, if cost of capital is made very cheap, then the only thing you have to worry about is capital formation and things like that. So, I mean, it could all go great, right? But then everything depends on the design choices, like, because, yeah.
That's right. That's absolutely right. And I think the largest prerogative is definitely how we would facilitate the financial inclusion, along with solving for the lending problems, while we kind of, are challenging the fintechs. But ultimately, I think with my experience, how I've seen it's elimination doesn't happen. People adopt to something which is superseding, whether it's a new bank or it's a challenger bank, and these banks would start, having the CBDCs, whether retail, I think largely retail would be utilized. So as again a product for them. And that's definitely going to be something. But let's would definitely love to hear from the panel about how do we see this CBDC as an asset, leading to greater financial inclusion, and also from a stability perspective, how do we see this in the coming future, maybe in the next 3 years or 5 years or so?
So it is not only about the financial inclusion, it also helps the startups to have much more confidence. See, whenever we give a space for the new generation or something new, there's going to be obviously a good fresh blood flow, or kind of the system is rejuvenated by that mean, I would say rather. So we can invite a lot of scope. There is a lot of scope from them to add much more values towards the stability of it. And also, we have got, many people volunteering it. Almost recently, I had come across that out of members who are involved in the in blockchain, about 90% of them are there taking part in the community as well. There was a survey by Deloitte. So we can see the volunteers. Volunteers or the users who are making use of actually this particular platform. And another thing is when we see that the community is all about the one which gives you the stability or the confidence that yes, there is a scope for evolving or an evolution. So that's why that's how I foresee that we can have a lot more changes in terms of security when compared to the conventional system, as I pointed out earlier. And we can, that's how I feel like the changes should be in place.
Great, lovely. So I think largely all the benefits are right now dependent on the design choices which the government makes and the policy monetary implications that would happen. And then definitely it's going to be like a waterfall or a scenario where different use cases and benefits in different sectors can be foreseeable while we are going to go towards implementation for this. One thing I want to know, and this is something that is in my mind. Like we have seen that in the last few years, there has been a currency like a SEPA. There is a SEPA framework which is there in Europe, to facilitate within the European countries, and then of course we had the euro currency coming. Is there a thought within that, especially for countries like India, Russia, China, that and these are the ones who are actually most actively working on CBDCs. It is not the US, it is not the European countries who are working on this. Is this something which is at the back of the mind of the governments, that this is a new asset, the FX is into place, it could be a methodology to replace the US dollar in some way, to get a stronger currency, and because at the end of the day, it's all about the supply chain, the demand. So is this something that could also be seen, or is something that is a parallel thing in place?
Actually, as you said, we can find a lot of growth as far as the Chinese currency is considered. The Chinese is that they have come out with some solution having a combination of risk-based and modular-based. It is, and similarly approach, and similarly Singapore also has come up with a solution in the same manner. It is not that they let something to happen and see like what could be the alternative or something. Like they are much more proactive in handling this, and so the systems seems to be quite successful in utilization. And recently, I think 21 or 22, they started making use of it. And the approach that they do have is really equal. And we are also parallelly working however they are progressing right now. So as you said, it is not the US. US is currently still, they are researching on it, whether to go with it or not. They have their own things to further explore on it. So I feel like we are also on par with them. And I think the approach that they make use of is really good. And we can follow, if not.
Okay, great, lovely. One more thing I think which we want to after this has been a very healthy discussion, and I think we've been able to cover almost all aspects, starting from what a CBDC is, going into policy, infrastructure, security, privacy, and then these strategic considerations which are at country level. But what I think one important aspect of which of any implementation, especially currency, would definitely be the adoption. How would the mass users comply to this? Would there be a need? Would this be something that an adoption can happen seamlessly? What do we see as steps? Is the government, because I had this is sometime back, 7-8 months back, I had a discussion with one of the executives in RBI where they were actually working on use cases of how do you facilitate more retail adoption. So is this something that is already in the mind, and are we also working on different use cases so that the adoption per se is much more faster, considering that any new thing that comes, like when we had the phone things, when the internet came, when the mobile came, like chatting, SMS free and all that, so is there something that do we foresee that adoption is going to be a bottleneck or a challenge that needs to be worked on, or is this already in consideration?
Obviously, when there is something new, we have to get through that particular phase. But when compared to the application of CBDC, I find that there are a lot of people who started adapting it, and there are also we could see a lot of investments that's happening with respect in this particular handlings. So I would say that we have a scope and we are into it.
Okay, great, lovely. Dr. Sonali, what are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, so I will second what Uma has said, because the way even digital money initially when it was started, and today if we see India being the largest population and even all levels of means people, it is not that only the technical background, this means educated people, not that way, but the adoption is very high. And people should get the belief on the technology, means the way it works and all. And for that, even CBDC, when it is restricted only for the wholesaler or for the few cities and all, but then also by interest people were trying to install the applications, wallets with their mobiles. They were trying to understand how is this money, and this is a very good change, I will say. And the youngest population which we have in our country, I'm sure like the adoption, once the flaws which are there, means those who are in use, they found. And one of the authority who is working at NPI, I got opportunity to interact, and they said that yes, parallelly we are working on like improving those challenges, and even those flaws should not be there. So that way, so I'm sure once it is approved, kind of means digital money, and then adoption will not be a challenge for us. So I'm hoping that the adoption will not be an issue. But the technical things like double spending, other things, or who is controlling and all those issues. So certainly the community, technical communities can also help the government for this.
I doubt, because this would not be an open thing for people to interact. But yes, what you're saying is that the adoption might not be that much of a challenge. I think I would definitely want to conclude this awesome session that we've had with asking a question to Tanvi. How far are we in implementing policy for CBDC, and where do you see this as a time frame in India?
Yeah, so I think that's a good question. I think in terms of policy, see, the legal dimension of it is already taken care of, because the laws allow you as a central bank to issue CBDC. There's not much modification needed in our legal frameworks. And then in the bill that was passed in the last budget, also it's been made clear that the government will go ahead and issue a CBDC. So there's not too much there, but there's going to be a lot in terms of governance to figure out, like between the banks and the central bank. Like when we were talking about the governance of a system like this, I assume we'll probably lean into something similar to UPI, the way we have this structure, which is in between banks and the central banks, and you set up a kind of entity like that. So will there be a vehicle like that, or like will there be other kinds of oversight possible? Those things all have to be figured out. I think the anonymity privacy bit is under a lot of deliberation, but I don't think there's that many solutions there as yet, so it's really the bulk of even the policy thinking is filtering into the design aspects, right? And then there'll be all these other frameworks around the governance of it. So I think there's a lot yet to be figured out. But I do think
that trying to say is that it's not in an implementation timeline in the core banking systems currently, because that would come from a central bank as well as would go to the individual banks. That's something which is to be started, and that has to be worked on while we are working simultaneously on the infrastructure. Am I getting it right?
No, I was not necessarily talking about the banking infrastructure. I was saying in the larger policy sense. I think not much to be tweaked in terms of policy, apart from figuring out governing frameworks for a variety of things. So if you're building market applications, what are the governing frameworks for that? Who are the regulators? Which rules will apply and things like that? Those things have to be figured out. And then if there are new applications coming in, like let's say they enable peer-to-peer lending, right? Then yes, that will need a framework, right? That will need a new kind of RBI framework. But I don't think we are that far along yet in the experimentation. And I think we'll begin the CBDC with very vanilla kind of use cases, right? Which are not really going to rock the boat so much.
Great, that's lovely. That's actually a really great news to hear that we are very far, way ahead in progress, that we feel as not working so closely with the government and jurisdictions, and that's a real that's a real happy thing for us, considering that we've already discussed how CBDC would facilitate the future economy, and it's going to be a parallel asset that would streamline efficiencies. This has been a great session, and thank you everyone for being a part of this panel discussion. I'm honored to host this, and this is being a part of Women in Blockchain Season 5. Would definitely request you to wait for the networking sessions, because there might be audience who would want to have some discussions with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Shush.
Thank you. Thank you, Srishti. Like Nidhi has also joined us.
Okay.
Thanks a lot, Srishti, for moderating the session and being a speaker yourself. Thanks a lot for taking the time out.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thanks,
Over to you. Yeah.
Sorry.
I'm saying over to you. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah. Thank you to Shrishti and all the other panelists in the previous session. I really enjoyed the discussion. So now we will be having a very fun fireside chat. I am very pleased to introduce to you all Hina Venugopal. Hi, Hina.
Hey, Deepika. Yes, a fun fireside chat at 5 a.m. I'm half asleep, but as I came in, like the fiery conversations, the brilliant insights of all these women in blockchain. Oh my God, I'm like starstruck. People are like doing amazing initiatives, so purpose-driven in healthcare and whatnot. It's very, very impressive.
Yeah, I'm really glad you could make it. I think last year also we had you, so I'm obviously very excited to welcome you back to Hyperledger Women in Blockchain. And I think we always catch you in the wee hours of dawn, 4 a.m., 5 a.m. But yeah, I'm really glad that you've been enjoying this discussion. I'm sure all of our attendees have been listening, who have been listening in have been enjoying it as well. Let me give a brief introduction to Hina, because she has accomplished so much. It's probably difficult to fit everything that she has done in a short time. But Hina is the Chief Operating Officer at Green Earth Exchange. She believes in orchestrating the green hydrogen ecosystem and creating a digital energy corridor. She has immense experience on enterprise blockchain and has led innovation strategy for Project Ion at DTCC, which is a top blockchain project, a top 10 blockchain project in the Forbes rankings. As a published author of Verse the Party book, she believes in easing the entry barriers to innovation technology, learning by simplifying the concepts in a fun way, which is something that I definitely relate to. And she's very passionate about women leadership, mentors the next generation of technology talent, supporting STEM and earlier career programs, including G100, Destination Imagination, Girls Who Code, and Inner Engineering Institute. She has won several awards on climate action from Entrepreneur Media, multiple fire hydrant nominations from MIT, and is also a top 100 women of future for emerging technologies. Apart from all of this, a fun fact about Hina is that she is an avid golfer and member of the Dallas chapter of LPGA Amateurs Association. Through her thought and action and everything that she does, it's very clear that Hina is a strong believer that with unity, a sustainable world can really be attained. Her commitment to climate change and spreading awareness towards the urgency of reducing carbon emissions through zero emissions buildings through MetaGen-DAO, tokenized energy certs with clean incentive, and envied future R is truly applaudable. So again, a very, very warm welcome to you, Hina.
Thank you so much, Deepika. That was a great intro. Thank you.
Sure, no worries. Just give me a second while I remove a couple of spotlights. Okay, awesome. So I kind of want to, I know that, your expertise is mostly around hydrogen economy. So it's new,
Yeah.
it's maybe new to many of our listeners. So let's start with a complete, a zero level introduction, like Richard Feynman, who says you need to explain to people as if they are 5-year-olds. So let's start there. What is
Absolutely.
hydrogen economy and how does it work?
Sure. First of all, thank you so much, Deepika. Your energy is like so amazing. So, it's always a pleasure to chat with you, and you bring out the best in me. So about the hydrogen economy, right? So that is the talk everybody is talking about. It's the buzz of the world now. So. When you talk about like Paris Agreement and how can we move towards net zero, we are like in a very from a time perspective, we are on a very tight timeline. There is like urgency for the actions. So we've been talking about multiple actions till now, but the time has come like where we really need to do very impactful ways to decarbonize on a very higher magnitude. So when we talk about a very higher magnitude, which is the industry which is like most polluting, or the one with the most carbon emissions, which is the energy industry. So the fossil fuel era, right? So we have to stop burning fossil fuels and move out to a green renewable era. So that is where the hydrogen is coming from. So if you remember, like in school, we learned this periodic table. So hydrogen is the first element, and it's the lightest element. But even though it's lightest, don't underestimate it. It's the densest. It has the most energy in it, right? So that is why hydrogen is the most favorite among everybody, because of that its potential to carry energy and store energy. So that is why hydrogen is being touted as the fuel of the future. So given that everybody wants to use hydrogen, there's a lot of demand for consumption. And of course, when there's demand for consumption, there is a lot of demand for production as well. So even when you talk about hydrogen, it is like, hydrogen can be produced by burning fossil fuels or natural gas, which will emit carbon, right? So that is like, not aligned to our net zero goals, because we want to reduce the carbon emission. So there is no point in producing carbon when you're producing something which we need. So we need to move towards green hydrogen, or a hydrogen produced by renewable fuels. So that is like solar or wind energizing the electrolyzing function, and that will produce hydrogen. So that's called green hydrogen. So that is what Green Earth Exchange, like my company, our company is specializing on. We are a marketplace for green hydrogen and its derivatives. So that is the main thing which we will trade, like green hydrogen and its derivatives like ammonia, methanol, and sustainable aviation fuel. So I don't know if you have heard, December 2023, history was made by Virgin Atlantic, where a flight was taken off using the sustainable aviation fuel. So that's the first time a flight is using SAF. So there is like so much of movement in the field. There are so many companies focusing on sustainable aviation fuel, and also this hard to abate industries like heavy transportation, long haul transportation, shipping, and even steel and all that. So that's like all energy intensive area industries, and green hydrogen is the solution which everybody wants to move on to. So the hydrogen economy is booming, or about to boom. So there is a lot of demand and talks about it. If you look at like any government, like every green hydrogen is in every government's agenda for energy, including US, with Inflation Reduction Act by Biden administration. If you look at India, it's there, and any areas like EU, Australia, everybody's top agenda is on green hydrogen, energy sources, and various avenues of it. So given that hydrogen economy is really booming, so and
Got it.
we as the blockchain women or the blockchain people, like we are also talking about, how can we bring in blockchain and add more advantages there?
Got it. So a quick question. So what does Green Earth Exchange actually do? Do you folks produce green hydrogen, or are you involved on the tokenizing the hydrogen economy side of things?
Great question. So basically, like, there is, as I said, the hydrogen economy is booming, and there's a lot of producers, there's a lot of off-takers or consumers for this hydrogen, green hydrogen. But at the same time, there is the ecosystem is a little bit chaotic, because it is just emerging. So there is no streamlined ecosystem at this point, because it's very new, right? It's emerging. So there is a lack of, I would say, a streamlining between, or orchestration between this producers and off-takers. So Green Earth Exchange is an orchestrator between the producer and the consumer. And when I say between the producer and consumer, there's like a lot of connective infrastructure or connective players in between, starting from storing the hydrogen to transportation, market makers, etc. So what we do is, like, we tokenize a green hydrogen, and we enable that trading between the producers and off-takers on our platform. So these tokens are issued and redeemed and traded on our platform. So the main advantage of using blockchain there is that there are a couple of advantages, of course, with blockchain: the reconciliation and the auditability and traceability, which we always talk about. So specific to this particular business case, there are a couple of very unique advantages of using blockchain there. So the first one is that we can even tokenize a future offtake contract. So when I say future, so right now, if the hydrogen producers are, is it like our time is up or something? I heard a bell.
I think it's just people entering the Zoom.
All right.
A lot of time.
So when a producer is setting up a plant, hydrogen, the electrolyzer plant is pretty expensive. So there's like, the liquidity is needed, money is needed, right? So and it takes like at least a couple of years sometimes to really set up the plant and start the production. So even on a concept stage, once you tokenize a future offtake contract, so we are going to say, hey, Henna is going to produce green hydrogen, this much of green hydrogen in 2026, right? 2 years from now. So I can given some of the documents and behind it, I can really tokenize that future 2026 offtake agreement on our platform, and we can start trading it. So, it's almost like in market, we trade futures, right? Very similar.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, so that unlocks the liquidity for the producer. So there's like movement of the hydrogen economy. It's not like stuck, right? In waiting for the liquidity. So that is the one of the key advantage of using blockchain, because it's like a future offtake thing, but you can trace it from the future to as it is produced. Each stages of movement can be produced and traced, and when it starts the production, like the real hydrogen, green hydrogen is produced. So at that point, the token becomes a physical green hydrogen token, and also the green credentials, like it's made using green energy, so that green hydrogen credentials also become certificates, right? So if you have heard of like power RECs, right, renewable energy certificates, so those are RECs are mainly like if you use solar or wind power to generate something, so energy, right? So if you use some of that certificates, that energy attributes and certificates, how much renewable energy you used for that production, that is actually a renewable energy credit, right? So using that renewable energy, like, hydrogen and solar and wind, you produce certain amount of green hydrogen, right? So once that green hydrogen is produced, like, how much of how many tons of, so usually a green hydrogen token is like, the units is like a ton of green hydrogen, right? So how much green hydrogen is produced, so that ton of green hydrogen, that's like a one token of green hydrogen. So there is like renewable energy credit certificates on blockchain, and then there's green hydrogen on blockchain too, right? You understand that there are two different certificates. Yeah.
Okay, so a token is related to how much green hydrogen is actually produced, like 1 ton of it, and the REC talks about how that was produced, like solar, wind, etc., and that is assigned to you based on how you produce it. Okay, that makes sense. I think one more thing, that I derived out of whatever you said was, I think one of my questions was, how does tokenization really support the transition from traditional sources of fuel to using green hydrogen? And I think one of the major deterrents for everyone is the investment of time and resources. And like you said, it takes about 2-3 years to just get the whole process up and running to be able to produce even 1 ton of hydrogen. So to be able to know that you can tokenize it and for the future is, I think, a pretty good motivation, right? Like, I think that.
Absolutely, you nailed it. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, that's
In addition to that, the fungibility, right? That is like another main advantage, and the fractional ownership. So you can split the token, and you can have the fractional ownership, etc., and trade between many people. So all of that are some of the advantages as well.
Got it. Okay. So, I mean, I think a lot of our panelists before you joined also were talking about the regulatory aspect of things, right? So, what are the regulatory uncertainties we could? So I see 2 issues currently with hydrogen economy. One is people being able to produce the green hydrogen, because right now we are still working on harnessing solar and wind power to be able to run simple like machines and cars itself, right? So one is that aspect. And the second aspect would be the regulatory thing. So what are the risks that you see or concerns that you see over there? And what is the timeline that you see for a slightly wider adoption and for this kind of a technology, tokenization of hydrogen economy, to really pick up?
Oh, sure. Yeah, you're that's a very valid question. So the regulatory landscape. So as I said, the hydrogen economy itself is in its infancy, right? There are like hardly producers who are really producing green hydrogen, okay, not the hydrogen. The hydrogen can be any shade, like brown, gray, pink,
right, it's a whole
blue, gold, all of that, right? So I'm talking about specifically green hydrogen. So green hydrogen economy is in its infancy right now. So the regulatory landscape is also kind of getting framed right now as we speak. So if you look at the COP29 in Dubai, so there were some major accomplishments there. The ISO 2048, so ISO standard was produced for a regulatory framework was set for green hydrogen guidelines in that COP29. So that's like a great accomplishment, so that we have a global standard for measuring and calling what is green hydrogen, and also the ISO related standards related to hydrogen. So that is one of the regulatory framework, but even all of that is like almost like work in progress. So there are a lot of as we are learning and as we are using it more, we are we need to update it more. And in the US, there is this Inflation Reduction Act, or the IRA, which is the most regulatory, from a regulatory standpoint, that has a lot of complex clauses on how to measure green hydrogen. And it's in the comments phase right now. So there is like even things like the hydrogen, which is produced using renewable renewable energy, right? So the solar and the wind, the renewable energy sources, and the electrolysis, the hydrogen electrolysis, like that, if there is even a clause like that should be within certain radius, that should be co-located. So, and there is like hourly matching, right? So the hydrogen produced and this renewable energy produced, like, are those which is there an hourly matching thing? All of that are like, various clauses in the regulatory framework which is there. And again, blockchain adds a lot of advantage because we can really trace each of that energy units and each of the hydrogen produced, and since all of these are tokenized and all of these are added to the impact report, the sustainability impact report. Usually the sustainability impact report follows like TCFD, the task force guidelines, or the SBTI, the science-based target initiatives, etc. There are guidelines for that. So those are the main regulatory framework, and there are much more. It is all discussions are in progress with all of these. So to your question of when it will be in a much more mature form, I would say it will at least take 2 more years, but I would say 2030 is like a very smooth ecosystem. Yeah, I would say 2030 would be the real timeline.
Well, that's pretty cool. So I think I'm new to this space. I mostly work in the supply chain side of things, and I haven't really delved deep into the energy aspect of, energy use cases of blockchain. So this is very new to me. So I was just wondering, if you could probably throw some numbers out there in the US, or whoever clients that you're currently working with as a part of your company's orchestration process. Currently, how many green energy suppliers are out there, and how many people are actually utilizing the green energy, or any metric, not necessarily companies, but what metric do you think would make sense for our audience to sort of understand the scale at which it is right now and the scale that you eventually anticipate by 2030?
So by 2030, the projection for the hydrogen market is almost 250 billion.
Oh,
US. Okay. So it's like a very huge market by 2030.
Okay.
Right now, I'm not 100% sure. I might be completely off on the current years. I think I should stay away from the current years.
I was just curious. I'm sure our audience can Google it and probably figure it out, and I'll do that as well.
But I can, there are some main players who are in the hydrogen space in the US. So there's like industrial gas producers, right? Like it might be the non-names like Air Liquide, Linde, Air Products, etc., which is like very very huge industrial gas producers. But at the same time, for the green energy, green hydrogen, there's like emerging players. So Plug Power is one of them. Ballard Systems is one of them.
What was that? What system?
Ballard, BALLARD.
Okay,
Yeah.
got it. Okay.
So those are like, the Bloom Energy is one of them. So those are all like the new players in specifically in the green hydrogen space.
Got it. Okay. So, I mean, for those of us on the call, right? Like I said, I didn't know much about it. And when I knew that I was going to sit with Hina Venugopal for this chat, I thought probably I should do some research. So I think just before this discussion, the previous question, Hina was talking about the different colors of hydrogen that are produced. So green energy, we know, is from the renewable energy sources like solar and wind, like she mentioned, and gray is from, say, fossil fuels, blue from natural gas, if I'm not wrong. And I think there are a couple of others also. I'm not entirely sure, like it doesn't come right now. But I think these are things that
It's from nuclear, yeah. If
Okay.
it's pink, it's from nuclear, yes.
Okay, pink is nuclear. I think turquoise also was there from some pyrolysis, if I'm not wrong.
Yes. So basically, green hydrogen is based from the renewable energy, right? So that itself is an environmentally friendly way, but one more notch up of the environmental, it's like a circular hydrogen. So you either like disintegrate the waste products, or you use the toxic waste from the ocean plastic or things like that, or recycled water, etc., etc. So anything from the circular, like, if you're disintegrating that waste and then producing hydrogen, that becomes emerald hydrogen.
Oh,
So that's like one more notch up of the green.
Got it. Okay. So, I mean, I think like your background, Hina, is I'm going to switch slightly from tokenization of hydrogen economy because, like I said, I'd like to get to know you also. After all, it is a fireside chat. So, I mean, your background was mostly in business and marketing, if I'm not wrong, right? I think so along those lines. So, how did you sort of get into this energy space, and how do people from a techno management background look for similar opportunities? How does one get into the hydrogen economy space, and how did you do it?
Oh, sure. I've been always like, from my childhood, like I'm from a rural village in India. So from my childhood, I've been very much into innovation and very much into nature, like sustainability and nature. That the nature and innovation is like, I was just born with it, like with my family and the rural background. So innovation means like my family company was part of the space mission for ISRO. So, for all the moon and the Mars mission, and even now they're working on the Venus and the next missions. So for the last 25 years. So, and our company, our village has this school, which is also co-founded by my great grandfather, and that is one of the first school to have the AR VR module in the school. So you can look at my LinkedIn post if you'd like. And we are talking about how to integrate AI into that school as well. So that's the first one to do the virtual curriculum in Kerala. So that's both from my village. And when I talk about my village, like, we are like so close to nature, and like we travel in boats and backwaters and all that. So nature and sustainability has been in my blood always. So I have done a lot of projects on sustainability, and with the Met agenda, like we had zero emission buildings and tree tokenization and all that. And even when you talk about the zero emission buildings, like blockchain is a big part of that measurability and auditability, right? So every part of this, power, it can be even powered by hydrogen. So the power generation, how much power it consumes, and all of that emission, the smart IoT details of the smart monitoring of that building, right? So all of that can be on blockchain again. So that is how we have done it as well. So that smart IoT and monitoring of the zero emission buildings is one of the thing I am interested in and I'm working on as well. So from the sustainability, I've been doing phygital wear, where we had the NFCs on the physical clothes, and you can track that apparel. Again, it was the main mission of that was, how can you trace that entire supply chain, and how can you really, once it is in the track, because if you look at the statistics, 72 pounds of the 80 pounds produced per person goes to landfill. 72 out of 80 pounds. It's like a very high proportion, right? So, my main thing of that phygital wear was like, how can you really trace once it's in the recycle bin, like how can you really sort it out, and how can you reduce that time to reuse that pulp it again, and then take it, make apparel out of it, because that way we can eliminate the first couple of processes like the spinning, ginning, the farming, etc. And we can, so that was a digital initiative. Again, blockchain was there on that as well. So then talking about, so I've been thinking about sustainability, but I was thinking the time is ticking, and we need to make a much more impactful way, like in a bigger magnitude, right? So that is when I was thinking about the energy industry, and green hydrogen was like, I was thinking, there's a lot of news about green hydrogen, and I was reading about it, and I was like, this is the thing which we all need to adopt, and that is the solution. That is the fuel of the future, and that's a solution for climate change, to make an impactful action, right? So I started studying at the Renewable Energy Institute and the University of Houston on the hydrogen economy. So if anybody is interested, REI or the Renewable Energy Institute course, I am certified green hydrogen professional consultant. I think there's an expert to it as well, to that certificate. Why should we talk, why should we not boast about ourselves, right? Women are like very humble. We should always talk about our achievements very proudly.
Modesty is wasted on friends. It's okay. You can go ahead.
Yes, that we should, that is actually, as women in blockchain, we all should be proud of our achievements, and we should talk high about ourselves,
Yeah,
never be
absolutely.
humble.
Yeah. I think one of the reasons I find you very inspiring is I also am deeply passionate about sustainability. So in college, I founded a club called the Changemaker Society, and today we operate as a nonprofit in 2 colleges across Karnataka. And I'm also a Himalayan trekker, so nature is something that comes very, very close to my heart. And
Oh
in
my God, you're a Himalayan trekker. I want to talk more about it.
yeah, let's do that after this. But
Yes.
yeah, so I work with this organization called India Hikes, and I think one of the key principles of India Hikes is to leave the mountains greener than we found it. So we carry this eco bag with us and pick up the trash along the way. So I think to be able to talk to you would be for me being able to marry my interests of technical blockchain versus and sustainability
True.
and energy. So that's why I was really excited to have this conversation with you and pinged you on LinkedIn and all of that before this, so that we can, sort of get really in.
Amazing. I am very inspired by you, Deepika. We should talk more. Yeah.
No, I'm nothing compared to you, but yeah, very kind of you. So,
Never say that. Say I am.
oh yeah, you just taught me that. I
You should
forgot.
never say I am nothing compared to nobody. Stop comparing yourself with anybody, right? Everybody has their own journey. Everybody is on their own towards their destination. So never, that is something which we as women always do. We always compare us with somebody else. Oh, am I good enough to that, right? Never do that, right? You are who you are, and love yourself first and be proud of yourself, right? So you're awesome. So just say I am awesome.
So I think I was also asking, right? It's fantastic that you have done so much with sustainability and taken all those initiatives and actually studied a course, done a certification to be able to assert yourself as an expert in the field of renewable energy and green hydrogen is fantastic. So do you have any suggestions for people who are looking to get into the space apart from all of this? Like as a COO, for example, what particular skill sets are you looking for, and how do people really upskill themselves to be able to say get into your company?
Sure. So green hydrogen, there are so much of job opportunities at this point. So starting from if you're a chemistry freak, I had bachelor's of science, so I had chemistry. That, electrolysis and all that is like chemical, there's a lot of chemistry involved in it, right? So of course there will be, if you are like that kind of a chemistry geek, there's a lot of opportunities there, and various ways of producing the various electrolysis, and what is the most efficient way and all that kind of things. So that's like the chemistry path is there. And then if you're a trader, or if you want to have that commercial business mind, there are a lot of marketplaces. Hydrogen trading will be like tokens, and trading will be one of the avenue you can look into the business side of it, right? You can be a market maker, you can be a trader, all of that. Just like a commodity, it's hydrogen. Green hydrogen is a commodity, right? So if you go to a Chicago Mercantile Bank, or any of the Chicago Mercantile Exchange, or any of the commodity exchange, just like how energy is traded, you can be a trader, market maker, etc. And then if you're a techie, like on blockchain and all that kind of thing, you can always code tokenization, smart contracts, and all that, and beyond that. And the next thing is like if you are into the policies and regulatory, all that. Lot of demand for that if you're into that field at this point, because everybody's talking about how do we get clarity on this act, this ruling, etc., etc. So if you're tracking that, if you're good at regulatory affairs and all that policy, that's a great field again. Then finally, on the environmental, if you're totally into environmental and sustainability piece, like hydrogen energy certificates, or the certification, and how do you certify hydrogen plants, like the production, the renewable energy consumption, and how much volume it is produced, and all that, if you can certify that, that is again another field. So there are like various ways of doing it, getting a job. So there are various courses on hydrogen. What I did was on renewable REI, but I'm sure you can find, actually I think I have done one course on Udemy as well, and it was only $9 or something. I forgot, Udemy or, Coursera, etc. Have this free days or, discount days. I think I took it for $9 or something. So, just search for it, you will get it, or sometimes they have free things. So one course for free and to start with and all that. And it was pretty good.
I think that's a good way to maybe just explore and understand where you want to go and then take up specialization and professional certifications later. Okay. So, I mean,
and YouTube always.
Yeah, it's free.
And I am going to start a series on hydrogen as well. So, in 2 months, I will be starting something on hydrogen.
That's fantastic.
So I'll make sure I have a 101 session to start with and then go from there. So people can follow it.
Yeah, if you need, we will definitely, Hyperledger India would be happy to help promote your stuff as well. So just let us know when you start it, and we'll be happy to hop on board. So yeah,
absolutely.
So I think throughout this conversation, I think it's been fantastic for not just me, but for everyone on the call as well. And we're really inspired by you. I'm not comparing, I'm saying we're inspired, and women are allowed to be inspired by each other. So I was just wondering, is there someone in your life that you've been truly inspired by, someone who shaped your mindset? Yeah.
Yeah, I do. So I'm an athlete. I play tennis and golf. So I do love Serena Williams. Not just because she's a woman of color and she's a female, but I feel like she always goes beyond her limitations, or the things which we all like. I may think that's a limitation, or so she is very bold, and she's very strong woman. For me, she's like the power woman. She just exudes that exuberance and the energy. She doesn't. She doesn't limit herself by saying, I'm a woman of color, I'm a woman. She develops her body, she's strong, she talks very confidently. And the number one thing I like about her is she might be 2 matches down her when she plays. And the other person might be on the match point, the last point. And she doesn't give up. Never gives up. That is the point, right? Never give up. You can be in the bottom of your life, right? Your bank balance might be 0. You might be divorced. You might be having a deadly disease, whatever, right? You're there is nothing going right for you. So where are you? You're right at the bottom of that abyss, right? So what do a normal person think of at that time? You're like, oh my God, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna, whatever, right? I don't have anything. But you just turn around and look up, right? What do you see? You can only go up from there, right? So that is something which I always feel like Serena Williams does. I remember she played a match when her sister was shot. One of her sister was had an accident or shot dead or something, and she played the match the next day. Just imagine what her mind will be going through. But she was so calm, and she played and she won that match, right? So that is that mental stability and stillness which she demonstrated. The power of mind and how you can win, even if you're in the bottom of your life. You can always look up, and how can you go up because from there you can only go up. So never be discouraged by anything in your life. Always there are opportunities coming up, and things change, right? Life is very dynamic, right? So it doesn't stay still. So in fact, yesterday I was actually submitting something for the Department of Energy. So it was like a grand application, and I really wanted to. So I just saw it day before yesterday, right? And this Department of Energy, the application is very tough. It takes at least a couple of days at minimum to make that concept paper and submit it and all that. So if it was somebody else who didn't have that the mental willpower, determination to do it, they would have thought okay, it's only 3 days, so I'm not doing it this time, right? I'll give it some other time whenever it comes, maybe a couple of years later. But I told my hydrogen scientist, I said, let's do it. We are going to do it right now.
Yeah.
So we will just give it a try. Like, if we can complete it, let's finish it. Otherwise, it's okay. We learned something, right? So yesterday night, like I'm like doing this, and like I looked at the FOA again, and the deadline got changed. So it was like Tuesday. So I went again and like I was like looking at the deadline. So they changed the deadline to April 5th. Right.
Oh.
So, it was like great. Like, because I started it, otherwise I wouldn't even have looked at it again. I would have thought, okay, it's Tuesday, I'm just giving up on it. Right.
Yeah.
So right now I have a chance of, winning that grant and, all that. So, it's all about, never giving up.
Definitely, absolutely. I love the whole storyline, and I'm really, I relate a lot to this. It's also one of the reasons why I enjoy trekking so much, right? Because there are points where you think, I cannot do this. I just want to jump off from here, but there's no way but up. So you just have to go up, and and then once you reach the summit and come back down, you look back up and you think, hey, wow, I can't believe I climbed that. That feeling of never giving up.
Right.
Definitely
Yeah.
surreal. So yeah, thank you for sharing about Serena Williams. So that's fabulous. So I mean, I think you've amassed a lot of knowledge, a wealth of knowledge through your experience and your years. So is there some advice that someone gave you that will always stick with you? And is there some advice that you want to give to all of us youngsters on the call? All of us are youngsters, irrespective of age. So to anyone on the call, give us some advice of your own, as well as something that someone told you that always stayed with you.
Sure. I always think you be your best cheerleader, right? That is the thing. Never compare yourself with anybody. And you believe in your purpose and your magnificence. So, being your own cheerleader and loving yourself. It's like a process to love yourself. You have to learn it, but it's very important that you learn it.
Yes.
You should find yourself in the best when you're alone. When you should love yourself. So that is something which I'm learning right now, because you don't need anybody else's company. You can just be your own cheerleader, and never let anybody else's opinion trump your opinion about yourself.
Right. Got it. So I think that's one of the reasons I like this fireside chat format also, because since morning, I mean, I know it would have been in the wee hours of morning for you, but since morning, we have had some amazing scholars, people in the industry, CEOs, CTOs, lawyers, etc., come forth and put their ideas on a lot of really interesting technical topics. But a fireside chat gives us a opportunity to really get to know a speaker as a person beyond what they do in, for example, in your case, the hydrogen economy sort of a thing. So it's been a real pleasure getting to know you, Hina. One last question. So I think in the introduction, I did mention that you mentor a lot of people, so especially early career students and women in tech, etc. So if someone, one of our listeners does want to reach out to you and seek your guidance about anything, how do they go about it? Do they connect to you on LinkedIn? And what are you generally looking for in a person to mentor them?
LinkedIn is best, and I would love to give back, because there's like so much of amazing women and men who have mentored me. So I've been very lucky, right? So I want to give back, and please reach out on LinkedIn. Of course, everybody will be busy, and reach out, and we can find a time, and we can give guidance and all that. So please reach out. And my Instagram account, I'm starting. I'm not active yet, but from next month I will be. It's Miss Hydrogen. So MS Hydrogen. So you can track me there too. It's active. It's there now, but I haven't started publishing. But I will. So both ways you can.
Awesome. I'll give you a follow right away. If you have the handle active, do you mind putting it on the chat after our talk is over?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, it's been, like I said, an absolute pleasure to get to know you. I think I had a lot of fun from this conversation, a lot of very, very good insights that I got, not just in the technical side, but also how to be as a person. I know this was supposed to be a fireside chat of sorts, but I think it became somewhat a podcast also. So if in case we plan to host a podcast again, I'd be happy to have you on, and so that we can, get a wider audience to get to be able to listen to your ideas, your thoughts. I learned a lot of new terms today, specifically around hydrogen economy and the energy space, something that I will definitely be researching on, and I hope our listeners have picked up on those as well. The entire recording is available. We will soon be uploading it on YouTube. So once it's out, I will tagging all of you. So please feel free to share this amongst your circles. And I know it's 5 a.m. probably, 6 a.m. now, maybe. So good morning to you, Priya, and thank you so much for joining us in such wee hours of the morning. So thank you so much.
No, it was such a pleasure. And as I said, I want to give back to what I have received as well. And Deepika, you were such an amazing kid and a trekker and a brilliant woman. So, grow just like that. Be proud of yourself. And everybody on the comments, thank you so much for that amazing comments. And, it's a pleasure always to share my insights and my experience with all of you. So we all can grow together. It's all about shared prosperity, right?
Yes, absolutely. In unity, there is sustainability, like you rightly said. So yeah, thank you. See you. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. Actually, I was eagerly waiting to hear you. It's wonderful listening to you. This is Anasuya, by the way.
Thank you, Anasuya.
It's wonderful to hear you. As usual, it's not just fireside chat. It is a beautiful one. You cannot tell it's a podcast. It's a fireside chat. It's a mix of everything. It's wonderful to hear you. Thank you.
Thank you. For sure.
So we also actually have Daniela here with us. Hi, Daniela, are you there?
I am. Hello. What an inspiring talk. Thank you so much, Hina. That was fantastic.
Thank you, Daniela.
So for those of us on the call, I want to take a brief moment. Again, like I said, Daniela cannot be introduced in a few words, but I will do my best. She is the general manager of blockchain at the Linux Foundation and the Identity and Hyperledger executive director. She has been an absolute champion of the Hyperledger India chapter, along with Julian Gordon, who couldn't be on this call today. But everything that we do at the India chapter has been she's been so supportive of all of those initiatives, and she is constantly available for us anytime we want. She's so extremely approachable, and I'm very, very grateful to have known you, Daniela. I think you've been an absolute pillar for all the women in blockchain. Not just in blockchain, I would say in the tech and business space as well, because we see your talks, we see the conferences that you go to, and you definitely serve as a true inspiration to all of us. Daniela generally comes as our initial keynote speaker at the very beginning of Women in Blockchain. But for those of us lucky people who have decided to stay back till 5 p.m. on the Saturday at IST, we're going to be having the pleasure of being able to hear her thoughts now. So a very warm welcome to you, Daniela, to Women in Blockchain 5th edition. And please take it away for your keynote.
Thank you, Deepika. And what I'd like to do is first, I've been listening. I landed in London a couple hours ago from San Francisco. So for me, it's 4 in the morning or something, 3 in the morning now as well. But I'm in London now. And as soon as I got in the tube, I started listening. So I've been listening to the amazing talks of all the women speakers since the opportunities for tokenization and reshaping digital economies. At every single one, and I'm exhausted. Every single one, I'm like, I could go to sleep and I couldn't, because it was just so amazing to hear the stories, to hear the reality of what everyone's building with blockchain. It's an honor to be here in the 5th Women in Blockchain event today. One of the things that kept going through my mind is, I don't think that anywhere else in the world could you gather close to 20 speakers, all women experts in blockchain across executive leadership, across, senior engineers, across, legal counsel. I really do not think that any community, without many, many months and months of work to put together 20 women who are experts in the space to talk. So congratulations to all of you, specifically, Deepika and Anusuya and Nidhi and Ritu, all the work that you do, and with all your allies as well, with Kamlesh and Varun in the region. It is amazing to hear and to see people show up. So thank you so much for that.
Thank you, Daniela.
What I like to just, really focus on today very quickly is about how, as women, we do have to work better, harder to build the future with our allies. One of the things and one of the themes at the Hyperledger Foundation is building better together. And I think that by putting women in leadership positions, by allowing women engineers to become leaders in their companies, in their projects, it really helps the global organization to build better together. And one of the things that throughout the talks today, the key is open source. And what we do here at the Hyperledger Foundation and the Greater Linux Foundation, for those of you who don't know the Linux Foundation, for the last over 25 years, it has been the home for some of the most important open source projects, projects that basically touch every single day of your life. If you are touching any kind of electronics, if you are in transportation, if you're using telecom, those open source projects are sitting under the Linux Foundation. And at Hyperledger, the 13 projects and the 50 labs that we now have under the Hyperledger Foundation umbrella, those are going to be the most important critical blockchain projects in the world that are going to be key to building infrastructure. There was the talk and the panel discussion around central bank digital currencies. Hyperledger projects, specifically Hyperledger Fabric and Hyperledger Besu, are two of the most used DLTs in the CBDC space. And we're seeing countries like India really innovating and moving faster and faster than others around the world to get to a place where there is financial inclusion, where there is digital asset access to these digital transformation platforms that are going to make businesses and startups. One of the speakers talked about, it's not just about retail users getting access to digital money, but startups and other ecosystems as well. So it is fantastic to see a lot of the women there in India really being leaders and coming forward to talk about the work that they've done and share some of the practices. So I want to thank everybody, because open source is certainly one thing, and it is about open development and open governance of this code. It's also about the community contributions. Every time that you get on a webinar, or every time you go and you speak on a panel and you talk about what you're doing with technology, your ideas on how you move these industries, whether it's the hydrogen industry or something else forward, you are contributing, you are participating, and you're contributing back to the Hyperledger Foundation and really helping with that open development, not just of the code, but also of the principles of how to use those the code projects as well. So I want to thank everyone and congratulate everyone. I won't take any more time. I'm happy to stay on, and I want to hear questions from you or comments around the things that we can do even better to support not only the women in India who are really leaders, but also the entire regional chapter. It is a highlight always for me to talk to the India regional chapter. You are one of the fastest growing around the world when it comes to our regional chapters, and certainly one of the ones that contribute and participate the most with your supports of your mentors. There's some amazing mentors and mentees from last year and the year before that came out of the regional chapter. And I think this year, the applications, I believe, are still open. We encourage everyone to participate either as a mentee, so if you want to be an intern, essentially within the projects, or as a mentor as well. So these are the kind of things that I'm mostly passionate about, and I feel that, myself and my team, I have a great team that really support our community, and we want to be there for you. So I want to thank everybody once again. I'm going to have to watch the first half that I missed when I was on a plane because I couldn't stream it because I think those sessions sounded amazing as well. So I will watch those. But I want to thank everyone for sharing their stories, sharing the knowledge, and helping us build better together. And I think it's critical for us to support one another. And thank you for having me.
Yeah, thank you so much, Daniela. I didn't realize it was again in the wee hours of morning for you. And I know you just got off the flight from London and you've been listening to us. So your support means the world. And everyone in the India chapter is very, very grateful for everything that you do for us. So yeah, thank you so much for that insightful keynote. Yeah.
Thank you.
Sure. So,
and I'm happy to take questions if anybody has questions or any comments.
I think we have lost a lot of our audience now. We were close to about a little over 50 people since morning. And I think now since we're reaching towards the end, we have lost a few people in the audience. But what we can do, Daniela, is we'll float around a form maybe. And so if people have any questions for the foundation or any of our panelists, we'll try to, sort of crowdsource that and we'll share that across via email to all of you. Would that work?
Sounds great.
Okay.
No, amazing. 5 hours of content programming, 5 hours of content. You guys do a great job. And I think it's amazing that you were able to gather so many people for 5 hours of content and talks and fireside. So thank you.
Yeah, it was definitely a team effort. So I had one question, Daniela. So since we're nearing the end of this program, I think we reached out to a lot of global people as well. And I think, because of prior commitments, time zone, etc., getting more global women in blockchain together has always been a concern. Some of them are very kind, like Hina, who is currently on the call, as well as Gia and a few other panelists that we had. But what do you, how do we bring more people together? And is it possible to sort of conduct different events in different time zones, or how do you envisioning bringing the audience in a more cohesive way?
Yeah, I think time zones are definitely something that's different. For us on the West Coast, it's a little bit easier, right? If I had given the keynote, it would have been 10 p.m. at night for me. Everybody knows, because you all have been on calls with me, whether it's 6 a.m. in the morning or 10 p.m. at night, I kind of work this crazy schedule because our community works a crazy schedule as well. So I do think that we can look, and this is very much like some of the code projects themselves or the special interest groups, for example, and we always encourage to have calls that are good for other people around the world, right? You have Asia Pacific calls, you have calls for the US and Europe. So I think looking at maybe, for season 6 of Blockchain and Women is maybe having, instead of having like a 5-hour block, let's do a 2.5-hour block in one region. And then a couple of days later, so you're not open, you're not awake for 24 hours, do another, session, another 2.5 hours in a different region. And I think that might help quite a bit to do that. The other thing is, you all know from a member perspective and even our governing board, right? We have 3 amazing women on our governing board. We have Jonah Powell at DTCC. We have Sofia Lopez, who's with Kaleido, and Hannah Zubko, who is with Intellect EU. Those are women that also, we can, bring into these conversations at any time that we need to. And last but not least, everybody who I got to meet, all of you in India in December. I'm looking forward to coming back to India this year. And perhaps, we could encourage others in the community to come and see the great community that's there in India across all of India.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, totally valid. And we'll definitely take that feedback, like you said, for season 6 of Women in Blockchain. So yeah, thanks, Daniela. Anasuya, does anyone else have any thoughts to share while we have Daniela with us?
It's a Saturday. You all need to go for a walk outside in nature for a little bit.
No worries. Anyway, Anasuya, do we move on to the vote of thanks then?
Yeah, actually, are we having a short networking session if anybody is interested? If not, we can.
I think we can move ahead.
You can move ahead. Yeah, that's
Okay.
good. Yeah.
Awesome.
Now here comes Deepika. Welcome back to your honor.
Okay, yeah, sure. I think the most important part of this entire session for me is the vote of thanks, because it's been an absolute honor to so far be the co-chair at Hyperledger India Chapter. I've gotten to work with some of the most amazing women, Anasuya, Nidhi, Ritu. I think earlier when initially Hyperledger India started, there were no women in blockchain in the India chapter. And now today to see four is a huge improvement. I don't know how many total members we have because we are a gigantic community, but it's fantastic to know that more and more women are participating. We're getting more registrations for people who want to sign up as speakers for us for all our events. So I'm really glad to be able to be a part of this initiative with my entire team. So I'd like to start off my vote of thanks by thanking every single person in Hyperledger India chapter. I thank Nidhi, Anasuya, Ritu for putting in so much hard work for bringing this entire event together. I know it's not easy to coordinate with speakers, get hold of their schedules, what do they want to talk about, their interests and all of that. So to see you work so passionately to make this happen on a voluntary basis to make sure that the event succeeds is phenomenal. It used to be something that I used to do by myself 2 years ago, but now to have so many people involved, it's just fantastic. So thanks so much to the women in the team. And I think we would be incomplete without the men in our team. I have to thank them. I have to thank Kamlesh, Vikram, Ravi, Kartikeya. We even have a new intern with us, Sai Vinesh, who's been helping us with the digital poster, the series of posters that we've been putting up. I may be missing a few people and I don't want to do that. So give me a second. Let me go back here. Oh yeah, there's Aditya, and we had a few other people who, decided to pursue other engagements, but it's definitely worth mentioning Pramod as well. So I think the men in our team have been absolutely fantastic. Kamlesh and Vikram have been co-chairs along with me. And though I'm the youngest, I think they've always been there to take my opinions seriously, my concerns seriously, my ideas seriously, and to be able to be seen in the same footing as people who are CTOs and someone who is the director of applied blockchain at HCL. It's mind-blowing to me that I'm able to share the same platform as them. And I'm very grateful for all their support that they have given for the community so far. I'm definitely grateful to Ravi, Kartikeya, and everyone else that I mentioned as well, because without them, we would not have been able to put this event together. They've always been in the background, making the posters for us, gathering the graphics required, making the PPTs, helping with the PPTs, helping with the content. Ravi has done some fantastic work in the student chapter, and Kartikeya has been our go-to in-house designer for any and all LinkedIn post requirements. So all of this has been possible because of the men who back the women up and the women who back the men up when they require it. So to be able to be a part of a community where everyone has such equal footing and we are all actively trying to volunteer our free time to ensure that the India chapter community grows is absolutely fantastic. And I definitely have to thank David Boswell as well. I think he's always proactively looking at all our LinkedIn posts, reaching out to us, polling us almost, saying, hey, Deepika, I saw this post. Do you want me to do something about it? I can market it for you if you want me to. Just say the word and I'll do it. So to know that he's looking at the post, he's looking at our tags, and then eventually getting on calls with us to see how he can help us out and actually being so proactive about it, it warms my heart. It's not something that maybe I'm used to, but all of us in the chapter are very, very grateful for David Boswell's support as well. And it goes without saying, Daniela and Julian, like I have mentioned it 100 times before and 100 times in the future as well, you've been pillars and the backbones of our community. So thank you for all the sponsorship and support that you give for us. And I sincerely hope from the bottom of my heart that I haven't missed anyone out. And if I have, I deeply apologize. But I'm pretty sure there are a lot of people in the foundation as well in the background, like I think Emily, who helps with the blogs, and Ben, who helps with the events, if I'm not wrong, maybe, right? Yeah, so I haven't, I think we haven't closely interacted with them, but I'm very certain that they're always there for us and helping us in the background. So overall, I think the Hyperledger community is fantastic. And yeah, thank you so much. And I'm sorry if the speech was too long, but it's definitely deserving of it because of all the fantastic people that made this event happen. So thank you. Yeah, Ritu, go ahead.
I just wanted to close it with one more name, which is Deepika. She has been talking about everybody and, thanking everyone. But thank you, Deepika.
Oh, thank you, Ritu. Yeah. Thank you. So, folks, that brings us to the end of the Hyperledger India Women in Blockchain Season 5. You've all been a fantastic audience, a fantastic bunch of organizers, speakers, panelists, fireside chat speakers as well. So thank you for taking the time out and for making this event successful. We will be posting screenshots of all the pictures we've taken, the YouTube video, everything online. So keep an eye out for that. And as I promised Daniela, we'll be taking in questions as well so that we can float them out to the speaker so that they can reach out to you. Thank you so much for your time and hope you had a productive and nice weekend. Okay, see you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone. It was a wonderful day throughout. Thank you.
Awesome. I will now be ending the meeting. So thanks.